no option to talk to anybody about it, and no option. So I don't use OpenSea anymore, and I don't deal with Ethereum anymore because that's how I was
Okay,
treated.
let him rebut now, Data. Let him rebut.
Yeah, Data. So if you have a smart contract and there's an agreement in that smart contract for whatever it is that whatever NFT or even if it's a crypto or something like that, that they have access to based on whatever the rules of that smart contract is, it's going to automatically exist or be able to be transferred to them. Like if that's in the agreement.
Great that you mentioned that. So I looked at there's no smart contract initiated that required any other balance to be taken out, any other money to be taken out of my balance. When you go look at the contract, it's just a gas fee purchase for listing the NFT on OpenSea. There is no access to the wallet, therefore after. There's no, in the writing, it doesn't say, by the way, we're going to come in and take out X amount based on X amount. There's none of that listed. And in fact, it got so bad for OpenSea that they had to reverse all of that, what they were doing to clients. And now that you can list and delist, it doesn't cost you any gas fees to delist, where it used to cost you gas fees to delist your NFT, right? Just as to, practicing the platform. The point, it was so bad, you can go online and just type in it. I'm not the only one who experienced it. So it's a complete scam, dude, a complete theft of people's money. You call
Sounds
it
like one of those things.
You call it like a smart contract, like it's legit, dude. Give me a break, bud.
Yeah, it is legit.
Hello?
It's
not legit. They're scams, dude. I got scammed $100. The smart contract did not say anywhere in the writing that it's going to come back and take $100 out of my account. Nowhere. That's why OpenSea said that I couldn't reverse it because blockchain's legit. It says, oh, it's reversible. You could go to the person who received the wallet and reach out to them, see if they'll reimburse you. That's the best that you can do. You have no way to reach out to that person who has a wallet. So it's a complete scam, and it's not decentralized, dude. It's complete centralized power. Whatever smart contract you make, you cannot contest it, you cannot fight it, you cannot do anything about it. So it's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, but you can agree to it or disagree to it, and the contents of which
so when you want to list an NFT,
are going to be visible to anybody.
Like cell phone contracts. When you ask your cell phone provider X amount, they don't disclose it, but it's in the contract, right? No. When you read the smart contract, it has to be listed there or not. They don't list the exact details, do they? Do you have access to them? Because when you go show me the NFT, when you go to purchase OpenSea, the exact detail, like a cell phone contract. Oh, this is just for listing NFT. This is all you have to pay. But secretly behind the works, there's something sinister going on in the contract that I'm unaware of. That's a scam, dude. It's not a smart contract. It's a straight out scam because it's not disclosed. It's exactly like a cell phone contract. Unless you're willing to read the contract yourself.
Exactly.
And maybe, yeah, but that's not in the smart. I'm telling you, the smart contract with OpenSea did not disclose anywhere they were going to take out the money from my account. So in other words, it was.
Then they wouldn't have the ability.
It wasn't just $100, by the way. It was just an arbitrary taking out every other day, $15 here, $10 here, $5 there, for listing one NFT. That makes no sense, bro. So that's why they said it was odd. That's what they said. Well, basically, did you give out your passphrase to somebody? Because they said they couldn't do that to my wallet. They couldn't go in and just take it out, $10 here, $5 here, like every other day. So I don't use that wallet, and I don't use OpenSea anymore. Because when you just list an NFT, and that's a consequence of listing an NFT, somebody can just take money out of your account, and nobody discloses that to you. That is a scam.
That sounds a little bit like Bankman Fried.
Yeah, but the thing is, if there's a smart contract, if there's a smart contract that allows them to do something like that, it's going to have to be something that's written into the smart contract.
Yeah,
otherwise they're not going to be able to do that. Otherwise, it's not going to be. They're not going to be capable of doing it.
Sounds like you're unfamiliar with listing NFTs on OpenSea and actually how to deal with, let's say, a Coinbase wallet and the procedure. Are you familiarized with it?
With doing that specifically, no. But I am familiar with.
Dude,
you don't know. Data.
Go show me. Go look it up. Wait, don't interrupt me.
Dude. No, I'm in the middle of talking, dude. I said one word.
Go look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up. You don't know what you're talking about. Please stop talking to me.
Let me finish.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Data, shut the fuck up, dude.
Respond, Data. Come on, man.
Yeah, the specific thing you said, no, but I am familiar with making smart contracts.
Coach, hold on a second. Kosha, hold on a second. Dad, I muted you, dude. You gotta chill out, bro. Like you already came in and just bulldozed me out of the conversation and carried it a different direction. I'm letting you run with it, but you gotta give room to talk. If you can't do that, dude, and just come back when you're ready to actually have a conversation.
And it's only 5 months.
I am familiar with how to make Solidity smart contracts, though, and what a smart contract is. So
you're not familiar with OpenSeas. You're not familiar with Coinbase. You've never signed a transaction. You do not know what you're talking about. I'm not disagreeing what smart contracts are. You're not listening. You're equating this one idea of a smart contract into my experience. I'm telling you, if you've never used OpenSea, you've never signed a contract, you will notice that it's not disclosed. Do you understand?
About it being disclosed or not. It's about it being rules, and if it's not written strictly in the smart contract, then the enforcing of which, like the actually automation or whatever got taken from you, wouldn't have happened. It has to be something that is already written in code in the smart contract in order for that to be something that they're even capable of doing.
And this has been a problem with OpenSea and Ethereum and people having money stolen from them. It's because it's not disclosed. If it is true in the contract as you suggest, which in this case it's not, they don't disclose it because I've signed the contracts. I've looked for the information in the contracts. There's some that you read, some that you can read in the smart contracts where you have unlimited withdrawals to your account. So yeah, there are contracts you can read. So that's why I'm familiar with OpenSea and Coinbase and why I had a problem and why I stopped using it, because it wasn't disclosed in the contracts. Do you understand that, Coach?
Yeah, I do understand. Like I said,
there you go, bud. So that's what it was. That was my experience using Ethereum. JP Morgan coin being scammed, putting $100 onto a site and then having a gas fee of $1,000 to take $50 out. Like, just ridiculous, dude.
I have a question here. How did they take the money out of your wallet if the wallet is encrypted and you have a key, if I understand this correctly, if you have a pass?
Thank you kindly. So this is my issue. See, with Coinbase, you have two apps. You have a wallet, which gives you a passphrase, and you have the trading platform. They're integratable. They work between the two of them. That's what I asked them. They said, well, somebody has your passphrase, because without your passphrase, you can't access the account and withdraw. You cannot do it, right? Well, they said, well, don't use it anymore because obviously it's compromised. That's the best answer they gave to me. Here's the funny thing. I had just opened it up. I had not put any passphrase online, none of that stuff. I had just put it up, put it $100 in, within a week later that happened. So I was like, that's why I'm not dealing with Ethereum, not dealing with this platform. So I investigated a little bit more to figure out what was going on. And yeah, so you have a lot of these Schneister program contracts looking for anything from just there's so many wallets created all the time because people are losing passphrases. So there's actually money on all these wallets sitting out there. Whether there's $2, $5, whatever, they're trying to harvest it. And if you think of if they think of all this money that's sitting at $1 or $2, it's just arbitrary accounts. Well, then that's how you build your node network too, right? Is by leaving these 50 cents here and $1 there of these different
data.
nodes.
Hold on, bro. You're just going on. That's not the question. The question is, how did they enter?
I'm trying to tell you that they told me that they must have had my passphrase, but that's impossible.
Okay, so that's the answer. So there's no need to go on and on. Do you think somebody compromised your password?
Impossible, because how so? Unless Coinbase already had a fault in their system. How so? I just signed it up. Exactly. I just signed it up. I just signed up for it. I just put the passphrase down. I went to one of those Bitcoin machines on the side of the street, did the little scan, put the $100 in or whatever, and then boom, there it is. Took like a half an hour, an hour almost. I think my first time it took like half a day for Bitcoin or something stupid. And then you just swap it, and then you have you send it to the wallet. They swap it for you from Bitcoin to Ethereum, and then now you have Ethereum, and you can go to OpenSea. You sign your wallet into OpenSea. So you have like an email address is your address to your Bitcoin. So when you open up your account, it's like the same principle essentially. And then now you got access to the OpenSea where you can list an NFT, right?
Do you think there's any possibility? So I was going to say, do you think there's any possibility you got a keylogger virus on your PC or something like that?
Well, you'd think that, right? You think that maybe be the case, but I didn't sign up on a PC. I just did it on my phone. And so if it was on my phone, then obviously something is, whatever. But because it's digital, so who knows?
That's well bad, isn't it? You know what I mean? You can't rely on.
Well, you're dealing with their system. You're dealing with their technology. I mean, this is BlackRock, Vanguard. This is all about that one node, the Web 3.0, where you exist as a node in the hive, and your node has all of your addresses, your MAC address, whatever you want to add, whatever addresses you've ever visited, wherever you've left your fingerprint, if you will, and that's your node. That's not fucking
whenever you're using the dApps and you connect your wallet to a browser, that's risky shit right there, which is what it sounds like you were doing. And also I've heard of people's wallets being hacked. I mean, it's not an impossible thing. You just gotta know what you're doing, really. I've never had a wallet get hacked. You know why?
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, that they said it was an anomaly. Because I asked them, I just started it. I just set it up. I didn't. There's nothing online.
Thank you.
I didn't put anything online. So how would they get my passphrase if it's not stored on a computer? It was
let me ask you. Let me tell you, Data.
I want to know why Germany never got hacked. My God, why Germany?
Because I know what I'm doing.
Who wants to go here? Because I have an important thing here.
Anyway, even OpenSea.
Hold on. Let me tell you something.
Even OpenSea said it was weird, right?
Oh, have you heard about the 17-year-old kid from, I think, Oshawa, Ontario, who stole from a wallet on a phone doing a SIM card swap scam? He stole $45 million. Have you heard that?
Yeah, no, but there was some kid that just recently got kidnapped. A crypto kid basically just got kidnapped, held for ransom.
Oh, I lost $40,000 to a hack.
There you go.
Scott Beach lost like 1,000 Bitcoin.
I lost. So this is going to be a little bit of a story, so I apologize. And I've told it a little bit before, but about 5 years ago, I was part of a scam, and I had invested about $40,000 into a scam that went to zero. And so I lost it all. And over the last 3 years, there's been an SEC investigation. The guy was arrested, the funds were recovered, and I've been getting emails for about every 6 months saying, you're going to get your money back. And there's little steps that you got to go through. So after about 3 years, I was expecting 20% of my money back. And I wound up and got 90% of it, 36,000 back.
That's a good day for you.
But there's a but. You had the option of either getting a check, or I could get it back in the original wallet that I sent the money from as Ethereum. Well, I chose that option. So I got it back in Ethereum from the wallet I originally sent it from. And it's a private wallet. It's not on an exchange or anything. And this happened, by the way, about 2 months ago. So a month later, about a month ago, at the 1st of March or maybe the end of February, in the middle of February, maybe. Anyway, I looked at the balance and I realized it was zero. And I'm like, wait, what just happened? I looked at the transactions. Somehow somebody had got my seed phrase and transferred all 40,000. There was 25 Ethereum in there worth about between 36 and 40,000. Transferred it all out, and you could trace the transactions, and they transferred it to one wallet, all of it. And then like that one wallet transferred it, part of it, to another couple of different wallets. And so it just sort of spread out from there.
Without your consent.
I lost $40,000.
Yeah, damn, dude.
And
it's like a sad version of Scott Beach's story.
Well, the weird thing that happened is within about 3 days of that happening, I also got a notification that somebody tried to log into one of my crypto accounts that was 5 years dormant. It's not even a project anymore. Nobody even uses it. I think it's been I don't even think it's active anymore. Somebody tried to log into that account. Somebody tried to log into my Binance account, which again, you can't even trade from the US anymore. It was the regular Binance.
It goes to show you got a backdoor. Did you do this on a cell phone or computer?
It was on a computer. And then the other thing is I got another notification from some other I mean, I got 3 different notices that there was a login attempt to inactive accounts that are all, I haven't even logged in 5 years.
Yeah, they ping all the accounts in order to make you phone them.
I wouldn't doubt this is like all stemming from like a major corporation that has like a ton of like insight into like personal information, like maybe like a Google or Microsoft, or like whether it be a software or hardware company, something big or major is probably responsible for that, dude. You know what I mean? That would be my guess.
Jeremy mentioned I did have a browser extension for that particular wallet. I think
MetaMask
through MetaMask, yes. And then I also a lot of that stuff I had a text file on my computer. I mean, most of it I have on a password keeper manager on my computer. It's not on a cloud one. It's on a database on my computer that's password protected. But some of it, just because it's easier to access than having to log into that, I just kept it in just a standard text file. And so I'm thinking maybe somehow, because
that's how they did it, bro.
Because I had it on an old phone from 5 years ago that maybe did get wiped or something. I don't know. I don't know how all that got out there.
If you had it on
we were talking about that just the other day, right? Extremists, tell me you did this, right? You had a code for your wallet or your pass, and you made an easy to remember password, like words in your head. Did you do that?
No, it's automatically generated. It's 12 random words. I didn't generate it. It's generated for me.
That's how they do it, bro. That's how they nail you.
Words.
But they're not random, they're words, bro.
Yeah, but they're not stored anywhere other than they're randomly generated. They're not like generated by some system.
Well, most passwords that you generate are stored in your browser, so they're on the internet. They're on the internet. They hack many people's.
Yeah, but like I said, he stored it on a file in his computer, so you know that's good too.
If that's what you think, fine.
I mean, like it usually specifically says to not do that. It says before they even give you your C phrase, you have to click on something acknowledging that you're not going to take a screenshot or store it on your device, rather than physically write it on paper. So, I mean, you kind of fucked up on your own accord.
I mean, it is. I mean, the thing is, I've told side story to that. My mother invested in the same thing, and she put 5,000 into it, and so she lost her 5,000. She got 4,500 back. She opted for the check back, so she got a check, and so she said, but
always ask for the check.
Do what?
Always ask for the check.
Oh, too late now. Lesson learned. What I should have done is I've had it in a private wallet, and there's always this argument on private wallets are better because if the exchange fails, you don't lose your money. Supposedly more secure because you're the only one that knows your information.
Private wallet. That's what's called warm storage.
Blah 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 blah. The other option is exchanges are more secure because they have more ways you can recover your password. Blah.
That's
so
called hot storage.
They took the 100.
There's arguments for both sides. If I got that again, I would probably move it to an exchange like Coinbase.
Cold storage would be your best. So you got hot, warm, and cold, and what you just explained was between warm and hot. But cold storage is usually the safest because it's not held on any exchange. It's like a USB drive. So it's literally.
Yeah, this was not on an exchange, but it's not on a hardware. I mean, it's just I've got the login. You don't have a hardware device with it either, and that makes me nervous because I always have this fear that hardware device will fail for some reason. Because I've had enough hard drives that failed and what have you that I'm a little nervous for that reason. Because there's no backup. That's the point.
I'm guessing you took all your money out of.
I get your concern for sure.
Do you still have money in gas and online?
I have about 15,000 left, 12,000 left in different exchanges and coins.
Would you not think it's better to get the check, put it in the bank?
That's not an option.
I don't
No
need
investments.
In there.
Check was from when he got scammed.
Well, technically, you could hire an attorney and said that you were under duress when you made the choice, and see if there's any argument for that.
Why would I do that? That's a lie.
Yeah, I know. I know. What kind of fucking defenses is that case gonna make?
Bro, you got 20,000.
Yeah, gun to his head.
You know, maybe he just had a Glover mindset at the time, and you know, it just wasn't very fair.
Now Glover is under duress.
Yeah, you were subjected to your environments, which was from the establishment that gave you a false indoctrination, which gave you a bad choice in your decision making. So
the
technically,
fuckers who deposited that money got it back. The fuckers who deposited got your ass back.
All you have to say is you were a vulnerable person.
Right.
Well, it would have been the government who retrieved the money for him.
Wait, but don't banks are they insured for shit like that? If that happens, if your money's in a bank, then like, dude, dude, it happens to me quite a bit. Like, not every day or every week, but where I get bullshit charges, like, just I don't even know where from, and then there's people trying to charge my bank where I don't even know what it is, and my bank declines it, and they keep trying it, like Crafty Threads or some fucking sewing kit bullshit. Like, I don't even know. And but the ones that get away with it, bro, my bank refunds it every time.
That's one of the pros. That's one of the pros.
I've never had a problem with my bank account. I've had a problem with my credit cards quite, a few times, but never my bank account.
Yeah,
one of the benefits of a centralized organization. That's one of the pros.
Somebody ordered like 29 pounds worth of fucking food off and I phoned the bank and I was like, this wasn't me.
It's not a benefit. It's not a benefit, Kosho, when they manipulate it with the quantitative easing and stuff. That's essentially what that is. Bailing out the too big to fail corporations when they were positioned to fail to begin with intentionally. I mean, it's another just scam tactic.
So how do you think Bitcoin and that's gonna last when let's say the BRICS succeed in decoupling from the US dollar? How do you think that it's gonna be handled? Like, because they say inflation is gonna skyrocket.
Yeah, you're gonna see everyone jumping into crypto like for their dear lives. It's a burning building, and they're gonna be jumping off the rooftops into crypto, dude, face first.
Time to start failing. I don't think Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's what Jim Cramer. That's what all these mainstream outlets are promoting. They're selling the.
If it's coming out of Jim Cramer's mouth,
if it's coming out of Jim talking, bro.
If it comes out of Jim Cramer's mouth, it's the opposite, bro. 180.
Yeah, we know.
The opposite of a Jim.
Exactly. Yep. You can use him as a chart analysis. Just play the opposite of what he does. But that's the problem. Is not everyone's going to do that. That's what I'm saying. So that's what's going to cause this artificial skyrocketing of Ethereum and Bitcoin, because that's what they've been selling on these outlets for years now.
The United States government will need what's called on-demand liquidity, which is only one coin that's been in operation for the last 10 years to facilitate it.
Yes, sir. Let's go Ripple.
Did you guys understand my question? Did you guys understand my question?
Go to the moon.
What's that, SE? Did you say
the question is when the US dollar ceases to become the top dollar, right, of exchange, because right now that's what's happening. Let's say the BRICS take half the business away from you, right?
Yeah.
What happens to the crypto? You envision your crypto not losing any value, or how do you envision that?
Tank.
What crypto is in comparison to the dollar right now? Because if anything, they're just going to digitize the dollar. The American dollar will still be around. It will be just digitized.
Yeah, but what's the value of the crypto based on?
USDC.
Well, if they go back to a gold standard, that would be ideal, right?
That ain't gonna happen. So next,
It has to. It has to happen. It has to happen because if other countries are doing it for their own digital currency, so we're going to like what's called a bipolar world, or what was it, multipolar world, where you don't have this apparent one world order that we had with this American dollar everywhere. You're going to have all other countries have their own currencies digitally backed up by the gold. That's what apparently seems to be coming to fruition. So you'll have a basket of exchanges, basket of currencies to represent the economy. So it won't be just $1. It'll be like a basket of 10 currencies to equal the economy.
Yeah, but so your value, your dollar, bro, your value, your dollar now is based on the supremacy of the US dollar. It's secure. Everybody puts.
Well, it's an oil, right?
Let me finish, bro. When times are hard, everybody puts their money in the greenback, right? But that's no longer going to be the case, right? So they're going to have another option. Put it in the green and the brickback, whatever that's going to be.
That depends, because once more and more countries accept resources not in the U.S. dollar, especially oil, then that's when the dollar goes to zero, right? But we're still probably looking at a decade for that to happen at least.
Okay, but like China just brokered a deal between Iran,
sure,
Saudi Arabia,
and Russia.
So those countries are going to sign aboard the BRIC train, and if that happens, and they get, let's say, India involved as well, Indonesia, all those countries, all the Pacific's going to probably follow through.
India is the eye in BRICS.
It was already answered, dude. This is going to usher in the adoption of ODL, like Data told you, which is on-demand liquidity offered by Ripple. So all of the cards are just falling in place, dude. Coincidentally, to usher in this new system being XRP. So that's what we're going to
see. That's going to be it, bro. I'm not so sure XRP is going to survive.
Well, I mean, you just haven't looked into it.
What is it based on?
You just haven't looked into it enough.
On-demand liquidity. So the value, it comes from the burn rate of it being used as a hold of value or a transfer money. So basically, between institutions, bank institutions, removing friction is what they call it in the financial world. Less friction means less cost, means instant transfer. But it's more importantly, you're missing that it's not going to be one blockchain to rule them all. It's going to be a whole bunch of them and a network system. And the idea behind it all is just like they're streaming music, just like they're streaming movies, they want streaming liquid cash. So the idea would be just like in China, you're walking down the street, you jaywalk, all of a sudden, ding, your face is recognized, they move the penalty from your account. That's essentially the idea behind it all.
Yeah, but what Dice Flow is saying as a protection,
you're interjecting your own opinions on top of.
That's what's happening in China right now. That's what's happening right now. You just look at this. Look at the system. Look at the system. The system is designed for it.
You gotta let people respond to you, bro. You can't just bulldoze people into like accepting what you have to say, man. Go ahead, SC.
Well, I was gonna say, what was I gonna say before Data came in? I forgot. To be honest with you.
About India and the BRIC nations.
China.
Yeah, it followed. Oh yeah. This is what I was saying. So, Dice Low seems to think that in case of the protection, right? If the BRICS make their own money system, you go into crypto. I get that, right? And Ethereum. But now that Ethereum is based on value, right? Now, if the American dollar loses, let's say 30% of its value based on inflation, based on the BRIC dollar, right? How do you figure that Ethereum is not going to lose value?
Well, Ethereum's already in question right now with the SEC. Like they're under scrutiny as being considered getting a backdoor deal. Like if you look at Gensler and the other two individuals that are in network with Ethereum at the head of it, they all knew each other prior to Ethereum's existence. So there's already some play at question with these guys getting a false green light, and they're going to get dragged into court, and everything based on the ERC20 could fail due to Ethereum's backdoor deal. So it hasn't came out into the light yet, but it's being kicked around with the SEC. So
yeah, they know all about it.
Next. Yeah, they're next to get dragged into court right behind Coinbase.
So CRTC is now, I think it's CRTC. I may be saying that wrong, but the not the Security Exchange Commissions, but the other one that's going after Binance now. So both of them are actually finally coming after the crypto world. So yeah, you're going to see hopefully a cleaning house. I'd like to see a clean house for sure. Get rid of all the scammers.
That's not the
Ripple's the
issue,
only
guys.
one.
You're not getting it, man.
As everyone's going into court, SE, everyone's getting dragged into court. Right now, the US dollar is the reserve currency for the world, right? That's what it's all propped off of. Right now, the BRICS is gaining power. The US sees that, and the US is responsible for the BRICS gaining power due to the stifling of innovation by dragging Ripple into court when Ripple already was the use case scenario to solve the crisis. So they stopped that from happening, which further empowered the BRICS. Now, as Ripple's coming out of this court case, they're going to be essentially the only legal crypto to have regulatory clarity, which is going to allow the institutional banks to adopt it and use the use case application. Once that happens, you're going to see a dramatic increase around the world with Nostro Vostro being liquidated, which exceeds over $280 trillion worldwide, far exceeding the world debt. So you can quickly see how that's going to solve the world's issues. Now, what's going to keep America as a superpower is going to be Ripple staying first plating due to all this irregularities in the system not being willingly perceived. But this is all coming to a head just in time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I hear you, bro, and you're definitely more knowledgeable in crypto than I am, right? You still didn't address the issue, though.
Can I ask a question based on your issue? Can't you trade, like, let's say, XR, or what's it called, XRP, in in like a Chinese currency or any other BRICS nations?
It's a bridge. It's a bridge currency. Yeah, it's the bridge currency. Yeah, interoperability.
So there's like, if the American dollar started to fail, like if the American economy was failing, I could see why cryptos would start to suffer too, because people with money in that market would, be probably taking it out. But if the American dollar was failing, I don't necessarily think that a specific crypto would, have to suffer. I mean, if people would just, if they have their money in crypto, for example, and they wanted to pull it out, they could just pull it out in a different country's currency, which would just be valued more than American money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why that would automatically be like a issue.
You think the value?
The issue arises when the American public no longer respect the authority.
So somehow you guys think the value of the crypto will not decrease or increase? You think it's some sort of safe haven?
No,
seriously?
No, it doesn't matter.
No. It depends on the economy in general. Like if the economy is suffering and there's panic going on, people.
If the dollar gets whacked,
some people might be putting their money in.
Look, I'm no economist, but
go up.
I was going to say, I'm not an economist, but picture tomorrow the BRICS announce, say 3 billion people announce they're going to use a different currency. In your imagination, somehow you think that's not going to affect the value of your dollar? Seriously.
Of course.
Even
Charlie Munger,
of course it would.
Even Charlie Munger says the US dollar is going to zero, dude. So Charlie Munger is like a financial guru. He's the one who helped, establish this capitalism.
Not zero data, but,
Yeah, he claims zero. Yeah, for sure. It's going to zero. So the idea to say, that's what I mean. We can't predict that 100%. I understand. But that's the idea, is that it's going there because there's going to be there's a power shift happening, right? So the idea it won't go. The idea that it'll be just a list of basket of exchanges for the overall economy. So
what were the ratios? What were the ratios, SC, that we listened to the other day? The U.S. dollar. Wasn't it like 162% to 1 or something?
Yeah, bro.
What used to be
I thought
10%?
it was 10. Yeah, I thought it was 10 to 1. Yeah.
Right. So you
Yeah.
can quickly see like the damage that's done. That's irremediable.
That's the fractional reserve lending. Is that what that's called?
Quantitative easing.
That's not a word. Well, no, he's right. It sounds like the, but you're talking about the amount of money that's on the, like, that they actually have on reserves versus what they have on their assets, because they have loaned out. They don't have the.
Yeah. In other words, if they have
for
$10, they can loan $160 or something like that. Crazy number like that. It's all monopoly, man. It's all a Ponzi scheme. That's all it is.
Right. So you got to detach from that, and the next best bet is crypto. I mean, it's remained fairly stable in comparison to what we see in every other asset class. And with that,
like,
it's also got promising increases to be had.
You can't buy
You're breaking up, man.
Breaking apart. Cool. Yeah, you have to basically be confident, though, that in any of these sort of, like I said, collapses or panics or whatever, while people are their money, their actual fiat currency is devaluing, that they're not also panicking and instead, like, at the same time, all trusting that the cryptos are going to be safe. But I think it's a kind of a difficult thing to hope for.
Well, people that actually have money, like in large sums, they're perceiving all this. They didn't work that hard to gain what they've got to lose it all. Like they're diligently looking into these things, and that's why you're seeing like money being moved around and shifted at in large amounts and stuff, and that's why you're seeing all this volatility. So,
but people with
just saying,
a lot of money, they don't they typically put their they transfer like fiat currency into physical assets or properties even, right? Because like actual land, real estate has you have a real physical value of something that's not going to decrease whenever the economy decreases. But I mean, yeah, it makes sense to have some of it tied up in cryptos as well. But I think that if there's like a big sell off, like a big panic with currency, that I don't think that at that same time people are going to also keep their confidence in crypto. They're probably going to panic completely and possibly take their money out of. If they're taking the money out of the stock market, I think they're going to take it out of and out of currencies. Even I think they're going to take it out of cryptocurrency.
I think you guys are.
What's your hedge? What's your hedge then?
Well, I mean, but the best bet is to, like I said, have a spread, a pretty good spread, but then at the same time also transfer your money to hard assets that can
such as land,
like property, gold, silver.
That's at an all-time high. That's artificially supported. I mean, I don't know, man. It's pretty risky.
You would think so, but I mean, when push comes to shove, you still have that property versus a currency that got deflated or a market that plummeted. Whatever.
I mean, unless you can eat your land, I don't think it's going to do you any good.
So you said it's price.
Go show. I swear to fuck, if I hear cowbells, I'm gonna say this. You know what this thread needs? More cowbells.
Isn't the Bitcoin based on what the dollar amount is at the current time?
It's not tied to the dollar.
So Bitcoin. Let's say you own 3 Bitcoin, right? And they're worth, let's say, 75,000, right? So now, let's say the BRICS announced their BRIC dollar. I wonder if they're going to call it the BRIC. Let's say the BRIC comes out tomorrow, right? And the American dollar devaluates by, let's use a conservative number, 20%, right? What do you think is going to happen to your Bitcoin? It's going to go down by 20%.
More importantly, I see.
That's not how that works.
More importantly, I see once Americans find out that most of the mining, in fact, the primary mining is happening in China and Russia, that you're putting your money into rigs that are being mined in China. So once Americans find that out, that'll be a big issue for Bitcoin.
So if a company tanks has gone, like tomorrow you wake up, it's not there, and your $25,000 isn't there anywhere, do you still believe that it's because there's a circumstance?
Everything stayed equal. Like if the only thing that changed was this BRICS nation and the dollar devaluing, like if that was literally the only thing that addressed it, there wasn't like a panic or anything like that.
No, not even address
the
it.
crypto.
Right?
Hold
No.
on.
Right.
The Bitcoin, what the Bitcoin by value increase in value. If
so
everything
as
else
we
stayed the same,
from the
like if there wasn't any other reaction.
Right. So as we've seen from the $100 example, is that they can take your money anytime. So if Hangman Fried says your life saving is here, and he disappears, and everything just goes to zero, what repercussions do you have? What regret? What are you talking about, bro?
You have to have your money in assets. You have your money in assets to have the asset.
In your ass? Sorry. Gojo. Hello?
I can hear you. I'm just waiting for you to speak.
You're very, very loud mic in there. You're like,
P-Mac, you remind me of Sean Connery merged with Bad Santa. And I don't know, man. You just
be careful.
That's okay.
I got in trouble last night for calling him Irish or for calling him Scottish. So be careful.
Don't call me fucking. You can call me anything. Don't call me some.
I don't know what Sean Connery is, but
he's Scottish.
James Bond, bro. You know the fucking James Bond? Holy shit, bro. Where you been?
Yeah, but he's dead now.
Yeah. Very good. Very good, God. Last year.
I'm usually good with accents, but I can't pick his off. What accent is that, bro?
My accent?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck figuring that
out. Is it Welsh?
Yeah, maybe. You know. Anyway, all I'm saying is don't put your fucking money in crypto. You're dumb. You're a dumbass if you do, because tomorrow you wake up and everything's gone. It's all numbers on a computer, right?
So that's all fiat is anyway, bro. You don't think fiat's transferred by numbers on a screen from the central bank to the national banks, from the world banks? I mean, it's all digital anyway.
Yep. No, you're right.
But with that being said, I already see fiat and the traditional systems designed to fail. Why would I want to stay in a hopeless battle when I see the great potentials to be had with crypto, being it's a new asset class that we haven't seen anything new like this since the 1600s, and now all of a sudden it's like you want to hand wave it. I mean, I don't know.
I got something new. How about living life? How about forgetting about how much money you make? Put it in the bank, yeah, sure. Do what you want to do, right? With it.
I don't know, bro. I've never seen anybody frowning on a jet ski, dude. So, you know, if money doesn't buy you happiness, you know, I don't know what to tell you. But I understand it's not all about money, but it takes money in order to have security. And if security is going to increase the quality of life, then that's what's required. So
it's funny you should say that. As I was walking to my car, today, I thought about money don't buy you happiness, and I thought about how good it would. Is that Coach again?
It was a minute ago.
Coach,
go ahead.
Could you lay off the fucking mic, bro? I'm trying to. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm trying to connect with people here. Yeah, no, I walked. I thought money don't buy you happiness. And I remember that Andrew Lloyd Webber's son, 46, died of cancer. It don't buy you happiness, but it fucking helps, right? There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, don't see it as the devil. It's it's a tool and it's good. It's happy. All right. That's the way I look at it.
So, like, once you have the basic necessities of clothes, shelter, and food, money's not gonna buy any more happiness after that.
Well, unless you're into sex, if you're into having sex, and you can buy lots of prostitutes and stuff like that.
I think both you and me can get that, Coach. That only counts for people who can't get it.
I like that.
Or what about the original argument where we take our wealth and move it into creating a community of like-minded individuals, so where we can live the kind of life that we want to live without the overarching oppression from the oligarchies.
That sounds
You
good.
like an investment with your fellow buddies?
Yeah, like invest in the quality of life for a community and the future of that community, rather than just individual, prosperity.
So do you charge people to come in? You charge them like 50 grand or what?
It's not necessarily like a buy your way in thing, rather than what can you contribute and how well can you live within the paradigm we create.
Like already the elite kind of have planned, like that's what I've always imagined. Like there is like a overarching secret entity, like let's call it the Illuminati or something, right? Or the whoever. Yeah, they have like this ability. They have a lot of resources and a lot of money. In their mind, like what they're doing would be altruistic to kind of take control of everything and then try to direct the world into whatever they think is best for the world. Like in their minds, it would be like an altruistic goal, kind of like the same way you're talking about, like where they're trying to build a better society, and just using their resources to do it.
It's yeah, but they kind of created a better society internally from themselves, external from the actual community at large, and that's kind of the problem. It's one-sided, and we're talking about a greater community for all, right, rather than the 1% within it.
Would it be a greater society even for those people? Like in that greater society, would it include the people who are currently?
It wouldn't be set up for sociopaths, right? That want to have power over others. Like it definitely wouldn't be set up that way.
You know what you'd want to do? You want to talk to Jin and team up with him, because he's got the whole Gintopia, where by revolution you can make these things happen.
No,
it's going to require a fight.
No, I'm far from that. I'm far from that scenario. Yeah.
I like talking to you guys about this utopia ideas. Like he's got utopia ideas. Jin's are the funniest, but oftentimes in talking about these things, we find out how unrealistic or like contradictory, not contradictory on his face, but I just mean like the means to acquire it, and then also the what it turns into are sort of counterproductive to what they're claiming to want to achieve. Because you got to think like it's hard to have a society where everybody's equal and but work still has to get done. Then at that point, there's sort of like a mandatory labor thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The smaller the community, the harder the struggle for sure. But I think if everybody was kind of whistling to the same tune, like we would have a lot less time to work and more time to enjoy the fruits of our labors.
Yeah, what Jin's solution to that is like if people are not whistling to the same tune, they just get sent to Slackers Island, which is like a re-education camp that you had mandatory 6 months. So it seems almost like in that reality, it's like a more totalitarian government than what we have, like certainly. Yeah.
Sounds like Australia.
Which kind of is a success compared to what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a prison colony. They're actually a successful country now.
Right. They only burn it down every now and and then just to reform it.
Well, the birds are wreaking havoc. That's so funny. They went to war against birds like twice, and then their
Damn, angry bird.
wildfires.
Did you win?
Yeah. Their wildfires are supposedly caused by birds. They lost both times.
Hey, just a question. Change the subject here. Do you think they're going to bring back asylums and mental institutions? Because it appears that that's what they're going to be doing.
God, yes.
Sounds like you're trying to merge birds with craziness, i.e., the dodo bird, and be careful with invoking.
They still have asylum.
Right. What about the birds with the black and white? There you go.
What about the one who flew the cuckoo's nest?
Yeah. What about that one?
Bird in UK is a really sexy lady, so those aren't bad birds. But yeah, if they open up asylums again, I mean, I hope it's just in Canada and nowhere else.
Listen, if they open up asylums in America, there'd be no room for anybody else. Like, it's like everybody would fucking have to go there, right?
I think America is an island by definition.
I guess
something like that.
I guess the joke is if you remove all the in California, you've got fruit, nuts, and flakes. And if you remove all the fruit and nuts, you just end up with all the flakes.
Yeah, fucking sea of insane asylum.
If you guys pay attention, Kosho will tell you how he's going to remove all the useless eaters. Go ahead, Kosho, tell him.
First of all, I never referred to people as useless eaters. Okay, not me. That's not my assessment or anything like that. When I brought that up, we were in a discussion about like a central entity that is giving people like universal basic income, and that kind of society. What I termed as useless eaters is going to be a term that it's going to be very much on their balance sheet. So if you have a control system like that, where resources are given out to everybody freely, then that's going to be something that they're going to have to balance on their ledger. Is the people because that's going to be a variable in that equation, is the number of people that stuff's given to.
Yeah, but there's useless eaters right now, though, Kosho, right? Right now, there's useless eaters, right?
But you see, this is what their goal is with the digital economy, is that it pays for this useless eater. In other words, once the automation is set in place, Bitcoin or Ethereum, the idea is that it will be transactions between machines. And machines would make this money, pay taxes on it, and then therefore the taxes would pay for these non-useless leaders. So that's the idea of transferring the work that a normal person would do through the idea of the AI doing it. That's what their plan is.
But how are they going to round up? How are they going to round up all the useless eaters? That's what I want to know. Go for
it. It's a question. It's a question.
They don't. They just make them sick with. They make them sick by removing protein out of their diet, real protein like animal fat protein and stuff, and they supply it with insect protein, and then people will just get parasitic and.
Gadrick, it's a question of resource, like the amount of resources, whether it's food or land or whatever, and the amount of people. So if there's an overabundant everything always at all times, then yeah, there's never a problem. It's when it's like musical chairs. Musical chairs, like the music stops and there's one less chair than the time before. Would you
equate that to be like,
which is more realistic?
Would you equate that to be like the turning 80 every 80 years there's the musical chair dance?
No. I equate it to any natural scarcity. Yeah, any natural scarcity.
I don't believe in natural scarcity of any resource.
Scarcity is controlled, it's fabricated.
In Canada here, apparently we have more resources than anywhere in the world. So where would be the scarcity?
I'll give you the biggest scarcity tactic on the most abundant resource that everyone is still under the impression of it being a scarcity. How about that one?
Diamonds?
Oil? Did you say oil?
Yeah,
there's so much.
Fuel,
there's
oil,
so much.
yeah,
Exactly. There's so much kerogen. There's so much kerogen that it's 100 years plus of kerogen still available, even with a growing population.
Well,
I think there's a scarcity in oils.
Did I say hundreds of years? I meant Sorry, go ahead.
Under the impression that it's a. I was just saying, everybody thinks that it's a limited commodity based on the fact that it's naturally created through the breakdown of biological entities stuff. But there's nothing really to support that. Even like when you look at how life emerged and the fact that oil is one of the base requirements for life, it's a contradiction in itself. But nobody really questions that. They just go on with propping up their fiat through petrol dollars.
Well, I was saying, like, I don't think that there's a scarcity in oil, but there's certainly. I think there's certainly limited. I think it's certainly limited for sure, based on what you just said.
No, absolutely not. No, you're crazy, bro. It self generates itself. It's crazy. This idea that the
how does it do that?
Well, by itself. I mean,
how?
Well, for for like 100 years or 200 years, they've been sucking oil out of the ground, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Where does that carbon come from?
Carbon?
Yeah, where does that carbon come from? There's carbon in the oil and the.
Well, it's it's all dinosaurs. You see all dinosaurs? They all decided to die together in one place, and so that's why they call it fossil
chicken
fuel.
or egg paradox.
I mean,
if the creation of carbon is based on life and life is based on carbon, then which came first, the chicken or the egg?
So it's not the creation of carbon. It's like, for instance, like coal. Coal's a better example. Or coal, the trees existed in
coal is not oil,
and they weren't decomposed, because there was nothing to decompose them, and that carbon that was in the atmosphere ended up in the ground because of that. So something
you asked where does the carbon come from?
It takes it from the atmosphere.
You can hear me, Kosho? You asked where the carbon comes from, right? Well, there is a water cycle the same way that. Yes, I understand. There's a water cycle the same way that there's an oil cycle. Okay, there's all this biological plant in the ocean. It gets pressed into the walls of the earth and it gets compressed and separates, and the oil separates from the water and it rises up. So there's an unlimited amount of oil. It's replenishing the same way that water comes from a stream or anywhere else.
Yeah, but you do realize, Riggs, like I already stated, oil is a base necessity for life to emerge to begin with. So if that's one of the components to have life, then how can it be that that's the byproduct of life?
Carbon.
It makes no sense.
We have
okay, so for instance, the trees, for example, will take carbon from the atmosphere. So there's carbon in the atmosphere. They'll take it from the atmosphere, and then they get buried in the ground without being decomposed. That carbon is now stored from the atmosphere. It's in the ground. So in order for coal to be replenished, it would have to be recaptured from the environment and then stored underground.
But that's coal.
Have you seen?
No. I was saying carbon in general at that point. In general, for it to be captured in that way.
Well, how many biological entities are in the ocean? And what percentage of the world is the ocean?
Yeah, but again, all that requires oil to have its.
Do you know why the oil to begin with? Do you know why the oil leaking is such a sham? Is because the amount of oil that seeps into the ocean naturally every day blows in comparison to any oil spill that we've ever seen on the surface of the earth.
Shut up. Really?
You better believe it.
Well, that's just man fuckery, bruh.
Well, anyways, anecdotally,
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example in Athabasca in Alberta, the 1800s.
Hold on, I thought I was speaking.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, maybe I'm quiet, but yeah, anecdotally, I did work in the oil field for a while, and the higher ups will tell you that they all refill. Well, most of there's, ancillary branch. If you think about the structure of a tree, there's going to be trunks and then there's going to be branches, right? So the trunks refill, the branches don't always refill. That's all. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, but that's the question: is how does that refill? Because you're talking about the life that's in the ocean. When they die, there's other animals in.
Hang on. Benedict, you have something to say about Alberta?
In Athabasca River, there is a natural oil leak that's been going on there for over 200 years. It's just been seeping out of the ground, all natural habitats. It's been there, no harm to the ecosystem. It's a complete natural event. It's nonstop. It just gives you an example of it's uncontrollable. Man cannot control where oil seeps, where it seeps into. And then when you dig further, there's these things exactly like that you see right in Athabasca River. There's the same things that exist inside besides large bodies of water. You just can't see it. And so they're constantly seeping oil into the ocean all the time, every day. And the point is, it's not an eco hazard. It's an actual edible product, oil.
Yeah, you don't have to boil to explain the natural.
I mean, what I mean by edible is it's edible by the environment that it's being released into.
There you go. What now?
It's actually it's a food for mycelium, so it's a fungus food.
Oil is a mushroom? Are you fucking crazy, bro?
See, I don't work in the oil fields, but I was doing some research on climate change, ecology, ecosystems, and history. And the demonizing of oil is really interesting because it's actually the one of the most fuel efficient products that I've seen in technology. Even when you all these flat earthers claiming free technology and hidden energy or hidden, it's just all bullshit. This product that we've been given by the earth has multi layers of purposes. In fact, our whole household, our couches, our TVs, our everything is made with the byproduct of this product.
Well, it's almost like water and weed and air and dirt. It's almost like it's everywhere.
Yeah, interesting, right?
My God.
Yeah, but that's the question still stands. If life is required to create this, which is in my paradigm, especially life that existed sometime in the past, and it has to be stored in the earth. Otherwise, it's just going to be recyclable. Like if it's an ocean and animals die and they're eaten and they die, that's not going into the ground to be stored as oil. That's just
it goes to carbon anyway, though.
I'm sorry, Kosho. What was your point?
Dyslow was saying that it was a prerequisite for life in general anyway, so it had to exist before the byproduct.
Yeah, in the atmosphere. And the atmosphere had a lot more carbon in it before it was captured by life forms and stored in the earth.
Before what?
That's another story though. That's the carbon that was already in the atmosphere. But at the stage now, there's carbon that's under the ground. There's a carbon that's in the atmosphere, and there's carbon that's used by the life forms on Earth. And so, the carbon that's coming from the ground, though, in order for that to be replenished, it would have to be getting into the ground somehow by the life forms or from the atmosphere. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is how is that replenishing happening?
Atmosphere. I mean, would you agree that things can flow through the earth?
How so? What do you mean?
I mean, do you agree that there are channels underneath? There's water channels, there's oil channels, there's all kinds of different sedimentary layers. I mean, you're basically saying that even though something is landlocked, you're kind of like raising the question as if it's not possible it could be filled from. Like I'm in El Paso, Texas. Everyone knows this, but like I'm like maybe 8-10 hours away from the ocean, like San Diego, but the earth is large enough that I think that it could have channels underneath the ocean where biological matter gets pressed into the earth, into these channels, and then it separates as it heats up, and it separates into its different elements and items. Like I think things are constantly refilling. Like where does the filtered water come from underneath the earth? Where does it come from? Well, it filters through the earth. It flows through the earth.
Somebody made a point about a week ago, and they said that more water gets absorbed into the earth than is displaced from the interior of the earth to the exterior. So, like, I don't know how that whole process works. It is kind of fascinating, but what's the point we're getting at?
Well, it would kind of have to be true. It would have to be true because where are we getting all this plant matter to create the oil? I don't think it's like just dead shit from millions.
You think
a process happening today, like akin to the water cycle, for an oil cycle? There would have to be.
Yeah, but what you just stated though about the there's a two-way street like that comes up from the earth like the water does, like from the springs and from the oil fields, and then the problem with that is I agree that it comes up from the earth, but in order for the life forms to become compacted into the earth, this is a function of time. Like, it doesn't happen like instantly or anything like that. It happens over long spans of time where they can be packed down into the earth, like you said.
Well, here's another thing here's another fun fact that throws off your whole timeline is the fact that if oil is a necessary requirement for life to begin, and coming from the Big Bang model, right? Like, the whole exterior surface would have had to have taken millions of years to cool down to create the conditions required for life to even emerge to begin with, which throws off their whole evolutionary timeline.
That's correct.
It doesn't? Oh, that's not correct. That's not correct at all.
Yeah,
it is. It was about a billion. It was about a billion years. A billion years after the Earth formed is when I think the first life started.
How many years?
But about a billion years.
You would have to establish that billion before we could even entertain it.
Yeah, this is a James Tour.
Well, I mean, I'm only entertaining Daislow's. I'm just entertaining Daislow's criticism.
Right. Okay. So
it's not mine. I'm just regurgitating James Tour's argument, and it's a good one.
And what? Say it again.
James Tour.
He says that there's a contradiction in the timeline due to the fact that, for one, oil is a necessary antecedent for life to manifest, and that oil and the surface of the planet would have had to have taken a long time for it to cool down to create the conditions for life to begin, let alone the fact that oil would have already had to have been present for life to begin, which contradicts the fact that oil is a byproduct of biological substances. It's actually a necessary antecedent for life to begin.
Oil doesn't have to exist already, but the carbon would have to have been present in the atmosphere in order to have been captured by the plant life. Which is the claim to begin with. So it's captured by that, and then stored. And that's what changed the levels of it, basically.
What does it take for life?
I don't know. He's the world's leading synthetic chemist, so I would kind of take his word over yours, but that's just my
opinion.
Oil is necessary for lube, guys. It's an essential.
Appeal to authority,
you can't just have water and rock.
Appeal to authority, a good one. But yeah,
appeal to authority. That's a fallacy.
Well, I guess put me in the Glover Club. Fuck.
Fucking Glover. What's wrong with you, bro?
Appeal to credentials.
When you say that oil is a requirement for life, I mean, it's clearly you mean carbon, because oil is not a requirement for life.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Yeah, you might want to look into that, dude.
Yeah, but you have oil in your body, Your body has oil in it right now.
That's fine.
You'll be dead.
That's fine though. But what plant life? Like what do they use oil for?
Are we plants?
No, but plant life would be what the other life, or like our life, like animal life, is based on.
Plants have oil. Plants have oil. Humans have oil. Everything has oil that's alive. So that's the point.
I don't know
so
if you want.
The point is not the point that Daiso's making.
We can watch the first 5 minutes of his video and see what he's saying if you want. I can't remember verbatim, but I can pull it up if you want and we can play it.
I think I've seen this guy's video, but you pull it up. Because when you said he's a leading chemist, dude.
The origins of life. Yeah. All right, let me see it.
He's got a big. Hold on, dude. He's got a lot of arguments against abiogenesis, if I remember correctly.
If you're a carnivore, you're eating fat, which is oil.
Listen to me, dude. That's not the claim. The claim is that oil is required for life, is what was expressed by Dysel or somebody else.
Oil is an ingredient.
It's not oil. It's not oil that's required. It's the carbon. It's the carbon that.
Lipids.
Show me life for that oil, Coach. Go.
I'm sorry. That was funny. Lipids.
Lipids are fatty acids, are they not?
Yeah, they're also found in oil, but.
Dude, you just blew your evolution theory out of the water, bro.
No. We can do that by ourselves. It's easy. Wait. It's very simple. It's very simple. Billions and billions of years. What has been here billions of years?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right.
Go.
I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on, I had technical difficulties going on.
Well, we have 5 Great Lakes in America, so and the water stays constant, so it doesn't go down. So it's consistent.
Right. So I got it. Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah, if you share your screen, will you just also post the video?
Yeah, I'll do that too.
There's no global warming happening in the Great Lakes.
Tides, bro. Get the tides right. So Great Lakes have no tides. What?
That's true.
Okay, they do. I'm sorry. They do. Waiting for.
I said yes, they do. Yes, in the Great Lakes, there's tides. It's just not. It's not measured. It's not measured daily, but they've taken studies over the course of a year. And
let's just cut the chase here.
Are you
All right. Are you watching? Are you watching my screen, Kosho?
Trying. We're not seeing it yet.
You're not seeing it?
I am, but I'm not gonna be able to watch it. That's what I'm saying. We post it too.
You can just watch the first 2 minutes. Just listen to the first 2 minutes.
The door, I'm saying. Yeah, no, but he's been getting. Okay.
What are you looking at, Kosho?
Almost there. Blue bar, top of the screen.
All right, where's Jace?
Do you know what would be easier? If you just think on YouTube.
P-Mac, we're watching something, bud.
Sorry, I don't see it.
Can you please not?
Hey, Dicelo, could you mute your mic? Thanks.
Yo, what's good? What are you guys doing in here? Mic check.
Watching a video.
We are watching Dicelo's stream.
Stupid video.
Dicelo, can you pause for a second, please? Yeah. Snacks, you just left the stream, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a stupid video? I think you said video, right?
I got the gist of it. He's saying that spontaneous biology doesn't happen, can't happen. That's what he's saying.
Well, that was a small segment of it. He's going over the origins of life, and he's just showing how little we actually know when you dive into the mechanics behind what it's to be expected for life to emerge to begin with. Like, given the most basic necessary antecedents for life to manifest, he's saying it takes such conditions and in such a short period of time. Science today will have you under the assumption that given amount of enough time, these things will happen. And he's saying it's to the contrary. Degradation of the base chemicals that's required to create these necessary amino acids to even begin to create the most basic bacteria, which would be the most basic living entity, being that it only has 256 genomes or something rather, or sequences.
Yeah,
so there's a synopsis.
Yeah, from what I've got is
tragic.
Okay.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yes, that's a tragic mischaracterization of it.
Okay. Well, sorry, I gave you a brief rundown from my perspective, but yeah. So I don't know. Who was the other guy? Was it ASIC? ASIC, what were you saying?
It was me. Yeah, I could follow your summary, and I think, and from the passage I listened to, it was not really long, but that I think he made pretty clear that the overall thought that this big time intervals might be helpful for what they are trying to explain. That he tried to explain that this big time intervals may be rather detrimental for the formation of life, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The what? What are you saying? The what is detrimental?
What he's saying is time is not in your best interest when trying to explain the origin of life. It actually works against you.
Yeah, that's not true. Any way, shape, or form.
Wait a sec. So I don't know if you still have the patience, Dicelo, or the bandwidth to maybe share again the video, as Jace now joined, and I think J Ace didn't watch the stream before, and maybe we could go step by step if J Ace has the patience as well, and we might pause the video when you got an objection, right?
I can't watch the stream, but I'm very. I understand the argument, this topic quite well.
You don't have to watch. You could just listen, and then when you have a discrepancy, I can pause the video and we can kind of analyze what your discrepancy is if you're able to do that.
Well, they said they stored these molecules, and the molecules would degrade over time, is what he said.
Yeah, but that's not true at all. We can store molecules for almost an endless.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
He actually does. He does these things, right?
He said chemicals.
Yeah,
I thought he was talking about molecules.
Molecules are chemicals. Molecules are chemicals.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm just using the terminology he used, so I don't know if there's another little underlying feature there that would differentiate molecules versus chemicals.
Whose video is it?
James Tor.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, I know all his. He's made literally a fool of himself in the academic field. I've seen I've seen some of his videos. I've seen his arguments. None of them are good. None of them are valid.
I mean, that's subjective, but can you address the arguments at hand?
It's not subjective. He's made a fool of himself in the chemistry world.
How so? When he's the world's renowned leading synthetic chemist.
No, he's not. What the hell are you
Yes,
talking about?
Yes, he is.
James Tour is not the world-renowned leading synthetic chemist. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Okay, well, his awards say otherwise, but anyhow.
Like what? What award does
I don't
he have?
know.
He doesn't have a Nobel Prize.
Okay, is that all there is to
He has like one or two of the basic like awards you get for working at a university. Ooh, wow.
What's his name?
James Tour.
James Tour.
Tour.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
this
Google.
Yeah, Google, being the arbiter of everything, says that Elias James Corey is regarded by many as one of the greatest living chemists.
Yeah, but he's not Elias James Corey. He's James Tour, and he's made an absolute fool of himself in the academic world because he makes silly arguments that are all incorrect and wrong. He just leaves out complete areas of science like systems chemistry, and autocatalytic chemistry. All of these things that are huge factors in the origin of life that he just ignores. And he pretends that you can't make proteins in water, even though I do that like all the time. Like, none of his arguments make any sense. None of them are valid.
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying. Your mic sounds horrible.
To be fair, just scanning over the wiki page of James Tour, I mean, I can see where you're coming from, Jace. Like, from hearing your talk, etc. in general, but he still has a section of awards with sources entries at his wiki page, which are still considerable. For example, he got a prize from the Royal Society. He was named amongst the 50 most influential scientists in the world today, etc., etc. So I think he still has, or he might have, I don't know the English word, but he seems to be known in the world of his topic.
It sounds like he has game. Do you deny he has game?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like, right, I'm not going to just spout my credentials.
Like, you don't have any of that shit, right?
Well, actually, I do, but not the same exact awards as him, but I have my own awards, and I work in the field of biochemistry and molecular biology, which is much more relevant to the origin of life than the molecular machine field of chemistry.
Your mom telling you how special you are doesn't count, Jace. Let's just make that clear.
Go ahead, Royal Society.
I have an award from the Ivy League University. I have an award from so what is the deal? He doesn't even work in a relevant field, whereas I do.
Yeah, so maybe we could agree then that it's irrelevant to even consider the credentials, and we might go into topic specifics where
that's what I was saying, but you had to bring up his fantastic awards.
Yeah, because by
someone's jelly.
No, it's just that a little search. I'm not trying to like just play the antagonist here, but just a little search suggested not really what you were saying. So I thought it was interesting enough to bring that up. I didn't mean to refute anything you said before, or so. I just wanted to bring that information in as well. And since we seem to agree that it doesn't really matter, we might go into topic-related arguments and share those with each other instead of those, trash talk.
Oh, you mean subjective biases? Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Well,
yeah, sure. Give me a topic.
Well, we had a topic until you kind of said that wasn't good enough for you. So that's why we're trying to see where criticism lies, and if you can express that or articulate it. We're talking about the origin of life and the fact that you guys can't even recreate the most basic life form, even if given the necessary components. You don't even know how to structure them.
Yes, we can. Again, that's a lie. Kosho's posted sources of people building organisms. I've posted sources of people building protocells and protobiotes.
Well, that's contrary to what James Storr is claiming.
Lying.
What would be his incentive to lie?
We're analyzing somebody's perspective.
I mean, you accuse him of lying. Like,
let me
what's
clarify.
his motivation?
You're repeating James Torr's lies. Sorry, it's not you who's lying. It's James who's lying, and you're just eating it up.
What specifically is he lying about, and what's his motivation for doing so?
That we don't know how to make these both molecules and the basics of organisms. All of that's a lie. I've posted sources, even in this chat, and Kosho's posted sources. There's been people who have observed protocells being formed in both labs and just out in natural conditions in the field from non-living regular molecules.
So is it okay if you
the whole autocatalytic cycle occur that leads up to self-replicating molecules, which then eventually leads up to RNA being encapsulated, which leads up to protocells, protobiotics.
Okay.
All
not
that's
like
been observed.
Jace, not like I don't want to give it to you, but is there like citation possible for these, like, you're making it sound like it's commonplace science.
Just search my name in the chat and the word protocell after it, protobiont, and you'll see the articles that I've posted here. I can't do it right now because I'm driving, so I can't go looking for articles for you. But I gave you the way to find them.
Well, I guess I was just maybe looking for something like one specific case. If you could talk about it, would be good.
Yeah, David Demers is a American researcher who did work in Australia for a while and in America, and he observed in specific lakes or rivers. He observed basically RNA being encapsulated, but the whole process starting from precursors like ammonia and methane and CO2 and water. He observed those becoming more complicated biomolecules like amino acids.
We're talking about prebiotic.
And those being encapsulated by lipid vesicles, which then form into protocells. They have a genetic code. They're able to self-replicate. Anything you'd consider a basic organism. He's observed that happening right out in nature, and both in the lab.
Okay. And Dyslow, like, what were you saying before about lipid creation? And how was that, like, was that part of this case?
Yeah, like it was all based on a prebiotic state and how you have to have these I forget the actual term. He called them like homeo whatever the fuck, but basically they're these components that you would have to assume emerged from a state in a avid inertial state of being prebiotic. So in the beginning, right, prior to life, we're talking about the origin of life, so you have to consider that.
Right, because like Jace is saying that they could observe it, but he's saying observing lipids, but how are we getting lipids if they're not from living things?
Well, you missed the whole beginning of what I said. From precursor molecules like ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, water, things like that. Precursor inorganic molecules.
All have shelf lives.
Yeah, on the order of millions, if not billions of years, dude.
No, more like a week, bud. More like a week. They degrade after about a week.
Water doesn't degrade after
we're not talking about water. You said ammonia.
Ammonia doesn't degrade after a week, nor does methane, Nor does carbon dioxide. What are you talking about?
Well,
no,
like
it
I
doesn't.
said, you didn't watch the video.
I don't care, dude. I'm a chemist.
That's the problem.
I've stored ammonia and methane and
so
water
if you
and
watch
carbon
the beginning of
dioxide
the
for
video,
way longer than a week.
He says chemists aren't pervy to this. This is grounds for synthetic chemists. You're working with pre-established chemicals. We're talking about the creation of chemicals.
We're talking about
life.
prebiotic chemistry.
Yeah, but I'm saying your invested interest doesn't fit within the conversation due to the lack of understanding. Only a synthetic chemist would be able to talk about these topics, and he addressed that in the beginning of the video. If you want to go back, I can start the video over, and you can start laying out and addressing your discrepancies. You said you're a chemist.
Organic. I'm a biochemist, and I make synthetic organic molecules that interact with biomolecules, aka drugs. I synthesize drugs and vaccines. Like, that's what I primarily do as a biochemist.
Well, then you shouldn't have an issue going over the discrepancies that he's laying out in the argument.
I have been. They're incorrect. Ammonia and methane, water and carbon dioxide, and those things don't have a half-life of a week. That's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I think he's talking about maybe the kinetic energy within them that's required to create the van der Waal positions to have life emerge.
That doesn't mean any. That literally
that's what he said,
mean
dude.
Anything.
That's
van
literally
der Waals is a type of interaction between molecules. Kinetic energy is just the energy of the motion.
And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the connection of the chemicals to create life in such a way. That's what you have to have. You don't have these things in a prebiotic state. All of these things have to be conditioned and organized. The components have to fit together in such a way to where you start getting the RNA, DNA, liptoids, carbohydrates, and all these things that are necessary to have life. All have to have the van der Waal interaction as well as kinetic energy within the chemical itself. So if all that has a shelf life, oh my God, bro, you just know it all, bro.
Dude.
Okay, we got it.
Every molecule has van der Waals interactions. Like, what?
Yeah,
what
and all that has a shelf life. Anyways, dude.
I mean, the thing is, Daslo, you pointed out that Jace wasn't qualified to talk about this yet. You've got a lot of information you're putting out. What are your qualifications?
I'm regurgitating the arguments that James Torr is putting forth, as I've already stated, and he addressed in the beginning of the video that there's a significant difference between synthetic chemists versus chemists at large.
Okay. Synthetic chemists have nothing to do with biochemistry and the origin of life. James Torr works on molecular machines. He does nothing that involves life in any sort of way. Nothing that involves the molecules that life uses. He's doing molecular machines. Those are not amino acids, proteins,
not even true.
nucleic acids,
he does do
RNA,
nanotechnology.
DNA, lipids.
Only a part of it.
None of that are the molecules that life uses. He has nothing to do with biology. He's not a biological chemist.
So again, you're only furthering my point. So you're making false assumptions on a lot of things, and he's
you're
pointing
just wrong, dude. You're saying these molecules have a half-life, and that van der Waals interactions have a half-life. And that's
you're wrong, and your source is wrong. That's what he's saying. You might as well say "fuck you" and the horse you're riding on as well. Just throw it in there. All right. Well, I can see you've had some like pre-existing prejudice against this source anyway, right? That'd be fair to say, Jace, that you had a working knowledge of this individual's work.
Well, he's paraded himself. He's paraded himself and made a fool of himself. That's why I know about him.
Like you already said, the guy isn't the leading this and that, and he's frowned upon within the academic institutes. You said a bunch of falsehoods that were corrected by ASIC, and then you're going on to make more false scenarios.
Because Jace, I'm just an idiot, and I'll listen to you maybe for a minute until I check it myself. But like,
chemist. He works on graphene molecules. He's not the world leading chemist. Like, what are you guys talking about?
Another.
But he was highly touted it.
He's just a chemist. Technically, I work at an Ivy League university, so I would be more world renowned than he would be. He doesn't work at an Ivy League
so
university.
you're actually helping his case to say that you're jelly of him. But if it is so that you're just as qualified as
why would I be jealous of him?
It's almost like you're saying you're just
you
as
guys
equally
are
qualified as James Stewart. And you might be.
His
I'm not touting shit.
And I'm more qualified than him.
I know, which is why I'm listening to you say. Somebody else refuted that with Wikipedia. I'm just here talking to you. It's whatever. But all I'm saying is like you did have
this graphene chemist is more qualified than all the biochemists and molecular biologists. And
well, what do you make about graphene organically? I mean, do you work with that? Like,
graphene is not an organic. Graphene
is
not a biological molecule.
Carbon is not, right? Okay.
Carbon is, but graphene is not. Just because a molecule contains carbon doesn't make it a biomolecule.
It is just a form of carbon. It's a form of graphite. It's not any difference. Graphitic oxide, just carbon oxide. Carbon and oxygen are found organically next.
Yeah, but amino acids have a different structure than graphene does. Lipids have a different structure than graphene does.
I didn't make either of those statements, though.
Your body doesn't use graphene. Like, just because it uses carbon and oxygen doesn't mean they're the same thing.
I was just meaning, like, do you have any like assembly? Do you assemble graphene? Would you know how, like, putting together a structure like that might work?
I know how to get graphene, right? You take graphite and you can use the tape method to peel off layers of graphene.
Yeah, those tiny little.
There's a lot of ways to skin a graphite cat, though.
Yeah, we get that, Jace. Is it explosive or not? Is the process explosive or not?
No, taking tape to lead
That's not what I asked you.
Is not explosive.
That's not what I asked you.
I don't know. Go ahead, tell me. Is it explosive? I don't work every day with graphene. I work with organisms and biological molecules.
So you don't know? Okay, that's all you had to say, man.
Yeah, I'm not claiming to be a graphene chemist, a molecular machine chemist. That's not what I am. I'm a biochemist.
I thought you were a synthetic chemist.
Yes, I also do synthetic chemistry because I have to build organic molecules. Because I have to build organic molecules that interact with proteins and other biomolecules to see where the interactions occur on the protein, to find the active site of enzymes, things like that. So yes, I do dabble in synthetic chemistry quite often because I have to build those molecules.
You said you build organic compounds?
Yes.
Isn't that a contradiction to the definition of synthetic?
How is that a contradiction? I synthesize organic molecules. Would you prefer me to say it in that way?
Extracting is a lot different than creating.
No, it's not.
Does your music sound like Kraftwerk?
Is a molecule.
So, do you create or do you extract, Jace?
Which one do you do? If I make
are you just a glorified orange juice?
If I make lysine in a lab using chemical reactions versus extracting it out of a food product, it's the same molecule. It doesn't make any difference. The NMR is the same. The crystalgraph's the same. The electron microscopy is the same. The way it interacts with the proteins in your body is the same.
I don't know, man. Sounds like
it has half the calories.
Sounds like you synthetically created something when trying to slap a falsehood organic label on it without any substance to support the label you've placed.
Well, synthetic organic chemists develop these molecules all the time. If you want to tell them that they're different than molecules they can extract from nature, be my guest. None of them are going to take you seriously.
Sure thing.
I would even put a bet on it that James Tor would even tell you that that's wrong.
I don't know. You seem to define a lot of his thoughts, but yet know very little about the guy when pressed.
Well, the entire chemistry field knows a lot about him now. Thanks to him, he likes to parade himself around and make a fool of himself. So we do know something about it. He shoved it in our face. So,
to be honest, though, it sounds like you're taking secondhand allegory in lieu of valid information that you've sourced yourself through the, what he said verbatim. Like, I highly doubt that you've actually listened to him long enough to make sense, being that, he pretty much disregards what you're saying, and you guys have a very big disagreement. So, but I really don't think that you understand the argument and that he's putting forward. I think you only have a secondhand interpretation of it, and it's led you to believe that, science understands more than they really do.
Well, apparently, James Tor is catching a lot of shit because there's hit pieces on YouTube about him.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got to understand these guys he's calling out have great investors.
People in the field, like he'll send you emails.
He responds.
He parades himself around, man.
Yo,
yeah, he responds. You can email him. He'll respond to you, dude. Like, that's
no. He cold emails. He's cold emailed people in my research team. So, like, they weren't asking for him to email them, but he does, because he likes to claim that he knows more than these guys. So,
well, then maybe just take the time to hear him out, dude.
So it's like personal beef.
I've seen his videos. I've seen some of his videos. I've seen some of his lectures. He likes to make fun of Nobel
it was horrible, though.
He likes to make fun of Nobel Prize winners. Everyone in chemistry is aware of James Tor.
I just watched 20 minutes, dude. That contradicts your Steelman. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. But whatever, dude. If that's what you want to believe.
What Steelman?
Your interpretation of him and his position. That Steelman.
What is? You haven't told me his position other than some molecules have a half-life, and I'm trying to say that ammonia and freaking carbon dioxide have a half-life.
These are only little small arguments within a larger argument, being the origin of life to begin with. He's saying that science can't recreate life. They can't even recreate, let alone the building blocks for life, but the life in general at the smallest minute level, being like the most basic bacteria. That's what he's saying.
Well, that's wrong
argument.
I have a machine in my lab that synthesizes DNA and RNA. Right? I don't even have to do it myself. We literally have a machine that does it. But you can also
and then he goes into
synthesize pyrimidine and purine nucleotide bases. I've synthesized amino acids. So this saying that we can't make the molecules of life is just fucking ridiculous.
Well, I mean, given
right? And
given
then I
what,
told you about the protocells and protobionts, and it's not just David Demers who's done this stuff and witnessed it. People have done it in prebiotics, different kinds of prebiotic relevant syntheses and conditions too, not just observing it just happening in nature like Demers did. So those are why what he's saying, Dyslow, is a lie. That's why I'm saying that, because he's wrong.
I don't think you have objective. He's wrong because you have, Jace. You have a subjective encounter with him. Like, it's hard for you to depersonalize yourself from this experience, and therefore I'm feeling like possibly you are jelly now, which is terrible. I don't want to reach that conclusion.
Why would I be jealous of someone who's wrong?
I was hearing Tor say that you can't do what Jace does for a living.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's hard to not already, if you already have your mind made up about a certain person, it's hard to like objectively filter the information if you've already deemed it to be inadequate. And therefore, like, what do you think about like revoking people's degrees?
I had no idea about this guy until he paraded himself around. I didn't make up my mind. He made up my mind.
Some kind of activist chemist. Is that what he is?
Yeah, he's like a preacher.
Okay.
He's like a preacher.
Fair enough.
Another example of someone that's gone to school, gotten degrees, and is still utterly clueless about their discipline.
Should they revoke his degree, guys?
Well, hold on.
You smart
He's
guys.
not. He's a perfectly fine molecular machine graphene chemist. Like he does good work in that field. He's trying to step into another field, the origin of life and biochemistry,
The religious
which
side of things, correct?
Yeah, and he's got no qualifications in that field, yet he's making some tremendous claims.
It's not possible to make these molecules, even if we were given the molecules, make the structures, do anything. It's all beyond his imagination. Really understand it well enough at that level. Kind of like a mechanic. Kind of like a mechanic that doesn't know how to build, like to make an engine block, but can certainly put the engines together and tune it.
Somebody said my name.
Yeah. Do you think it's more likely that J-Ace is lying to us, or that that guy's just wrong?
I would trust James Tor over Jace, not knowing him very well or intimately. But James Tor is,
James Tor better?
Well, he's a public figure, right? Like his face is showing. Like he's not hiding behind a Discord, thumbnail. He's actually out there. He's at Harvard campus. He's doing interviews and he's doing talks. I mean, he's active.
Is he making money?
He's making money, making a lot of money.
Is Harvard making money because of him too?
I would assume. I mean, they've got him on the campus giving talks to their students and stuff, and debating their professors, and their professors are actually agreeing. Their professors are actually agreeing with him more than disagreeing. So it seems like.
So it would seem that if Harvard had a problem with him, they would strike him from the campus. They wouldn't allow him to taint their students with his.
If I were to take Jace's interpretation, yeah, I would never see that happening. I would see him being actually hauled off campus, but instead they're welcoming him. So
when not if Jace is head of Harvard chair, I think he'll make changes to Harvard. Go on.
Yeah, I'd love to see this James Tor visit to Harvard. Go ahead, post it.
Okay.
Hey, do you know who Frank? Do you know who Frank Dukes is, Dyslow?
Sounds like. Oh God, what was the other character's name? The kickboxer dude with the long ponytail.
Steven Seagal.
I just watched that. No, I watched a video on him in Bloodsport. It was the starts with a T. Anyways, yeah, I know Frank Dukes. I don't know the real Frank Dukes, but I know the.
No, the real Frank Dukes. He was a legendary ninjutsu practitioner. Made a lot of money.
Yeah, and got his back broke or something, right?
No, it was bullshit.
Oh, okay.
But he made a lot of money lying to people who were gullible. So
yeah,
there's a lot of money to be made by snake oil salespeople.
Yeah, but you also gotta remember there's a lot of money to be made also in perceiving the masses. When you can prevent people. Yeah, sorry, deceive the masses. You can when you can get people to be under like false pretense that how things work, right? And then stop people from being able to create innovational technologies that'll supersede your technology, which you've made a lot of money on, such as the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and stuff like that. Then yeah, you're going to make generational wealth. And like, why would you not do that if you're in a position to do that? And it's kind of like, seems like what human nature does, right? They try to profit off the masses, and that's what they've done. And we're trying to create new things and perceive things in a different way. to get away from.
Mistaken, aren't the Carnegie? Don't they still have scholarships to promote innovation?
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like a controlled opposition in the sense that they're seemingly trying to promote innovation while seemingly stifling it to keep their monopoly going.
Well, what about this guy yesterday that what's it was bringing up? This guy Mir. I mean, that clearly is not credible. Clearly not mainstream science. Nobody subscribes to it. No one, and everyone says it's not even closely remotely possible that there's this relationship between gravity and electrostatics, because they're related in some characteristics, but they're not related.
How is this relevant, Zanuck?
Well, just going after these, you're giving the credibility of these people that are writing papers or that are speaking. This guy's video, this journal in modern physics, and you start looking at these sources of these journals, what they actually are, and if they are actually scrutinized or peer reviewed, and they're not.
We're not talking about armchair warriors, and we're talking about bona fide people. We're talking about bona fide people that are relevant.
Listen, die slow. You are the masses in this case that's being duped, not JAs. I might have fallen for it too.
Well, this whole thing,
the other way.
That's why I started bringing up this guy from Constantine Mice. He's, National Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, CEA, GIF, or whatever, France. I mean, in this Journal of Modern Physics, that seems really legit, right? It has citations. He's got references. He's got references all over this thing, but it's all bullshit. It's the biggest bunch of bullshit article I've ever written or ever read.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kent Hovind.
I mean, but Whitsitt gobbled it up and says, "You see, all these words you guys said were just garbage." And
well, he was dunking all over you today, Zanuck.
This is just your subjective interpretation, Zanuck. I mean, like, we're going right back to your guys' personal incredulities that are being casted onto other people's alternative views, and it just seems too repetitive.
The bullshit you were saying before is your subjective interpretation, bud.
No, it's
just
not.
to inform you.
Yes, and JACE has a more objective standpoint to evaluate it. You do not. I do not.
I'm not giving a subjective interpretation. I'm literally repeating what the guy's saying and questioning the mainstream narrative. That's all I'm doing. I'm weighing with my logic, which makes more sense. Jace or Dr.
You
James
and I
Tour?
You and I don't have enough knowledge to evaluate his knowledge. We're not expert enough in his field to see if he's bullshit. JACE can spit out the bullshit.
Well, I mean, you have a point in the sense of like overcomplicated topics, but that's kind of the other counterpart, is that with simple common sense, logic, and rational understanding, you can quickly see and root out where bullshit lies and where truth is, and differentiate.
Die slow. I've reglazed over 300 windows in my life. Can you, in 2 or 3 questions, tell if I'm telling the truth or not?
Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. It all depends on how well you explain yourself, and I mean, and how subjective I'm gonna criticize your interpretation of your explanation.
But if you said that I was lying and Jay said, well, I kind of know Brad more than I know you, I believe.
I know you're lying. You know how I know you're lying? Your lips are moving.
Because I'm talking.
Yeah.
That's usually a good indicator.
Guys, I'd love to continue with you in an hour. I gotta go for an hour or so, but if you're still here, we can continue then.
Yeah, I don't know where I'll be, but I think at some point it would be fun to watch the video and pause it in between and just kind of go over the discrepancies you have with it. I mean, not that I can argue for James Tour any better than he can himself, but at least we can see where you're coming from versus his, and then let the audience make up their mind on.
Yeah, sure.
you're actually doing.
I think you're roboting. Check it.
Thanks, Gio. Hey, Jace, you there? Jace?
He left. What's up, Zenik?
I wanted to ask him. You know, a lot of this stuff that we read is, it's very technical, and I'm not a part of this. I just got to talking to Gio about that in private. But it's interesting that they have a lot of technical jargon, a lot of the words we all understand. They're all slung together, and they may be talking about something that could be revolutionary. They could be just, complete fiction. A lot of us, we have knee-jerk reactions, and not my knee-jerk reaction by looking at and knowing how these things actually operate. Quantum mechanics level studies of gravitation, as well as Coulomb or electrostatic laws, and this makes not a bit of sense to me. But it might be, and if it's framed in a different way. I thought someone like Jason, who has a pretty strong physics background, might be able to listen to one, sentence there and say, "Oh yeah, why this is bullshit," or maybe, "Oh yeah, it's possible." It's always interesting to talk to smart guys that are in those fields or related to the fields to have to say about these type of papers and these ideas and these theories, rather than someone like me just saying it's crackpot. I know it's a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be in everybody's best interest to have alternate options to possibility, rather than willingly limiting ourselves to one particular narrative and saying that there's nothing possible outside of that. I mean, I don't see the advantageousness to hold on to a personal belief and biasy, rather than trying to get to better efficiencies of innovations and allowing that to reach the common person, instead of being locked up in some archive or within a laboratory, never put to application.
But you did identify why it's beneficial for somebody to dupe the mass. In this case, it's Tor, who's making money from spreading a lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's your assumption, I guess, but
no, it's my conclusion based on what J.A.'s has been telling you for the last hour.
Okay. Well, if J.A.'s told you to jump off a cliff, what'd you do?
No, because he's not an expert in cliff jumping. But if you told him, which you did, that he can't do what he does do, that's just wrong. That's not his opinion, that's factual.
I'm not saying he can't do anything that he says he's doing. I'm just saying maybe he thinks he's doing something different than what he's actually doing.
Then how is he getting results then?
Well, maybe the results are inconclusive due to the fact that they're not fitting within the established parameters that we laid out, with being in this inertial prebiotic state to begin with. So when we're talking about taking
inertial prebiotic state, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? You use big words that don't mean anything in context.
Actually, it does. You're just not aware of it. That's all.
Inertial prebiotic. What does that mean?
That means that. Prebiotic? Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, can't you just say prebiotic?
Sure. And what do I mean by that?
The same thing as you mean by inertial prebiotic, isn't it?
Okay, so we're gonna scoff at little things here, and you really want me to carry a conversation with you? You think I'm gonna entertain that? Can you hear me? Can you hear me or not?
I hear you.
Yeah. So we're talking about before life existed, and we're talking about chemicals existing in a state before life existed. and those base chemicals being the compounds and components to make up the manifestation of life.
Are they base chemicals or are they compounds?
Fundamental base chemicals, yeah.
So not compounds.
Well, however you want to define it.
I want you to define it the way you want to define it, but you're contradicting yourself in one sentence.
Okay. I'm not trying to get into a pedantic argument with you, Chucky. I ain't got time for that.
No, I'm not trying to get in one with you, but you said you're talking about the base chemicals and then you're talking about the compounds. Which one are you talking about?
Either one.
Which one?
I'm going to back out of the conversation. You seem a little hypey.
Yeah. Wait for the paint to dry, then you can walk to the other corner.
What's that?
I said, wait for the paint to dry, then you can walk to the other corner. Zanuck got it. It wasn't really meant to be tricky.
Was I supposed to laugh or something?
No.
Hey, that paper, I'm still fixated on this paper from yesterday. Still there, Slow? I know you're more on the electric version of things. So what does it mean when someone says that we draw big G and having that be the same for matter and antimatter, but the gravitational forces should be repulsive between and antiparticle masses bear naturally opposite signs? Doesn't mean anything.
That would almost be like the charge of electromagnetism.
But that's repulsive or attractive depending on the charge. Gravity, it's always an attraction.
But they're with impulsion, so mass repulses mass.
He also said the equivalence between Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law results naturally.
Yeah.
How does it naturally result?
Yeah, I think it's almost like he's substituting the term naturally for similarly.
Yeah, we have some characteristics that are similar. They're not related in any way, shape, or electromagnetic quantum vacuum. Is that a thing? Electromagnetic quantum vacuum? It appears to be the natural link between quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, technology, and constitutes the basic steps toward a unified theory. I mean, I know they've been talking about that. Is that really a logical progression? By linking these things that don't seem to have links to one another? You're breaking up real bad.
Is that better?
A little better, yeah.
It's a hard handoff between, or I guess a soft handoff between the two towers here that affects data. The non-call. I don't know what you heard, but I was asking why do we think there's only one fundamental force? Why can't it be more than one?
Can it be what?
Why can't it be more than one?
Yeah, I know. It's a human instinct just to kind of not to compartmentalize, to put things in one big solid lump because we don't like little pieces everywhere. We want to be. We think that everything that is complicated should be able to be simplified.
Well, that's kind of my argument with light. They say it acts like a particle and a wave, but it just acts like light, which is contrary to our boxes.
So why can't it just have different properties? They say it's an oxymoron or logic or reasoning, double speak, but it just makes sense because that's what observe it to do.
And it is complicated, just like evolution, right? I mean, we say in evolution, a species can never give birth to a different species, which means that my parents go back, have always been Homo sapiens. But that's not true. Right. But it is true. But it's a paradox, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's not a line; it's a gradient.
It'd be nice if we all could be right, just okay. God did this. Mastermind, the ultimate genius of all. Just had the map, had the formulas, put it all into play, and it just works.
I guess that's why so many believe in God, because they can just say God done did it.
Right.
It's easier than melting your brain trying to figure it out.
I know. Well, just the fact that we can't make life on our own. We try, we really can't do it. We haven't been able to spark something, which is interesting.
But I think Jay is saying we kind of can.
He's gotten close. He said he actually can't get something to actually be living. Have all the ingredients, but have we been able to make it actually do something?
Yeah, but there is a power greater than ourselves, and that's called nature.
Yeah, that's true. They can call that God if they like. It's like Shintoism.
Shintoism just appeals to nature.
Well, it has everything's a god of the sky, god of rock, god of this, that, and everything's a god. It's all just nature. It's worshiping nature.
Yeah, so that's almost like the Native American.
Yeah.
See, those ones I can buy because it's pretty much just without saying nature. It's saying nature.
We don't really understand it. We know it's something. It's not us, so it's nature.
Yeah, which and we try to understand it. I think it would be boring if we didn't have anything else to figure out.
Right.
The good news is we'll never be there.
No. Especially not here.
I heard this as a kid attributed to Einstein, although I'm not a fan of his, that at one point he said, everything that could ever be invented has been. But I think that was just wasn't that an old wives' tale? That's not true.
Well, they said that, remember they were going to close the patent office, right? Well, everything that's going to be invented has to been invented already. Let's just shut it down. Gone so far, we're done.
Maybe Einstein, or not Einstein, Edison might have said that because he was an arrogant prick and he wanted to be known as the greatest inventor of all time.
Right. Yeah,
I don't know. You're a little bit older. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen it all. I'm definitely lean toward this Shintoism type of philosophy, and but you want to call it a religion. It just seems simplistic. It acknowledges it, almost humbly acknowledges that you don't know everything, and we don't really pray to these as gods, but we just respect them and try to respect them in a way we lives.
Are you aware of Spinoza's God? Spinoza. He was a 18th or 19th century Dutch Jew, or he was born a Jew, became a monk, Jew, I guess, and then became a philosopher. And he had basically a philosophy, theology, that the entirety of the universe and all the known forces and laws were all collected into what he considered to be God, including every living thing and every inanimate object and all that kind of stuff. And you can call that pantheism, I guess. Now, but I think that a lot of scientists, especially when they talk about nature, like it's really just that, like you said before, like nature is.
I think they're kind of really related. I mean, in a lot of ways, because that whole idea of this.
Can I add something to that? What Kosho just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a quote from Albert Einstein. It's a telegram he sent to Rabbi Herbert Goldstein, and that was reported in the New York Times on 25 April 1929. And he said that, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the harmony of all that exists, but not in a God who's concerned with the fate and actions of human beings." Yeah, just wanted to add that.
Kosho. Sorry, who's never heard of him? Well, and I think Sagan probably was similar, right? He said he believed in a God, but was very nebulous about what it was. And I think at other times he's been called an atheist.
Yep.
And who was the German or Dutch person that was just speaking? I didn't recognize your voice.
That was me.
And sorry, what's your name? I can't look at my phone.
ASIC.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised I never heard of Spinoza's God until today. Or forgot it. Well, ASIC, I have a question for you, ASIC.
Go ahead.
And let's say you're on a train.
Oh no, that already starts really weird, man.
Oh no, you haven't been here for a couple of days?
Yo, we're on a train. You're on a train.
Oh no.
Oh
yes.
shit.
Oh yes.
I was joking. I didn't know you were here. Fuck.
These guys are stumbling and stumbling the whole way through this train thing. Okay? It's over. SR's done. It's over.
How long is this train?
It could be 5 feet or 1,000,000 feet. It's irrelevant.
No, it is very relevant.
It's not relevant.
What color's the train?
What color's the train? What's the guy? What's the guy wearing? Who's driving it?
Yeah,
I know.
Is he left-handed or right-handed?
I know. It's super important to know.
Yeah. Can you say if Bombardier made the train? We know it doesn't work.
Jeremy, question though. I've heard of the letters, but I never heard you bring up the actual original question.
Regis, you cut out a little bit. Say it again. No, you're in a bad spot, bud. I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Is it me or him?
Dude. You fucking simpleton. You, man.
Kosho, you're roboting too.
Jeremy.
Oh, wow. It's everybody but you, you big fuck. Listen, dude. You to goddamn, excuse my language. We want you to freaking explain your train thing. And it's really, there's 4 of them, Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy.
Regis.
Jeremy.
There's 4 fucking train things, and they all suck.
Oh.
Why'd you ask him to explain it?
Okay, you're on a train. Okay,
it's all your fault, Chucky. You brought up trains, dude. This is all blamed on you.
It was a joke.
You're getting a warning or a ban or something. I don't know.
It's too late.
I deserve it. I deserve it.
I mean, at one point there was a novelty to the question when it was referring to the 40 mile per hour light, just because it was an interesting way to think about what happens in that situation. But all the other versions, the stakes ones, the stakes is the fucking one that I hate. Okay, it's already been answered, dude.
Stakes on a plane.
I did have
on a train, dude.
Stakes on a train.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it is an interesting thing. I mean, with speed of light and the way you guys claim it works. So it does seem like Jeremy is onto something with the
but there's no way to test it, and there's no utility for whichever answer we have.
Well, no, there is, because
he's
there could be there could be ways to test it. I mean, the practicality of some of this would need to be discussed, but
if we're going to talk about it, can me just say it one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay, we spent $7 million to buy 5 locomotives, so I don't think you want to buy a bunch of trains.
Regis, you broke up.
Well, they did. Yeah, you're still cutting up, Burgess. They spent $7,000 on the test where they tested both general and special relativity time dilation, and verified it. So $7 million in trains. Yeah, on the planes, they spent $7,000 on that test. One of the most inexpensive scientific validations.
These trains only go 50 kilometers per hour.
Thing is, Jeremy's been given. I've made simulations of this like an idiot.
Hold on, Kosho. This is a real simple thing. If you throw stakes down, if you're on a train and you throw one stake down on the floor at the back of the train, and then another stake down at the same time on the actual ground outside the train, okay? And then you do the same thing in the front at a later point in time. It doesn't even matter how long the time has been, an hour, a second, a millisecond. Whenever you throw that down, that last stake down, and you measure the stakes, they'll be different distances apart. I gotta go. I'll be back later, maybe in a little bit.
We're saved.
No, but here's a problem, dude. Here's a freaking problem. By the way, the conductor, you're right, it's simple, dude. And the conductor of trains, simple this shit is. And, but it's so easy to explain, dude. You're describing an event using components from 2 separate reference frames, and acting like that's a contradiction. Acting like the contradiction you result in is somehow meaningful when it's just incorrect.
Dude, it doesn't matter from the reference frame.
Analysis
from the reference frame on the people on the train with their clock, they can see how far they went. That's not the thing you're talking about. The problem is not a problem, because that's how we do. That's how we travel all the time. You're on a plane. You got a clock on the plane. You're like, oh, I went this fast for this amount of time. I traveled this distance. That the people on that reference frame can go back and see the actual distance they traveled with stakes in the ground. It's not the thing you're bringing up is not a thing.
Why would the stakes be different?
Because it's not the stakes that are different. In this example, it's the clocks that will be different. But in the example that you just said, Jeremy, that's a valid point that you made. However, in the speeds that we travel at, like when you do the Lorenz transformation for time or distances or anything, they're irrelevant. So, when you fly in an airplane or you're driving a car and you're testing to see how far you traveled, and you're using the clock in the car, but the distance on the ground outside, that's not invalid. But if you were going fast enough, that would become invalid.
Which people would be different distances?
Stakes would be the same distance each time, but this in the reference frame of the train, that's a different distance.
Well, it seems like Jeremy's not able to be at his mic. Plus, I don't know. Maybe you guys should do an event. You know, the train event, and then you can go all in.
I think people might get the wrong impression, dude. To be a bunch of dudes just show up with their shirts off, getting in line. Like, oh, it's not that kind of train event, dude.
We'll call it the human train.
Okay.
Spell train right. Don't forget that A, or it's going to be really weird. I. Don't forget the I.
Human train.
Well, let's say that's why I get in the real long train. We have the real long train. That's 1 light second. Super long train.
Yeah, then we get Zanuck talking about his long train and Jeremy about his big clock.
Big clock, long train, they finally meet. It's a shit show.
Just the tips.
Come on. So, Kosho, you got the 1 mile long, you got the 1 light second long train. And it travels for 1 second, 1,000 miles an hour. But you also shine the light inside the train from one side to the one end to the other in 1 second. It takes that long to get there. Where do these stakes end up on the ground? Is it?
You didn't mention stakes.
He was put stakes at the bottom of the train. That's the Jeremy scenario.
Yeah, but now you're bringing light into it.
Go ahead, Regis. I think your connection's good now.
I'm just saying, now you're bringing light into the scenario, which kind of confuses me with how it relates to the stakes.
Well, we know it. We know it takes a second for that light to travel from one end of the train to the other.
Yeah.
Train.
So when that's why that's what, put down.
I know that's what's kind of throwing me off with it too, because I feel like this, like measuring the speed of light with stakes in the ground, seems like not the way to measure the speed of light, because or the propagation of light.
You could use sensors. You could use Obviously, you wouldn't do this with stakes. You would use some kind of sensors.
Yeah, but the sensors have to use the speed of light to even sense, to even send the signal.
Yeah, but if you timed it out right to where instead of the stakes hitting the ground, it's the sensors sensing the spot on the ground they've crossed, you'd have spots on the train and spots on the ground where the sensors hit, where you started and stopped the light. My broom is moving. I'm going so fast.
No, but honestly, yeah. If you had a target, let's say you had 1 billion targets that were all every point along the surface of the ground, and also on the train, and so basically when the light gets to that target, it reads it or whatever, and so basically what you would do is you'd have the light travel from one end of the train to the other end of the train, and then you would note the position or the target that's outside the train that that light also reached at the same time as it reached the end of the train. And you'd obviously end up with 2 different distances, because one's along the train and one's, basically the distance that the front and the back of the train had traveled at that time. So that distance is longer. And what ends up happening is the clocks are different.
What if the train was traveling faster than the speed of light, and then you turned on the beam that the train is carrying? What the hell would happen to the light if it can't carry momentum?
Yeah, that's like
you travel backwards.
Like if a car was going at what they call the speed of light, and then if you turn the headlights on, what happens?
Yeah,
it travels at the speed of light. The light travels at that's the whole point of the whole thing. Is that the light travels at the speed of light from that frame.
Behind the source.
It doesn't do that though.
Can't trail the source.
Yeah, I know, because it's not. That's not that's not the thing that's proven.
Well, he said the train
it's not the time or the distance.
He said the train was going 1,000 miles an hour. So what do we do this?
Wait. Hold on. Zanuck, come on. Hold on. Kosha, what was your explanation for that?
I'm saying at those velocities. So if you do fractioning, that's like a percentage of the speed of light, 1%, 50%, 75%. What happens is the speed's not added together. It's from that frame, from the train's frame, the light is going at light speed. Actually, this is true at any speed. So even at 50 miles per hour, the lights coming off the headlights of the car aren't going 50 miles per hour plus the speed of light. They're going the speed of light
that's
from that
my
frame.
point. So that's my point. Yeah. So if the train that's moving faster than the speed of light turns on a flashlight or whatever that's traveling with the car, what's the light do?
Well, that train's already traveling back in time, so it doesn't matter. The train's that's what the train's doing. It's traveling back in time.
What did I miss?
He's talking about just superluminal trains.
This is where time.
What does it traveling back in time? How does that help?
This is where time dilation and length contraction come. Two different reference frames.
Length contraction doesn't really help there. So how does time dilation?
If, the speed of light, if the train's going at the speed of light, time is stopped for that train. Stopped.
He says beyond. He says beyond the speed of light, though. He's saying this train goes faster than light.
That's a nonsensical. If we can't agree with some of the basics, we can't.
Okay, at the speed of light, then. I mean, this is a thought experiment. But go ahead.
Time. How about we just go back to the basic that I was bringing up earlier? We have this very long train, 1 light second long, and the train goes 1,000 miles an hour, as Jeremy indicated. So we're going on a train track in this big, huge planet that's almost the size of, whatever. So the train
and it happens to be a vacuum. Yeah.
The train's going 1,000 miles an hour on these train tracks on this surface that goes on forever, hundreds of miles. It's millions of miles long in itself, but the whole thing moves at 1,000 miles an hour relative to this train track that's on a fixed surface. And the light shining from one end of the train to the other takes a full second to go from one end to the other. So the train travels for that 1 second, 1,000 miles an hour, 1 second. Which is
Zanuck, real quick, you now concede that the stakes would be a different distance.
Wouldn't the total distance be?
Because he just changed the parameters so that the speed of the light
wouldn't the total
of travel would be the same as the length of the train. So he just totally changed it around to where the stakes would be the exact same in both scenarios.
You didn't see.
He's just being disingenuous.
This is what happens when you interrupt someone. It makes a shit show, and you got to. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's not going to be the same spot. I'm saying you got the train. It goes 1,000 miles an hour. It's going to be traveling on those tracks for a full second. So we know it moves that distance. It's 1,000 miles an hour in a second. That's 1,700 feet. I don't know, something like that. Let's say it goes 1,000 feet. All right, goes 1,000 feet. But the light went from one end to the other, so it moved the entire length of the train plus the 1,000 feet. So it should be that spot on the ground should be 1,000 feet further, right, Kosho?
Kosho.
So I'm putting up a shoe rack. But yeah,
focus on this, not your shoe rack. Okay.
Just so you know, you have been hot micing. We hear some drill noises and stuff, so your mic's kind of open.
You can hear that?
Yeah.
But Zanuck, doesn't that assume that the light is traveling faster than the speed of light by you saying it'll cover the extra 1,000 feet? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that can't be possible. It would length contract, right?
Right.
Something would have to be contracting to
by
keep it.
Some super low fraction.
No, negative. There's length contraction has nothing to do with this.
Well, kind of does. Like if I give you the next example, you'll see why. But I think, would you agree, Kosho, that either or are you doing Chirac?
I don't know though, Zanuck, because then every single device that's moving that emits light would have to be subject to Lorentz contraction. And it's not supposed to really happen unless speeds are like close to the speed of light, right?
You don't notice it until you get to some not speed of light, no, just any.
Yeah, but is I'm saying is that true in your paradigm?
We see length contraction. We measure length contraction thousands.
Oh.
Are you sure though? That's what I'm asking. In your paradigm, are you sure?
Zanuck is not listening
that
to the
does seem
question.
weird.
If I understood correctly,
directly measure it.
Question is whether or not Lorentz contraction applies to lower speeds, right?
It applies.
You don't have to reach. You don't have to get close to the speed of light. Any speed has it. It's just insignificant if the speed isn't.
Isn't that what I said?
I know.
Yeah, no, I know. But
he was asking that. You said
that would mean that everything that emits light that's moving is subject to it, which I never really heard of or read up on.
That emits light. Anything
that's why I'm asking.
With any velocity, this is subject.
So, Coach, you heard what I said about the train? So we have this light second long train. It travels for 1 second at 1,000 miles an hour on this fixed track. It goes often, across this huge, massive surface. We can just use our imagination to comprehend. And so when we do this test, we travel 1,000 miles an hour. So we know we've traveled 1,000 miles an hour on these tracks, and we do it for the length that this light was on. It was started at the very back of the train, went to the front of the train. But how long would where would the stakes be that Jeremy lays out? I'd say they'd be the length of the train plus the additional 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet.
Yeah, that's the problem is when describing where the stakes are, you're using a coordinate system. There's 2 points along the coordinate system that you'd be using, and that coordinate system is going to be have different representation, whether it's on the ground outside the train, or whether it's on the train itself. So it's important. Yeah, so that I think they're going to be in the same spot in each case. They're going to be in the same spot. They're going to be in the same spot in each case, but that's only if you refer to like if you're referring to the reference frame of the ground outside the train, then that reference frame is reference frame.
Well, think about it. Let's say we start and let's make it even easier. We're going to start and stop. We're going to take off. We're going to get to 1,000. We're going to have an average velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. That means we'll have to ramp up to 5,000, slow down, and stop. 1 second. So over 1 second, we're going to move an average velocity of 1,000 miles an hour, which is 1,700 feet or 1,600 feet. So it's going to go. We know this train on this track that goes for millions of miles. This whole train is going to go and move 1,700 feet. And we did this for 1 second. And inside the train, we shot the light, and it went the one end to the other. So by Jeremy's logic and question, these stakes would be longer than the train. The stakes in the ground would be different than the length of the train. I don't think there's any argument there, is there?
Yeah, sort of, because the speed of light is going to be the speed of light regardless.
Took 1 second to go the length of this train. That was 1 second.
Yeah, but I think it's for the wrong. I think you got the right conclusion, but for the wrong reason. Like I think it's because we wouldn't be able to observe the light. Yeah, but I think we wouldn't be able to observe any length contraction. So that's why they would look.
Hold on. Length contraction. Sorry to interrupt. Length contraction is not a thing in this case because the train is the thing that's moving. So if you want to, the stakes are going to be longer on the ground than they are in the train. It's obvious. Zanuck tried to fight me on it yesterday. I guess he conceded. It's fine. The problem is where Kosho says the guy on the train can't use his clock to see how, with the speed that he traveled through space, which would be the stakes on the ground. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but something has to be happening, whether it be length contraction or something, because if not, then the speed of light would be going faster than the speed of light.
Well, there's no length contraction. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because the train has its original velocity, So the light Go ahead.
Length contraction would apply to the guy watching the train. That guy's not even in this scenario anymore. I don't even need the dude watching the train. The guy inside the train's got a clock, and he can go back and see how much distance he traveled through actual space. They have a serious problem here because the guy can now measure how fast the light went through the actual space it traveled, which would be the stakes on the ground. The problem is when they measure it on the train, they get the speed of light. If they use the stakes on the floor of the train, they get the speed of light. But the guy with the clock who can now go back and look at the stakes on the ground outside the train where the light actually traveled through is going to come up with faster than sea light. This whole thing it's over.
So how do we have a problem here?
The problem is you measured C with the stakes on the floor of the train. The guy can use his clock and go back. It's going to be a bigger distance. If you have the same time and a longer distance, you're going to have a faster speed, right?
Yeah, but so what? First of all, we've never measured it. This is a hypothetical. So this isn't a problem. It's just an unknown at this point.
It definitely is a problem. Kosha, what speed do we get with the stakes on the floor of the train and the guy's time on the clock on the train?
Did you guys do this? Did you do this test, Jeremy?
You get C. That's what relativity says it would be.
Okay, but did you do the test?
Yeah, this is the biggest thing tested in the history of science, right? Einstein's relativity, it's good. They tested it. They tested it. I don't know. This is the most tested. You guys have been telling me for years this is the most tested theory out there.
Okay.
So
and
it should have been tested, right?
It worked. So you tested it and it didn't work. Tell me about it.
With the stakes on the train, you get C. When you put the stakes on the ground, you're going to have a bigger. With the stakes on the ground, you're going to have a bigger distance.
Where were you when you
I don't know. If you can't understand, maybe Kosho can explain it to you where the problem is for him.
You did it in your mind. And in your mind, there's a problem.
Yeah, he's talking about relativity.
Yeah, but the light is going to go 1 light second, right? No matter what. Think about if you had a light next to the train before you start the measurement, and you turn both lights on at the same time, the one in the train and the one next to it. The light outside the train is going to go 1 light second in distance, and the one inside is going to go that same distance. The train will be further along, but the light is still going to go the same distance from the start, right?
Yeah.
No, so the light travels a distance. The light travels a distance on the train, right? If you were to just use that reference frame on the train, you get a distance from the back of the train to the beginning of the train. If you actually measure the actual space it went through, which would be the stakes on the ground, you'd have a longer distance. Are we all following?
Let's say you did.
So the guy with the clock on the train. So the guy with the clock on the train is going to measure C from the stakes on the floor of the train. And the stakes on the ground are going to be a longer distance. Do you know what that means? You now have a faster speed.
Okay. Then?
Then we just went faster than the speed of light. I mean,
no,
dude, come on, really?
You went 1,000 kilometers per hour.
The light went faster than the speed of light because you now have a longer distance. I don't know. If you can't follow this, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you, Chuck.
Light can't go faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, that's what they say. However, the stakes we just put down on the train and on the ground outside the train show that it did go faster.
Okay, so what's
because you have a longer distance. The stakes on the ground are a longer distance, right? Come on, bro. I'm getting all excited.
Are you...
So what? Those are stakes on the ground. What does that mean?
Are you exhausted enough, or can you explain the train thing again?
The stakes on the ground is the distance that the photon actually traveled through space. It traveled that distance.
So do GPSs stop working all of a sudden? Does anything change?
I don't know what kind of irrelevant bullshit that is. Go ahead, Bacon.
Well, my point is, it doesn't. This is a hypothetical you've built, and you've built a problem, but it doesn't change anything, even if what you built happens.
I mean, if he comes up with a situation that exposes a contradiction, I think that's valid. But I at least want to understand what the situation is that would create this contradiction.
But it's cute that you've been killing yourself for days.
All right, ready to go? Let me explain real quick. We have one train on the tracks, very long train, 1 light second long. This train's going to move along the tracks at 1,000 miles an hour. So in 1 second, that train will move on those tracks over 1,500, 1,700 feet, right?
I don't do math that fast, but I'll say yes.
Okay. So call 1,000 feet to make it a nice, round, simple number. Move 1,000 feet. Now, both people on the ground and on the train, laser. When the guy on the laser shoots, right when this train starts, they both start their laser. And one laser going on the ground, and one laser is inside the train, and it hits the end of the train, and then the train stops. It's only going to be 1 second late, 1 second for the light to go from the emitter to the receiver in the train.
Right. So the train accelerates instantly. So as soon as it starts moving, it's already at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, I say it has an average speed of 1,000 mile average speed. So it goes. Let's say it ramps up to 5,000.
You're butchering this, Sanic.
We do that in 1 second.
No, he's right because he has to talk about acceleration and deceleration.
Yeah, let's go 1,000 miles an hour average speed. So we know the distance is going to be 1,700 feet that it moves. But the light.
It'd be much easier if we use just meters and meters per second. Then everything is meters.
Then go 1,700.
Yeah, just say it was instant.
Went up.
That screws up everything.
Stop. It went 1,000 meters. It traveled 1,000 meters. Whatever velocity achieved 1,000 meters average, that's what it did. It went 5,000 meters per second.
That speed. The 1,000 miles an hour of the train is like the ground velocity of the train.
Right.
Right.
Now inside the train, this train has a light, and it's going exactly the distance. It's going to be on for 1 second, and that distance is exactly the distance of the train from end to end is the exact size of the train of 1 light second.
Right.
We know it moved. And we know light travels the entire length of the train in 1 second because that's a light second. But we know it also moves on the ground relative to the stationary frame.
Right.
So they're saying that, but again, the light on the ground, we wouldn't think it would went as far, right? So it also means the light went faster than the other light because it was in the train, and that breaks the law that light is the same reference frames.
No, but for us, it's going to take for someone on the surface, it's going to take more than a second, right?
Yo, forget the guy on the surface. Forget the guy out. There's no guy outside the train.
And I think
we're going to use the clock.
Yeah,
hold on, Zanuck. We're going to use the guy's clock inside the train, and then later he can go back. He can use his time because that's how long that's how long the light went from each stake to, despite what stake. Right, the actual stakes on the ground outside the train. That's how far the light traveled.
Right.
The guy can use his clock and the new distance, which is going to be longer than the distance if you just had the stakes on the train.
Mm-hmm.
So you now have so guess what speed you're going to come up with? Because the guy on the train measures it at C.
Yeah, but doesn't the train? Okay, this is my ignorance here. The train travels for 1 second, but for the guy on the ground, that's slightly longer than 1 second, right?
Right. That's the answer there.
So sorry, what was the answer? I missed it.
Yeah, of course you did.
Just
the guy on the ground, on the train, when you travel for 1 second at those speeds, it's 1 second. But to somebody on a different reference frame, you traveled for more than 1 second.
Yeah, we're not using the guy on the ground. There's no guy on the ground. There's just the guy in the train. He's got his clock.
As soon as you talk about,
I think I'll do the math.
The reference frame of the ground. Okay, fine. To the ground, it travels for more than a second.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The guy on the train. The guy on the train. The guy on the train has a time for how far the light traveled through space.
1 light second.
And the light it traveled through space is the stakes on the ground, which is going to be longer than the stakes on the train.
Yeah, but it traveled more than 1 light second to the ground. Or sorry, more than 1 second.
That shows.
I need some. Values to make sense out of it.
And I think just think about the guy on the ground has a target, a light second away, and he's going to shine the light to his target. Turns the light on, takes a second, hits the target. The guy on the train has the exact same target because the train is a light second long as well. but this train is going to move up to 1,000 miles an hour or whatever the kilometers.
That's not that fast.
So it obviously will be further. That means that light would have traveled further compared to the guy on the ground. But due to time dilation, the clocks weren't the same. So the guy on the ground said, "You didn't go for a second.
Yes.
You went for more than a second."
No, the guy on the train.
That's happening.
Jeremy.
Hold on, the guy on the train. Let me explain.
I thought we both. He's going to say I thought we both went for a second. Why'd you go farther? No, I went 1 second.
Exactly.
I had my stopwatch right here.
Respond, please.
And he didn't. He went further.
The guy on the train.
Wait.
Go ahead.
He's talking
the
over
guy
me.
on the train.
Answer, so he's not going to hear it. So the guy in the train's clock is different than the guy on the ground. So the guy on the ground says, "Hey, you went longer than a second." Oh my God!
Jeremy is saying there's no guy on the ground.
The guy
still on the ground.
What about the guy on the ground?
The ground. There's a guy. There is the ground. Just don't interrupt me, and you might understand it. Now I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not a physicist. So let me just say my piece here. So you got the guy on the ground with the stopwatch. He goes for a second, and we have a guy on the other end that says, "Yeah, I got your signal. Exactly a second. Thank you." And then the guy on the train does the same thing. Yep, I did a second. And the length of the train is a light second. Statically, we measure it to be a light second long. When it was lined up before it started moving, those two reflectors were at the exact same distance from one another. But we start the train moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and we also stop it after a second movement, whatever the movement is, and the train moves farther. But the guy on the ground looked at the train guy and says, "Hey, you went longer than a second. That's why you went." No, I didn't. I looked at my clock. I went for 1 second. Ramped up to 5,000 miles an hour and slowed down and stopped real quick. I think that's the paradox that we're looking at now. That's just my guess. Does anybody else have a comment on that logic?
I'd love to respond. Yes, please. So the guy on the train has the clock. Okay, we use clocks. All day we travel. We can use the clocks to see what distance we've traveled. Okay, that's how clocks on moving things work, right? You're on a boat, a plane. Your clock goes by 4 hours. You can get the ground distance of how far you traveled in those 4 hours, and it's all good. Right. So the guy on the train is going to use his clock. He can get off the train and go back and see how far the photon actually traveled through space, right? Because the photon actually traveled through space from the stakes on the ground, right? Yes.
Further.
Okay.
Yeah, went further. Yes, went further.
Yes. So, but on the train, he's going to measure C.
You guys have the time dilation backwards anyway.
I've got a question.
The ground again, Jeremy.
The opposite, right?
No.
I've got a question. It may not even mean anything. I thought that time slowed down for the object in motion.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
And wouldn't his stakes be further apart than the stakes on the ground?
That's what we said.
No. That's right. I see. I got it. You're right.
Exactly right.
If someone goes,
his clock was going slower. So from the guy on the ground saying, "You didn't go for a second," he goes, "Yes, I did," but his clock was moving slower. So he was in motion longer. Faster. Hey, Bear. Hey, he was in motion longer with respect to the guy.
Can't slow time down.
So he went further by the exact percentage.
You didn't dilate time.
The 1,000 miles an hour with respect to the speed. Okay.
Think about the twin paradox. All right, I'm sorry, but I think you got it wrong, dude. If there's two twins and one goes and travels near the speed of light and comes back, he's going to be older than the one who didn't, right? So his time is actually moving faster.
No. The one in motion time goes slower.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Neither one of them time's the same for both of them.
Slow time down. Near a mass or
speed is not time. Speed is not time. Speed is not time. Speed is not time. Shut up. Don't be an idiot.
With the dunce cap on. So when you
Mike, you gotta relax, bro.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know what happened, but Zanuck threw some insult at him. So let's, Democ, if you could not interrupt, man, you just make your point. Democ, go ahead, bro. Just make your point.
Speed is not time. Counting seconds is not time. Is not speed. When you go fast in a car, that's not time.
Okay.
Never should it be confused with it. It's ignorant what you guys are saying. Sounds insane.
I'm ignorant. So he calls me names and he interrupts me. That's okay, Joe?
Sorry, go past you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I was trying to give him a chance to respond, but yeah.
I know, but he just does this to disrupt. He doesn't say it about you. We're trying to have a conversation here. A good one, but yeah, as any
no, you're not, because you're lying.
Relative to somebody else, time will slow down relative to that person, and that person's clock will slow down to you.
Wait, what?
No, that person's clock will speed up. Will be faster than what your clock is. Yeah, if you're the one moving.
No. If you're the one moving,
relative to I said it right. Your clock relative to them would also slow down, but you're not. You could be just as easily thought of moving with respect to the clock, with respect to the train, right?
Oh no, dude, you're confusing me, man.
It's all relative.
Like, if they move 1 second, the guy who's moving faster is going to experience time faster, right? So the guy who's not is going to be slowing down. So he's going to have his time. He's not going to have extra time for the light to go.
Can I ask a question to Jeremy? Very simple one. So the guy's in the back of the train, right? And he puts a stick on the ground.
The guys in the back of the train, as soon as they shoot the photon, the stake lands on the floor of the train, and they also make sure that a stake lands on the ground outside the train at the same moment. So it'd basically be a plumb line of stakes right when the photon leaves, and the same thing for when it lands.
I made it simple.
Okay, when it lands,
From the back,
when it lands,
from the back. Yeah, when it lands in the front of the train, they do the same stake thing.
But they do the stake thing on the front of the train or on the back of the train when it lands?
When the photon... Hi, how's it going? When the photon... Listen, there's a guy in the back of the train. As soon as...
I can't wait. That's fine. Take your time.
So time is just a construct by man. It's just a thought. The people on the ISS spinning around, how many times do they see a sunset? Time is relative to the sun coming up and down. It's got nothing to do with speed.
I'm trying to wait for Jeremy. Let's wait for Jeremy.
Okay, my bad. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh no, I think he's robotic. Here, I'll break it down for you, Bacon. There's a guy on the back of the train. He's got the photon gun with the light ray. You're roboting, Jeremy. You're roboting, Jeremy.
He knows. He's already muted. What we're listening right now is like the packages that are still
Gotcha.
past.
This is time dilation's taking place right now. So
miles an hour.
So the guy on the back of the train, when he shoots the light ray forward, right, a stake drops.
There's guys on the back of the train. As soon as they
when does the lag stop at the front of the train?
Why is Jeremy doing that?
He's done it. It's lag.
It's disconnection.
It's a straight lag. So think of it this way, Bacon. The guy on the back of the train has the gun that's going to shoot the light. When he pulls the trigger, stake drops in the train and outside of the train in the ground. The train's moving 1,000 miles per hour. When the light ray hits the front of the train, boom, there's a stake in the ground in the train, and then a stake in the ground on the outside of the train.
But on the front or on the back? That's what I wanted to know.
Shoots from the back to the front, right? So
no, I mean, when in the second part, when the photon hits the front of the train, are you dropping the sticks on the front of the train too, or on the back?
You're shooting the light from the back of the train to the front of the train.
That part I know.
Did you hear why I simplified it by saying we just start the train and stop the train, and the average speed is...
I just want to understand what they do
here's
in the end of it, not in the beginning.
The train is moving 1,000 miles per hour. Nothing has taken place. They pull the trigger to shoot the light. A stake drops outside of the train and inside of the train. when right from the back,
Yeah.
and it shoots forward towards the front. When it hits the target in the front, 2 stakes drop simultaneously, one inside the train, one outside the train. From inside the train, that is going to be the distance from the back of the train to the front of the train. From outside of the train, you're going to have a longer distance than the train because the train was traveling 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so from the front, that's the answer. I was trying to get it.
Back to the front.
Right. Yeah, I'll script it, and then we can get an animation out of it.
That's Jeremy's scenario.
And because light, that's a slightly different scenario than I gave. I thought mine was simpler, but that's also very as well. That takes into light. Now, since we're not slowing down and stopping, we're just going at a constant velocity. That's where length contraction takes over. While this train is moving, it is contracted in length relative to the ground.
No, it's not.
What if it was just constant motion and we just had the train start and we didn't shoot the light until it hit a constant speed?
With respect to any other object, we'll see light contraction, just like the
physically, or from the observer observing a contraction that isn't actually physical.
Well, it's an actual observation. You would see the ground beneath those 2 stakes.
An actual observation. So is the train physically contracted, or does it appear to be attracted to an outside observer?
It appears to be contracted to the outside observer.
So it's not physically contracted. So the measurement inside the train would not be dealing with contraction, right?
The actual physical, the object is not physically making it smaller. No, it only looks like.
Okay, so how would that affect our measurement?
It is physically contracting. It's not just apparent.
No, you can't have it both ways, man. It's one or the other. Which is
in relativity, you can.
So
it's not an apparent thing in relativity. I think Xenix is wrong on that.
No.
Relativity.
You might want to go back and check that, Bacon.
Lorentz contraction is a contraction of the object that appears to be contracted with respect to the stationary.
Yeah, but it's not a visual thing. Like it appears in the sense that for that observer it is contracting, but not just appears. It is contracting for that observer. The word appears there. It's just to. I think it's only to. To make the sentence. To make it 1 second.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It does. It actually gets physically smaller with respect to the observer. Yes.
Do we have any evidence of this physical contraction other than the thought experiment of relativity?
Yes. Lorentz contraction is something that's been measured.
Based on what experiment?
50 years. Slack does it all the time. They do it every. A series of
Slack measures a physical contraction.
A physical contraction.
How are they measuring the physical contraction?
It's an indirect measurement. If you want to go to the website, they talk depth about
it. So it's an apparent contraction, not one that you can actually physically measure.
There's a reason that these things are happening, and we're trying to go over some of the basics.
I'm not asking whether there's a reason that they're happening. I'm asking how it's measured, and you said it's an apparent measurement, which is what we were saying before, which is why you said it wasn't physical, and then Bacon came in, and now you're agreeing with Bacon, so you're going back on what you said.
No, because you were trying to pin me on what I meant by apparent, and I started trying to describe my description to you. I realized I made an error when Bacon started talking about it. Yes. Because it is something that is physically contracting with respect to the observer. And then the observer is physically contracting with respect to that other observer. Relative motion works like that. That's how Lorentz contraction works. If I'm flying over you at a constant speed, you look like you've contracted, and you look at me and you look like I've contracted. Then you look
how
at
do you measure the physical contraction?
Measure it.
Oh, Xenix, wouldn't it have to length contract the entire length of distance that the train went? For the speeds to match?
Why?
Well,
what do you mean, why? If the train traveled, let's say 1,700 feet or whatever, right? And the speed of the light's the same, well, the distance is going to be greater by a certain amount. That certain amount has to be the length contraction for this to equal out, right?
No, you don't need. No, the distance is different because you saw the same thing for a different amount of time.
No.
We didn't talk about time yet. What do you mean? You're talking time dilation?
The speed. Yeah, like that's what changes.
We didn't even talk about that
you
yet.
can. Yeah, but you're saying how like this is the answer. So if you're saying how this that this is what's accounts for, it's time dilation. Don't need anything else. I don't think so.
So it's time
I'm
dilation
trying to do the
when
math
you're
here.
painted into a corner of length contraction, and then it's length contraction when you're painted into the corner of time dilation. I get it.
That's what
No,
it
I
sounds
don't
like.
know. I haven't finished doing the math here.
It's time dilation in the disagreement of their times, and it's length contraction from one observer to the other.
What disagreement in time?
Well, both would reset, but the
clocks.
fact we have a
Well, yeah.
What clocks?
percentage that you're faster or slower than the light.
How are you guys adding clocks to this scenario that were never there to begin with?
If you're talking about speed, there's implicitly clocks. Yeah.
So I cannot travel a speed without a clock being present.
No, there's a clock.
Speed is based on time.
I don't. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about time dilation. We're not talking about clocks. And of course, we're talking about time because
speed is
about
based
speed.
on time. So without
speed is based on time.
Okay,
that's how we quantify it.
So without a measurement of time, nothing can move.
No, without a measurement of time, you don't have a measurement of speed. It's not that without a measurement of time, you have no speed.
So let's take out the speed of the train and say that the train is moving.
Okay.
Whatever unit of measure you want to use for speed or time, that'll tell you what the length contraction will be.
If you say that the train's moving, you're saying that the amount of position per
whatever
time
we need it
is
to
positive.
be, that's what it'll be.
No, whatever unit of measure you want to use, that will be using those units of measure, the length contraction, because that'll also be.
How do you measure the length contraction, though?
Use a fucking ruler.
You can't. That's the paradox of this, right?
That's not a paradox. You don't know what a paradox is.
You can't throw a measure on the thing that's contracting because the apparatus you would use to measure it would also be contracting as well. You have to agree with that.
No, that's not. We're not measuring something that is with or going the same speed. We're measuring as it goes by you. So the ruler, being metaphor, analogy.
How do you measure?
Ruler would be stationary. The object's going by. You're going to take a picture as it flies by and see how big it is.
What?
Is it doing that with time?
Mind-boggling?
No,
dude. Now you're just making shit up.
I'm not. That's the analogy. You said the things you're measuring is going to be contracted as well. I'm measuring it with something as it goes by.
So if I can get
something
a complete stop frame of a baseball going 1,000 miles per hour in front of a ruler, you think that baseball is somehow going to be physically contracted?
Yes, you could do that. Measure it.
No,
bro.
It's done with chemical experiments all the time. You can take a hydrogen atom, which is non-relativistic, and map out the locations in space of its different electrons, right, and measure their energies. Then you take and you do this using photoelectron spectroscopy, or PES, and then you do it within a relativistic atom like mercury or gold, and you map out where their electron locations are, right? And you'll see, based on the energies, that there's actually a contraction of the 5s and 6d orbitals. They swap place, and this is the distance, and the energy difference is exactly what relativity would predict for the reference frame of you relative you as the experimenter.
Train, Jace. How would you do that? How would you do that with
to
the train?
The reference frame of the atom?
How would you do that with the train?
What train? You guys say the train thing for me.
You have a train moving 1,000 miles per hour. You have somebody in the back of the train who has a gun that shoots a photon. So when he pulls the trigger on the gun, immediately 2 stakes drop. One drops inside the train, one drops outside the train near the tracks. And when the photon gets to the front of the train and hits its target, 2 more stakes drop, one on the inside of the train, one on the outside of the train. Since the train is traveling 1,000 miles per hour, the 2 stakes on the outside would be a longer distance than the distance on the inside. So was the light traveling faster than the speed of light? So the length of the train and the distance of the travel would be the speed of light inside the train. Is the light traveling
outside the train?
That I don't see that as a relativity thing, because even in Newtonian, not in Newtonian that doesn't work. But for the person in the train, the sticks that it just dropped outside of it moves away from it, right? So there's no need for light to go faster than light.
Yeah,
Why would the light have to go faster than light for that to happen?
I'm a bit confused. You'd have to like draw that out for me because I'm having trouble following.
There's no observer. There's no observer that
So what I
would see
said,
light.
so Jace,
Let me just finish the sentence. Okay, there's no observer that would see the photon going faster than light.
That's not really what he's asking. So, Jace,
it's not about the observer. It's about the fact that when the photon is shot, there's 2 markers indicating when it is starting and when it is finishing.
Yeah, but one moves away from you.
The observer on the ground says, "Why did you go farther?" Because I counted a second, and the guy in the train says, "I counted a second also," but the train did go farther because length hold on, time slowed down. The clock that was on the time they used on the train was slowed down, so it would be further by the portion of the 1,000 miles an hour faster than the ground. That's kind of how I explained it, Jason.
Yeah, I have a solution. As soon as you shoot the photon,
can you let Jace respond to that?
The photon.
I want to hear Bacon.
Was that directed to anyone?
Go Bacon. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, when you shoot the photon is moving forward, and the stick that you dropped in the ground is moving backwards from you. So you have one thing going in one direction, the other thing going in another direction. The fact that the total length between those two is greater than the distance light travel doesn't mean light will have to travel all that distance, because one is moving in one direction, the other is moving in the other direction.
Yeah, but still the relative velocity would still just be the speed of light, though. It's like if you travel the opposite direction, then the light that you're shining, it still moves away from you at the speed of light. Right?
No, but I'm talking about this, like the stick dropped in the ground. As the train moves away from the stick is moving away from the train. So from the perspective of someone in the train, you have a stick going backwards and you have the photon going forwards. So of course that distance is going to be greater.
Yeah.
It's not a contradiction that distance is greater.
But that's also, like I said, that's also using the reference frame of, even though the person's on the train, they're still describing it from the reference frame outside the train.
Well, that's what they're trying to find. That's exactly what they're doing there.
I don't think that the train can shoot both stakes. I don't think the train can shoot both stakes. And there has to be a simultaneous planting of stakes by the observer outside and the train itself. And the observer outside would, magically simultaneously put his stake in the ground. And then on the other end, when they saw the light hit, they would have to put a stake in the ground. And I think that would show the difference. But if the train shoots the stakes at the same time, I don't see how there's going to be any difference to either one of them.
Okay.
Well, the difference.
Right.
Just very briefly, the difference in that case is going to be the clocks. Like, even if let's say they were instantly placed, stakes were instantly placed on the ground outside the train and on the train when the light started, and the stakes are placed on the end of the other train, the other end of the train, and then the ground exactly where the train is, where the light hits that part. The clocks that like for the 1 second, if it was 1 light second, the train length, the 1 second that took on the train is not going to actually equate to 1 second. The 1 second outside the train, it'll be a slightly longer time outside the train.
And that goes back to the train example I was using, where the train is the light second long. You're letting it go a full. Go ahead, Lefty, your question.
I think what the observer on the ground would see, if the train shoots both stakes, the observer on the ground would see that the second stake was shot prematurely or less than a second.
Yeah, I feel like
right,
this
exactly.
is a simultaneity question.
If a photon travels in one direction,
that's why. Real quick, I let everyone talk first. Let me go now. I waited my turn.
I go.
Let me do it. So that's why, Jace, I started with this light second long train, and the light second long train is going to go immediately 1 second, an average speed of 1,000 miles an hour. Ramp up, maybe go to 5,000, slow down, and stop. Of course, it's just fantasy, but that's what it's going to do. It's going to move, and it'll go like 1,000, 1,500 feet or whatever the distance is. 1 second. Light inside the back of the train to the end of the train, which is exactly 1 light second long, will be further than on the ground position where it starting at the back of the train, out light second in distance as well. The guy on the ground, look at this whole thing. The train takes off and moves 1,000 feet and stops, and this all happens in a second. He's going to say, well, my light went shorter than the train's light, which started from the back and ended up further. And that's because of length or time dilation. The clock on the train that said he let his light go for a second was actually longer than a second because his clock slowed down. And that's kind of how I explained this whole thing from the beginning, Jason. If that makes sense. Jason, you're there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm having trouble visualizing this stuff in my head, I guess.
Well, the more complicated one is the complicated one is one that Jeremy laid out, because now we're talking about simultaneity as well as the fact that right when this train, as it's moving, it's already moving 1,000 miles per hour, and instantly you just pop a stake in the ground in the bottom, in the back, and a second later, or however long it takes light to get to the front, puts a stake in the front of the train, and that's the same kind of scenario, but it's not starting and stopping. It's just constant.
Yeah, but they don't have to agree on the time that happened. Like, even though those both were in the same position on the ground, like I said, from the outside the train, if the train was going 1% the speed of light, then it would be like 1.00005 seconds longer than what they experienced on the train for that 1 second.
Right.
Yeah, the moments of simultaneity in that situation are different for an observer on the train that's traveling with the train and an observer that's just stationary on the ground outside.
Cool.
So he can't get that stake down into the static non-motion fast enough. So you'll have some distance that'll travel because of that's not simultaneity.
Cool. Sure.
I can hear you, Bacon.
Have you calculated how much longer it takes for the people on the train compared to the people on the ground? I mean, the people on the ground compared to the people on the train.
Yeah, but that's for 1% of the speed of light, basically. So that's the speed I was just representing.
Oh, so not 1,000 miles an hour.
Not 1,000 miles per hour, no. The 300.
Oh, how long would it be if it was? You said 10% speed of light.
No, 1%. So 300,000. Yeah, 300,000 meters per second.
1 second. Let me see. That would be 0.1 second difference.
0.1. No, I got 0.00005 seconds different.
For 10% the speed of light?
No, for 1%. 1%.
Oh, for 1% speed of light?
Wait, yeah. No. I'm sorry. Did I say 300,000? Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, 1%. Hold on. That's not. Hold on. Give me a second. Not yeah. I'm sorry, 3 million. No, that's what it is. That's what I did. I'm sorry, I just didn't see the 0. 3 million meters per second.
0.5 is half, bro. 0.5.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, sir. 3 million meters per second was the 1% speed.
3 million meters per second. That's the speed of light.
No, 300 million meters per second is the speed of light. I thought.
Oh, okay.
Did all this yesterday or the other day because Jeremy had another scenario and he said,
isn't it 0.1 difference?
0.1
second, yeah. That's what I'm getting here.
Let me do it again.
Oh no, I'm not taking into account length contraction. Maybe that's it.
Well, I mean, what are you using the Lorentz transform?
No.
You do time. So the time. You hold on. Hold on a second. You get. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just assume like if I have someone on the ground, he sees the train moving at a certain. You see the front of the train moving at the train speed, but you see the photon traveling speed of light. So the gap between the photon and the front of the train is going to get smaller at the rate of the difference in those speeds for a ground observer. And I calculate how much that would take to get to 0. But that's if the length of the train is constant. So maybe that's why I'm getting the wrong answer.
Well, I mean, for the transformation, I just do like the equation. Is the time for the observer stationary is going to be equal to the time for the observer on the train divided by the square root of 1 minus the velocity squared divided by the speed of light squared. So just at the bottom of the fraction, there's a square root where it's 1 minus, and then the quotient that it's 1 minus is velocity squared minus divided by speed of light.
I gotta rethink what I'm doing. I think I'm doing it wrong.
Acceleration and length contraction can't happen simultaneously. What does that mean?
Your mic is stuffy.
You said something about length contraction happening simultaneously?
Length contraction and time dilation cannot happen simultaneously. What does that mean?
Why not?
They do.
I think they have to, doesn't it? Like, isn't one the reason why I have the other?
ds squared, the space-time interval, is the difference between the length and the time, the proper length and the proper time in a frame.
What's that mean?
I'm not sure if he asked something or said something after. He's muffled.
Yeah, you gotta fix your mic, Regis.
Time dilation explains your hypothesis. Okay? Maybe.
What?
It's almost like they're frozen in time. Like they can't, like there's no time. They can't figure out why there's no time.
What?
No. You what?
Okay, yeah, Regis, I heard you slightly, and I don't know if somebody else already answered you or something, but
I'm sorry.
So you're talking about this up, you Mac. Yeah, you were talking about length contraction and time dilation happening at the same time.
Yeah,
but they're two sides of the same effect, really.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's what I was saying, right? The ds squared, the space-time interval, is a composition of time dilation and length contraction between two reference frames.
Right. So if you take time out of the equation, what do you got? Silence again, right? Okay, fine.
Nonsense.
If you don't have time,
you have a world that makes no sense. It doesn't line up with reality. That's what you get.
All right. Now we're getting to the crooks.
No, and at a fundamental, Regis, you back? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
All right. No, I'm reading about it a little more. Someone seems to think that length contraction isn't exactly what we think it is. Like the lengths of things aren't necessarily shortening, but because we measure it with a clock, it's all just really time dilation. Which is kind of weird.
Well, people have a bunch of different ideas, crazy or non-crazy, to try to explain certain effects.
Well, here's an idea.
Right, if you measure something contracted, right? If you measure something contracted compared to the person in that frame taking a measurement of it, right? The most obvious logical thing is not to say that it's some kind of other effect. It's to say that you measured it contracted. It's contracted.
Contracted as opposed to what?
It would be an observer outside of the moving frame taking a measurement of the moving frame, right? They would measure a contraction as compared to an observer inside the moving frame. Right, they're two sides of the same coin, and they arise from the fact that ds squared, the space-time interval, is invariant between reference frames. So if you have a moving frame and a stationary frame, they both measure ds squared as, say, 10 units, but their individual measurements of space and time can differ. One frame can measure 8 units of time and 2 units of space, while the other frame measures 2 units of space, or 2 units of time and 8 units of space. But the sum of time and space, ds squared, or the space-time interval as it's called, is 10 in both frames.
A little bit of space, a little bit of time, a lot of time, a little bit of space. No change.
And then typically, due to Einstein's postulates, it's the frame that's moving is the frame that has the less amount of proper time. So they would measure the least amount of time.
But to be clear, the space-time units you're talking about, like they're both traveling at sea through space-time, right?
Yeah, and yeah, in the real theory, I was trying to, simplify it a bit, Coach, just to get the concept across that there's this thing called ds squared, the space-time interval, and I'm saying it's a sum. In reality, it's a difference, but to keep it simple, it's a sum of space and time individually. Those can be different in two different reference frames, but the sum of them is the same between both reference frames.
Right, okay. That's how you end up with those space-time, what do you call that, space-time diagrams? Not but like those, what do you call them?
Yeah, Minkowski diagrams or space-time diagrams.
Yeah, but the ones where you can adjust the world line and it will adjust all the other lines. Is that space-time diagram?
Yeah. You can do the Lorentz transform to see how the time and space axes change. Right, those are the two big postulates of special relativity, are that the speed of light is the same in all inertial reference frames, and that ds squared, the space-time interval, is invariant between all inertial reference frames. All these other effects are just emerging because of those postulates.
I was just saying earlier that it's true that, and I imagine being around during the time this was first come up with, that this stuff does sound fantastical. I mean, it is fantastical, like otherworldly, or separate. I mean, before this had before this had been come up with and confirmed, like anybody who would have thought something like this would seem like a crazy person, or just talking about something silly. But
it's kind of funny because I was thinking along the same lines as you, Kosho. I was thinking a little bit different, but like along the same lines. I was thinking like if these religions were correct and like you have to believe in this God or you go to hell, that would be really messed up because of like all the crazy shit that you guys believe in and are saying right now. Like you don't even have a chance to step out of it. Like space-time warping and postulates. It's like I what kind of God would damn somebody to hell for being pulled into this web of lies? It would be crazy. Yeah.
Well, besides the religious talk, Einstein did get a lot of flack for these proposals that because he did it in steps, right? He proposed these things in different papers and steps, and he got a lot of flack for what he was proposing until really once he solved the issue with electromagnetism. That's when he started really getting support. But until then, yeah, he got a lot of flack. People didn't believe him.
I mean, it's definitely it's, and that's the thing. Also, is the only allegiance worth having is the allegiance to the truth, however, whatever that may be. So, if something, so instead of believing that something's true or not, confirming something to be true, it's pretty hard to refute that, like a confirmation of the truth. Right? But regardless of whether Einstein's right or not. It's like he's been confirmed. His ideas have been confirmed again and again. So.
Yeah, like millions.
How's that sound?
Times.
What's a practical like Einstein thing going on that everybody uses today that proves Einstein? Like what's he done? Like what have you done for me lately, Einstein?
What specifically what specifically about Einstein do you want proof of?
I'm saying anything. Like what is anything that Einstein has put forward? I mean, I know there's the one invention that gave him credit, but like along these lines, like now we can all warp space. Now we can all warp and change time. Like what is he added?
Yeah, a nuclear bomb or nuclear energy works out the E equals mc squared equation from special relativity.
Yeah, special relativity was needed for the development of quantum field theory, which is the basics of how the device you're speaking to me on works, right? Also, the photoelectric effect is the basis of how the electronics in that device work. He also did a bunch of work
besides the photoelectric effect, because that's like it's kind of besides the point. But.
Yeah, you cut me off because he also did a bunch of work on atomic structure and crystal lattices, so like solids, how solids are structured. He was the one who basically figured that out, at least the base idea of it, which was then developed further. So he did a lot of things other than relativity, but relativity is the starting point for the electronics that we're using. Originates from his paper titled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies, which was the introduction of special relativity.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Good evening.
Yeah.
And he actually, at first, he didn't, and he was very reluctant to consider it the term space-time. He didn't want to consider it space-time and that it was four-dimensional and stuff. It was actually other physicists and other mathematicians, his mentor, like Minkowski and another guy, who were like, yeah, so this is basically just the physics version of pseudo-Riemannian manifold, so you should call it a 4D manifold and call it space-time. And eventually he gave in to that pressure.
I think different people have different types of minds.
Time?
Oh, is that George?
Again, what is the physicality of time? Can you touch it? Can you smell it?
Yeah, but no one's claiming that, though.
You just said it's physics.
You can fuck it.
What about planets and lights in the sky? Yeah, what's physical about them?
Physics doesn't mean it's not like only
physics
you
doesn't
can
mean
touch
physical.
It
So what's the meaning of the word then?
George, you gotta let people answer your questions.
What I said, bro. But yeah, physics isn't just strictly things you can touch and smell and stuff like that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, really? So what's the can you define physics or physical? Can we define those words that we're using?
Go ahead, George. Tell us.
No, I don't know. You are claiming it's physics, unless I misunderstood what physical means.
Isn't it the study of like, or I think like this defined as like the study of motion and something else?
No, it's the study of physical things. That's physics.
Well, chemistry is physical, and chemistry is
absolutely.
Different. Yeah, so it's not the study of
physics is the study of like Kosho was saying, dynamics and mechanics and things like that.
Yeah, but chemistry and biology
I disagree with that.
Separated from physics in a separate subcategory of physics. Oh.
Yeah, physics is the study of the natural world.
So it says,
so is chemistry and biology, dude. So you obviously that's not the only definition.
So it says here the branch of science concerned. Go ahead.
we all agreeing in the end, because when it comes to the lights in the sky, there's no physicality about them.
There's certainly physicality about light.
George, light. The light. The fact that it's light.
There's no physicality for your claim that just because the light is outside of the earth or the atmosphere, the whatever you want to call it, that now all of a sudden it's different light than the light that we have down here. There's definitely no physicality to that claim, George.
Well, that's I like to point out that that's the globe's claim, that there's astrophysics involved, not the flat Earth claim, that the lights in the sky work differently than the lights down here. That's the globe's claim.
That is your claim. The globe's claim is that they don't work differently. The same way light works here down in a lab in like an NMR spectrometer is exactly the same way it works with the lights in the sky, as you like to call them.
Yeah, but you guys were talking about Einstein a moment ago, yeah? And Einstein, with his theory of relativity, it debunked the whole heliocentric and the globe model at the same time. This was over 100 years ago.
Did it?
Of course. Yeah. When he said that gravity is not a force, it's the bending of space-time. I mean, the whole model of a sphere with forces and all of the bullshit attached to it imploded.
Oh, Did it?
Yeah, of course. When
That's
gravity
amazing.
is not a force, because the way he describes gravity not being a force, I mean, you don't have the supposed force to keep the atmosphere in place or the oceans around the sphere, and many other things that come attached to that claim of a force, which Einstein says is not.
George. Weight is a force.
Weight is a force, yes, correct. It's pressure over a scale, yeah.
No, it's
PSI.
not.
Did you know in general relativity?
Pressure is scalar.
In general relativity, right? For situations occurring here on the Earth, you fall into the weak field limit. And inside that weak field limit, there's something called the Einstein force. And that Einstein force is equal to mass times acceleration plus a correction factor, which is extremely small correction factor. So this silly thing that gravity is not a force is not entirely correct.
Did you know relativity is just...
Oh, we're going to debunk Einstein now. Because actually I have a question for you. Do gases have mass?
Of course they do.
So are they attracted to one another? The answer is no. So mass doesn't attract mass.
No, it's
and the whole thing of mass, the whole definition of mass, it doesn't make any sense because gases have mass. It goes against the
shape of its mass?
The deviation of ideal gas behavior in a real gas is due to attractive forces between the gas molecules, dude.
What's the shape of it then? What's the ideal shape?
Yes.
What's the ideal shape of the mass of gas? And which one, like copper gas, oxygen?
Well,
molecules have a
gases,
geometry.
Gases, they conform to the shape of the container that they are in, just like water would do.
Very fluid. They are fluid.
Yeah,
Yes.
Fluids do that. Yeah, but I think Witsit was bringing something up.
At low temperatures and high pressures, gases have attractive interactions. That's why they deviate from ideal gas behavior in those conditions.
What are their forms? Can you draw the form of the gas in those conditions?
Can you describe the air that we are breathing in now? Can you describe that and try to fit on that definition?
Yeah, you guys, you and Demont have to go one at a time.
That definition that you just read goes against surface winds, goes against cloud formation going different vectors. So no, they're not being attracted like they say that. There might be a phase change, that occurs all the time. Phase changes,
Dude, I can't believe
not attraction between
gravity is a shape. Gravity has a form called a circle. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Stop talking over me because you guys are just trying to. Why do you guys want to keep talking about nothing? Listen, it has to have a shape. Show the shape of the gas. the form that it takes. When it's being attracted to itself by itself to the center, show us that shape of different. If you don't have a form or a shape that you can demonstrate with the gas, not a container, then shut up and stop making stuff up.
It's called an amorphous shape. It's amorphous. It doesn't have like a defined geometric shape. It's not like a circle.
Yeah, you don't make no sense then. Then there's not a defined pull to anywhere for any mass. There's not a defined mass pulling mass to anything then. There's no defined center then, right? What you said made no sense. There has to be a shape, like an apple has a shape, right? Gravity supposed to made the apple what it is.
It needs to have a volume.
A sphere is supposed to have its shape from being shaped by gravity. Now, what is the shape of your gas? Does it not have one all of a sudden?
Good.
Absolutely must have, because mass already describes it as the amount in the volume. Yeah, so the volume is required.
Go ahead, Kosha.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this might benefit everybody here, but to understand, Winsett was trying to ask you a question or say something or bring something up or something, and it got lost in the cacophony of the other two talking.
Yeah, here's a paper you should look at, Jace. It's the electromagnetic nature of gravitation and matter, antimatter, anti-gravity, surmise on quantum vacuum, gravitation, and cosmology by Constant Mize. It's funny because like now that this paper doesn't agree with, it actually agrees with the stuff I've been trying to say. Now, the same people that incessantly appeal to authority are saying that this professor at the National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology and the director of research at the CIA with a PhD in atomic physics is a complete wackadoodle.
Yes,
is what Xanix's saying. Xanix now the intellectual authority. Why are you?
Hold on. I'll be quick. Right, there are Kaluza and Klein had developed gravitational and electromagnetism theories using higher dimensions and stuff. There are ways to do it in a sense. Like I don't understand. I'm confused. If you're trying to say that I've denied that.
Well, you will deny it for sure.
So
but that's not the
point. Can I say something to Jace real quick? Quick, one paragraph.
No, you don't understand it. No. We don't.
Let me just read one paragraph, and I want to see what Jace's feedback is. It's real simple feedback.
No, you don't get to take something out of context.
I'm not teaching anybody. I want his feedback on a paragraph. It's 20 words. Let me do it. The gravitational constant G is also related to the vacuum electromagnetic properties, implying that Newton's gravitational potential is equivalent to Coulomb's electrostatic potential. Now, I have a problem with that. Maybe you don't, but I do. We
don't care what you have a problem with.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. We deduce that gravitation has electromagnetic nature and that gravitational constant G is the same for matter as antimatter. However, the masses of particles and antiparticles bear naturally opposite signs, entailing a mutual gravitational repulsion. Matter, antimatter, gravity, anti-gravity may play a dominant role in the cosmic acceleration that has to be investigated experimentally. Now, I have a problem because gravity doesn't have repulsion. There's certain things that are known in physics that they're laughable if you start challenging it like this. And you could be right. Maybe they should be challenged. But Jace, what do you think about what I just read there? Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, people have tested antimatter and matter, then they don't have gravitational repulsion. That's been done already. But the idea there, it's been around since Kaluza and Klein. It's not the standard for how, the people discovered that it's actually the electroweak route is how
that
it
is
happened.
so old news, Jay.
It doesn't happen through this gravity and electromagnetism.
Why are you pretending you know what this is talking about? And that it's really old news is about the electroweak force. It has nothing to do with that.
No, I did not say that their paper is about the electroweak force.
This is from 2022, June 2022. It has nothing to do with so long ago. Nothing to do with that at all. And this is what Zanuck does.
You said the idea, Whitsit. Why are you strawmanning me?
This is what Zanuck has to do. Is just he literally has to somehow pull a genetic fallacy out. Zanuck's the arbiter of truth. As soon as the people that he appeals to disagree with him and agree with him.
When I speak to physicists, particle physicists, They don't like this description. They think it's completely.
You haven't talked to anyone about it. You're lying.
Yes, I did. My nephew is a particle physicist. He's working on nuclear fusion. He's one of the foremost scientists.
You always say that.
He won't come on here because I won't even tell you what he says about you and everybody else.
Look, Jace, you should read the article and actually know the context, or we'll listen to the person that pretends to
just post it. Post it.
Here, I'll post it again. Well, I'm going to read the abstract. And you tell me what's wrong with it. Because it specifically denotes what he builds upon empirical evidence, void of conjecture. And then he goes on to present two theories based upon that. Right? And that's why Xanac has to read out of context and sound dumb. So
it's not out of context. It's
shut up,
context.
Please. Okay. You were hand-waved dismissing this article before you read it.
No, I see the article. I knew enough about it to say it was bad.
Okay, so it says we show that the electromagnetic quantum vacuum derives directly from Maxwell's theory and plays a primary role in quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero-energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it is composed of real states called keenons. Photons are local oscillations of keenons guided by a non-local vector potential wave function with quantized amplitude. They propagate at the speed imposed by the vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability, which are intrinsic properties of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. The electron-positron elementary charge derives naturally from the electromagnetic quantum vacuum and is related to the photon vector potential. We established the mass-charge equivalence relation showing that masses of all particles, leptons, mesons, baryons, and antiparticles are states of the elementary charges and their magnetic moments. The equivalence between Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law results naturally. In addition, we show that the gravitational constant big G is expressed explicitly through the electromagnetic quantum vacuum constants, putting in evidence the electromagnetic nature of gravity. We draw that big G is the same for matter and antimatter, but gravitational forces should be repulsive between particles and antiparticles because their masses bear naturally opposite signs. The electromagnetic quantum vacuum appears to be the natural link between quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology, and constitutes a basic step towards a unified field theory. Dark energy and dark matter might originate from the electromagnetic quantum vacuum fluctuation. The calculated electromagnetic vacuum energy density related to the cosmological constant considered responsible for the cosmic acceleration is in good agreement with the astrophysical observations. The cosmic acceleration may be due to both quantum vacuum fluctuations and matter-antimatter gravitational repelling. All the above results are established without stating any assumptions or postulates. Next, we advance two hypotheses with cosmological impact. The first is based on the possibility that gravitation is due to the electromagnetic quantum vacuum density of states fluctuations giving rise to a photon pressure at the characteristic collective oscillation frequencies of the charge densities composing the bodies, electromagnetic push gravity. The second advance that energy, matter, and antimatter in the universe emerge spontaneously from the quantum vacuum fluctuations as residues that remain stable in space, and we present the main principles upon which a new cosmological model may be developed, overcoming the well-known Big Bang issues. So you see now, all of a sudden, the context doesn't sound like what Xanac was trying to do, huh?
As well as initial states faster than the speed of light, inflation, as well as the horizon flatness and antimatter issues.
Yeah, it does exactly what I.
That's right. That's that's the well-known issues of the Big Bang model. Yeah.
Well, I don't think I misrepresented it in any way, shape, or form. In fact, you go to the end where he talks about his hypothesis. They're as outlandish and fantastical as what you've just said. And well, let's let Jace respond if he was listening.
Yeah. How about you shut up? Because he actually invokes the experimental evidence, and then he goes on to separate that from what he's going to try to propose to explain it.
Right.
After Jace's response, go ahead. Yeah, I would say after Jace's response, could I? Well, I wanted you to respond to that first, so it's not lost or something. But I mean,
it's getting lost.
What am I supposed to? I'm reading it. So, people propose ideas and hypotheses. I don't get it. It doesn't mean that this is right.
What I want you to do is tell me
and Klein had proposed things like this a while back. People have been doing it since.
And then he says gravitation is due to the electromagnetic
Zanuck, shut
quantum
up.
vacuum, radiation pressure,
Zanuck, please shut
electromagnetic
up.
gravity is seen by the charge density mass
Dude
in their frame
sucks.
on their
He
own.
consistently sucks. I don't even think Globers like to hear you talking here.
Go ahead with it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to get your take on the specific denotation of the observations, not his theory. He proposes theories in the paper to try to explain them. But he makes a claim, and I want to know what you think. Now, I'm not saying you should just immediately be able to respond with specificity to all of this. Obviously, there was a ton packed into the abstract, but where he specifically says that we've built all of this void of like conjecture, basically, or any postulates or any assumption. So next, it says right here, the cosmic acceleration may be due to both quantum vacuum fluctuations and matter-antimatter gravitational repelling. He said all the above results are established without stating any assumptions or postulates. Next, we advance to hypotheses with cosmological impact. So I'm trying to hone in on the first part, right? Like the part that's built without assumptions upon the observations of the quantum state vacuum, not let's argue about whether or not his theory could be true.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. What he's saying there.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Just read it. Obviously,
I don't get what you want from me.
Nothing.
He's proposing an idea. That's perfectly fine to do.
He's not just proposing an idea. He's actually specifically stating different observations based on the empirical evidence. And then he's proposing ideas based upon that. Those are two different things. And people in this room, in this arena, blatantly deny those empirical observations that he's invoking. And as I tell them that, well, there's a dielectric permittivity and there's a magnetic permeability. There's a dielectric and magnetic constant with the free space impedance inside the quantum state, and that you would have to invoke some type of background medium in which permeates all of space, and then the excitations and oscillations within that are what gives you this vacuum state energy. When I explain that and I say that gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature, and we can see the direct correlation between the law of gravitation and Coulomb's law of attraction, everyone in here typically mocks me, ridicules me, pretends I'm stupid, and says dumbass things like, oh, so if I'm negative, I should float. Right? So that's my point. My point is that now Zanuck's saying this dude is a wackadoodle. A wackadoodle? Let's just read his credentials. A professor at the National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology. A professor at the National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology, the director of research at the CEA, the French Atomic Energy Commission. He's also appointed as an international expert for the CEA. He studied physics at the University of Paris. He has a PhD, a master's degree in atomic physics, quantum optics, and lasers at Orsay University. He's a holder of PhD in atomic physics, obtained also at Orsay University in 1988, and an HDR obtained at Marseille University in 2003.
Okay.
So this is not some random flat earther.
We should let Zanuck respond now, but I was just going to say, I didn't realize this guy was French, man. It kind of changes a lot.
That's pretty
funny.
Publication is highly suspect by all physicists that subscribe to them and read these things. This guy might not even be real. It might be someone just putting a bunch of credentials on there. All his references are him, except for a handful. The things that he equates to gravity,
he referenced himself.
He made that up.
References himself. Oh, he has 20 references, and those are his own articles.
No, they're not his own articles. Here's Freeman, J. Turner, MS, and Herderer, 2008. Here's the Quantum Universe, Cambridge University as a second reference. So let's see. He's not even listed in the references until 8. Then it has 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And of course, we can go to these and look what. Stop interrupting. You're always bullshitting, dude. I'm tired of hearing you bullshit people, dude. Shut up. So when you go to those references, you can see that they're built upon tons of other external references. So it's not only him referencing himself. The first 7 are not himself.
The point is that a lot of them are his references. He might not even be real. The things he's saying just are completely in disagreement with most everybody in modern physics, Gravity is
now this
not,
dude's a complete
not
conspiracy
related.
theorist, and this
Gravity is,
dude
hold on,
might not even be real.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Let me finish the sentence, and I'll be
Oh
done.
my god!
So you're talking about something that he's relating gravity to electromagnetism and electrostatics, and they're not related. They have some similar qualities, but they're not related. In fact, there's no repulsive qualities of gravity, yet he's stating there could be. I mean, these things, if you put this to any particle physicist in the world, they will just laugh at it.
No, all you have is fluff, right? You have no substantive specificity. You're muted. You have no specificity. You tried to dismiss him as not being real. You said he wasn't. We don't even know if he's real. That's what your rebuttal is, and that he referenced himself. And most of the references are not himself. Most of the references are not himself, and the ones that are himself, you click on that and go read it. It's built upon tons of external references. He's invoking specific lab evidence, observational, empirical evidence, and that's what you want to avoid. And he brings up what he's talking about with the repulsive nature, the perspective repulsive nature of gravity regarding antimatter and the quantum state fluctuation and in a vacuum, and you're avoiding it, just saying baseless, like bullshit, broad, archaic beliefs taught in like 12th grade, physics. So please just chill. It's annoying.
Look, I didn't say he wasn't real. I said he might not be real. The publication that you're referencing is highly suspect, noted globally as being a suspect place for these type of documents that are not peer reviewed, not under any scrutiny whatsoever, and it's a problem for physics.
Aside from a genetic fallacy, do you have anything to say regarding the context of the article?
Yes. So gravity is not a repulsive force.
Oh, here we go.
Because he has reasons that it is. No, it's not. They're not related. They have some similar qualities, but they're not. He also went on to make.
Aside from your conjecture, can you cite anything?
What's a Kenon? What's a Kenon? What's it?
Sandy, before you ask a question,
it's the quantification method for the energy inside a vacuum. Oh! Okay. How about you just shut up? How about you shut up? You never know anything.
Tell me about where he talks about dielectric. Your dielectric mention.
Now you're freaking out, right? So apparently, this journal is quote unquote known to be not reliable. The Journal of Modern Physics is known to not be reliable.
This is kind of like the other day when I said, what are the square degrees of your visual space? And Zanuck started laughing at the idea of square degrees until I dropped him a link to Harvard, where they describe what square degrees actually means.
Okay.
I answered it in the chat, by the way. I said maybe it's roughly 10,000 square degrees. I don't know, but anyways, I have a question for. I do have a question for Jason. You probably be able to tackle this one, Jace, but it's just based on. I'm trying to connect the idea, because I haven't read the paper. I read the abstract, like basically what's it had read out loud. But I also know that as you've expressed this as well, Jace, that on the quantum level, like the quantum particles, mass is actually a description of the energy. Is that right? Like it's like that's the units that are used are energy units, right? So I was just wondering if there was some relationship there that could be, I don't know, if this. I don't think this paper was discussing that relationship, but I mean, clearly it seems like there would be a relationship as far as mass is, and mass and energy both have an effect on space-time, which is gravity. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking that like maybe there is a kind of like a relationship there, because the mass units are like basically energy units. That makes sense.
Kind of. I mean, there is a relation. there is a relationship, not directly, but like the more mass you have, the more electric charge, right? So there's like that kind of relationship.
Correlation, I guess. I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to see, because the claim that there's no relationship at all. But like I said, like, didn't you tell me that the mass is basically a description of like the mass of subatomic particles is is a description of their energy, basically.
Yeah. The mass for just an elementary particle, it's the magnitude of the coupling of the elementary particle with the Higgs field, which is it's an energy value, right? For other objects like baryons, like composite particles, it's the rest mass of the elementary particles composing it, plus the kinetic energy and the binding energy, translational, vibrational, rotational energy of the elementary particles in their interactions with each other via the electromagnetic and the strong nuclear forces or interactions. That's what composes the mass.
Right. So, but that's my point, though, is because at some level, when you start talking about molecules and just atoms, basically elements, like what comprises them and holds them together, at that point, you're just talking basically mainly about electromagnetism, and that will be responsible for the mass, the added mass, once those things are collected together, right? So, I guess I don't know. It seems like maybe there's a relationship, though, although it's not really expressed that way. But there's a relationship between, I guess, really any of those binding forces and what becomes gravity, because those are all going to have a gravitational effect, right?
Yeah, I get what you. I kind of get what you're getting at, but the thing is, right? Like, the electromagnetic coupling is much larger than the gravitational coupling, but once you go beyond the scale of molecules, right, when you have a macroscopic object, you need a large portion of free charges for electrostatics to really be having a role there, other than the inherent electrostatics that are already there, that are interacting with each other and canceling themselves out by holding the object together, right? Anything further than that is going to require more free charge, and they have to be free charges if you want to see macroscopic effects. But when you get to very large mass scales, gravity doesn't have that bound, right? You don't need, there's no such thing as like a free mass. You don't need like a free mass. It's just any mass that you add to the object has a gravitational effect. Whereas to see an electromagnetic effect, you'd have to be adding charges that are free charges that don't have a corresponding opposite sign charge.
Right.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to the zealots in this chat earlier, which is that the problem would be fully applying this to orbital mechanics, etc., in your own paradigm. You'd have to drastically change your cosmology. They said that I made that up and I was stupid, and that's not true. And then I just showed them a simple example of the relationship between the sun and the earth, and that, based on the assumed charge of the sun and the earth, you wouldn't be able to explain the orbit in a vacuum at these distances with these masses using an electromagnetic relationship. And there's no doubt that that's going to be a huge hiccup. That's your guys' problem, though. That's not my problem. And there is no canceling each other out. You can get the closest to zero as possible, and there's always flux. There's no like eliminating a charge or even the surface charge. But what I want to hone in on here is that it's very specific claims being made here. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it is composed of real states called kinons. So they propagate at the speed imposed by the vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability, which are intrinsic properties of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum.
They're talking about the speed of light there, right?
No.
Well, I thought you said
talking about the photon field, the electromagnetic quantum vacuum, the ground state.
But it was talking about the speed that it moves through space, but I understand that's the speed of light.
Okay, so it's talking about an electromagnetic quantum vacuum. Okay, so this is not conjecture. This is not some wackadoodle, as Zanuck wants to say, pretending he knows something, bringing up his little nephew. No, like, this is, we observe this in a vacuum. We know it's there. People are trying to understand it. You got to invoke some carrier of this effect that permeates all of space. and that what they've denoted as kenons, they're saying they propagate at a speed imposed by the electric permittivity and magnetic permeability inside that electromagnetic vacuum state. I've been saying that for so long, dude. It's been like probably 3 straight years now. And every time I bring up the dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability of a vacuum, I get ridiculed and, oh, you're such an idiot. No. And I say, your own paradigm knows this is true. You're making that up. No, there are physicists that acknowledge this has to be explained. They're trying to explain it. They're proposing alternatives to relativity. This goes on to explain that. Goes on to explain that very thing. I'm not saying this guy's an authority. What he's saying must be true. I'm not saying that he is in entire agreement with me. I don't have to adhere to an all or nothing fallacy that I believe everything this dude says. I'm saying look at the actual empirical evidence that he's invoking that we can go replicate ourselves if we want to. And that is actually supporting what I've been saying to you guys. And just the mere idea that flat earthers, the stupidest of all the people in the land, would be saying that gravity is actually electromagnetic. It's unacceptable to even inch towards that. But you have people in your own paradigm doing it. That's the only reason this is being brought up. I want to discuss the actual electrodynamics observed in the quantum vacuum so that we can stop all this bullshit about how it doesn't exist.
That's the only reason I brought that up, though, is because when you said like the speed, I thought that's how the speed of light was first derived, was in Maxwell's equations, where it talks about the magnetic permeability and the electric permittivity, or whatever. Basically, I forget which two equations you put together, but basically, the speed of light comes out of that equation.
Basically, in really layman terms, as he proposes his subsequent theoretical explanation, he explains that yes, if it is in fact intrinsically electromagnetic in nature, there would have to be a repulsive characteristic. And that's when he ties it into matter and antimatter. Right. Because we know that, of course, electromagnetic effects can attract or repel, quote unquote, the actually acceleration to and away from the null pressure point between the two. So he goes on to explain that humans need to humble themselves and realize that we're looking out at the vastness of a universe that we do not understand, and that even these theories I'm proposing still will not be the final answer. And it's okay. It's okay to acknowledge our cosmology doesn't work. Like the fact that the Big Bang came from a singularity, but no one can explain how. Like the fact we have a flatness problem, which means you have to have a perfect charge density at the moment of the Big Bang so that everything disperses in a manner that is flat, which is statistically impossible, which is why it's called a fine-tuning problem. Your cosmology has a bunch of issues. Do you have dark matter and dark energy? This guy has the intellectual balls to step in and say, okay, let's address these problems. This would at least begin us in the right direction to address dark matter and dark energy and our cosmological problems. And it would help us to also kill 2 birds with 1 stone and begin to explain the quantum vacuum.
I mean, I'm all for people like the dudes who will come up with stuff like this. I mean, it's definitely important to do and postulate and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think a big point, though, is that he's not talking about the whole quantum vacuum. He's strictly talking about QED, which is the electron, positron, and the photon, or electromagnetic fields. He's talking about that aspect of it. That's why he talks about vector potentials, and he says QED a bunch of times.
Because we established the mass-charge equivalence relation showing the masses of all particles, leptons, mesons, baryons, and antiparticles, are states of the elementary charges in their magnetic moment.
Yeah, true, but there's more to the entire quantum vacuum. Has much more to it than just the electromagnetic sector.
Allegedly. Yeah.
It's not.
I have no doubt that you disagree with the paper, but I disagree.
No,
with you.
I don't disagree, right? I'm just pointing out, I'm clarifying what he's talking about. He's talking about a very specific aspect.
He says all.
He's not talking about the like whole quantum field theory. He's talking about QED in general and specificity and the fields within that, the vacuum of that.
And he's pointing out that actually all particles tie within that, and that this would be the first step to a grand unified theory. So he is talking about all of it.
That's what I mean, though.
No, because it has nothing to do with their weak and strong interactions, which
it's about a unified field theory, Jace,
with electromagnetism or gravity.
What? How? Right? It's a unified field theory. It's specifically about gravity. That's the name of the paper. It talks about. Look, I'll read it.
Unifying the two of the interactions, gravity and electromagnetism.
But it says this is a step towards the grand unified field theory. We don't really have a problem unifying certain other ones, right? That's what
that's what I was saying in the beginning, that these ideas are out there already.
Yeah, but this idea isn't. This idea is specifically different because, yes, we have the electroweak force. We have an attempt to start to go towards the unified field theory, but the hiccup always lands on gravity. Integrating gravity into them is where it stops. We have no problem unifying the rest of them. It is actually gravity that no one can figure out how to unify, right? That's the main problem.
Well, the problem, the only verified one, why does this stupid push to talk thing
electroweak
up? Is electroweak because we can't, we could make, people have made the electrostrong theory. They have the hypotheses and all the math and stuff, but we can't engineer instruments or devices that can measure unique effects to the electrostrong interaction. So we can't say that that's a real thing yet. So we're not even at the gravitational level yet. We're still between electroweak and electrostrong.
Yeah, for sure. But I just now heard a physicist give a lecture the other day who says that, in his opinion, that those are the easy parts and that it's gravity that's difficult. So, and of course, if you're trying to unify them all.
That's true.
Yeah. So, you have recent studies on gravitational anomalies detected on many hundreds of galactic systems revealed big discrepancies with both Newton's laws and general relativity, revealing the necessity of advancing new theoretical concepts. Right, then he says right here, this result is in agreement with previous studies that have shown that the CPT symmetry, the charge conjunction, parity, and time reversal, and general relativity cannot be compatible unless matter and antimatter are mutually repelled. Zanuck won't rebut that. He'll just say it doesn't repel. Then you have. Go ahead.
I wanted to respond to that, actually. That's what I've been waiting to say something about that, because I could be wrong, and I might be wrong. I'm okay being wrong, but I just think that, and from my memory, the antimatter and matter relationship is they have opposite charges, but I thought that they both would be gravitationally attractive, massive, they're both the masses are like a positive mass, and so it's they respond the sort of the same way gravitationally, but I could be wrong about that.
But Coach, look, man, you need to step back and think. You know how you said you think that gravity and dark energy may be tied together, right? Well, that's the point. You have this realm that's basically the conjugate expression of the material world, this all-permeating space that quantum is now rather forced to acknowledge, right? So you have the attractive, collapsing type of effect that we observe that people attribute to gravity. But then you have the conjugate of that's in this all-permeating area that's not actually in spatial extension of matter that we observe. And this is where you get this idea of antiparticles and stuff like that. And that it does the opposite. So if it does the opposite of this collapse attraction, that would fit right in with electromagnetism, which has both the attractive and the repulsive, quote unquote. Again, it's actually just acceleration. So in fact, particles and antiparticles having opposite charges are attracted by Coulomb forces, overcoming naturally the weak gravitational repulsion and annihilate mutually, giving generally birth to photons. Conversely, matter and antimatter neutral structures must be repelled due to repulsive gravitational forces. This result is in agreement with previous studies that have shown that the CPT symmetry, which is the charge conjunction or the charge conjugation, parity, and time reversal, and general relativity cannot be compatible unless matter and antimatter are mutually repelled. So the point is that, yeah, he's proposing that gravity does in fact have a repulsion nature to it, but that the opposite charges of the Coulomb forces are significantly stronger and they overcome the naturally weak gravitational repulsion.
Okay, another quick, unless Jason, unless you got something you're gonna say real quick. I mean, this is a very quick question, but I'm not an expert, like I said. So when it comes to antimatter, I know there's a lot of claims from Dirac to like the positrons that are emitted from bananas every 2 hours or whatever, 90 minutes. But is there? I mean, how much testing have they done on the gravitational attraction of antiparticles? Like, I'm just curious. Like, what's the evidence of any of that, if there is any? So to me in my head, yeah. Go ahead.
They've tested like the direction of the right, like if they had different magnitude signs for the mass and we just didn't realize that, right? You would expect that regular baryonic matter mass would go one direction in a gravitational interaction, and its antimatter counterpart would go the opposite direction in a gravitational interaction. They've definitely tested that. They've done it with hydrogen and anti-hydrogen electrons and positrons, things like that. They know that, there's tons of published research on that goes the same direction.
I have to see that because like just going off of like my limited understanding is like if you were talking about the cloud chambers or like something like a particle collider or something, the reactions that you would see would be all but gravitational. I mean, as far as I understand, like it would be like like a a charge repulsion or attraction or like that would like the paths of all the particles. They kind of would to like I said, from my understanding, would be based on a lot of other things, but not gravitational, unless there's a way to infer that. I'm not, like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, like if you're talking about like a cloud, you have a cloud chamber and you have an electron and a positron coming through the cloud chamber, right? Their quantum electrodynamic interactions are going to be way more. They would outweigh the gravitational repulsion interaction much more, so it would be hard to see that. You'd have to you'd have to take what this guy is saying and do the calculation with the formula that he gives to see, like, if you have just the standard quantum electrodynamics, what the strength of the annihilation interaction would be versus, what with this guy's gravitational repulsion, what that would subtract off of that, and then, compare it to what you can measure.
And then also have the resolution to detect that, because I'm sure that it's kind of something that would be, I don't even know if we have if we can do that, but
it's
like
probably going to be
extremely small.
Yeah, I would guess it's like really small.
Yeah, because the electromagnetic interaction at that range, like what is it, 36 orders of magnitude different. So that's like, I think like estimatingly, that's sort of the scale that I would expect to need to be able to see compared to whatever the charges are doing, whether they're repelling or attracting or whatever. You'd have to be able to see something 36 orders of magnitudes, more precise than that, to see that. But yeah, you'd either be looking for a positive, like a value that's added to it or subtracted to it, depending on if it's gravitationally attractive or repulsive. If there is if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah,
yeah, that's interesting.
Like these people and these zealot anti-flat earthers, they're literally trying to just dismiss the article, right? Like they're like, this guy's a wackadoodle. Oh, this isn't peer reviewed. Oh, you have to pay. Anything they can do but acknowledge what it says, right? When it's invoking hyper-specific empirical evidence that I could cite 1,000 other resources supporting with specificity. Okay, Lel?
No, wait.
Put them in the abstract, Lel. Lel, you don't even understand the abstract.
How do you know I don't understand
really,
it?
seriously.
Post it. I don't care whether I understand it.
Already
I
did
want you to
post
be
it,
able to.
Lel. Already did
I want to
post it.
see if you can actually post what you're saying.
Already did.
Hold on, brother Lale, my man. Let's all settle. Let's just settle down because I'm sure Lale does understand it if you were to read it. But at the same time, you coming in hot. You're coming in hot, Chris.
No. He always claims he has these articles, and then when you ask him to post it, he says, "Oh, they're in my files. I'm not sitting on my computer." I want him to actually post some articles that he's actually read, so we can read them too.
It's already posted, bud.
That's what we're in. I know you might have just got here, Chris, but that's what we're doing right now. Is he posted something and we're discussing it?
Is it a screenshot of the article or is it the actual article?
It's the actual article.
No, that's a screenshot.
It's all right. It's all right, Chris.
The anti-fighters will support him. Kosho's not.
I'll post it for you. It does exist.
No, it's a screenshot of the article. Why don't you
Lale, I will send it to you. Keep quiet. It exists. It is an article we're talking about.
This is what you guys do. You post screenshots of articles instead of actually.
I dropped the actual article 3 times, Chris.
Everybody, hang on. Geo posted it at 40 minutes past the hour. There's a link to the journal.
Okay.
This dynamic going on right now is quite cute. It's like the drunk uncle at the wedding who's going to say something retarded and like the nephew's trying to get them to stop. So Kosho, your efforts are valiant.
Admirable, yeah. But it's weird because why doesn't anyone just tell the drunk uncle, like, you shut up. You're wrong.
Chris is my buddy, and
by the way,
means.
I would like to point out
that this
article is directly about gravitation, which makes gravitation actually exist.
Chris,
so your whole mantra of gravitation not existing doesn't work.
Dude, look, he read the title. Now he's ready to tell me why I'm wrong about it. And then Zenik did the same thing yesterday. Before he read the article, proceeded to tell me why I'm wrong about it. Now Zenik's back today. He's talked to all the physicists in the world, and they all know that this guy's.
I never claimed that. I'm claiming that just the nature of the article itself shows that gravity exists, and you reject gravity.
And he thought it was a joke.
Zanik, you did not talk to your. Okay, how about this? Have him personally contact me and tell me specifically what's wrong with it. I know, that's why you're not even saying anything right now.
And this,
yes, I am. Chris. This article is about gravitation, and you reject gravitation, but this article supports gravitation.
That's a good point, Chris. Let's listen. Let's listen to what's.
By the way,
let's listen to what.
Kosho, the Scientific Research Publishing, which this is published by, is a predatory academic publisher of open access electronic journal. It's basically a social networking for scientists and physicists and people. It's like Facebook for physicists. Right?
Facebook for physicists.
It's considered to be questionable quality. Right? It's listed under Scientific Research Publishing, which I just posted an article about. So it's suspect. It's sus.
Oh, what about ResearchGate? Is ResearchGate any good?
I mean, to be fair, I'm a member of ResearchGate, and so like I said to you last night or this morning or something that like just the fact that something's published or available like that in itself is not really doesn't mean too much. But at the same time,
God, these freaking. Dude, this is what's wrong with you people. You guys appeal to authority incessantly. You think all the physicists are wrong, blah, 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 blah. Then I go get a dude that's drowning in credentials. Drowning in them.
Well, he might not exist, man.
He might not exist. Exactly.
That was the funniest thing. That was the funniest thing you said, Xanish.
I know, right?
It's like as soon as the guy says something,
he's got some fancy words that aren't like in the mainstream science. So he
wait, time out. I'm still talking, Zanik. So you guys are basically saying that we should take your word over the authority, but every other situation, we're the ones that just deny all the physicists. But now Zanik knows this guy's an idiot. Now Chris hasn't read it, knows he's an idiot. Now all the flat earthers say the journal's no good. It isn't a valuable source. This guy's.
I like Chris's response though. He just mentioned gravity.
You're actually insane people. You're insane.
No, but that's not it.
That's not it. The whole point of the article is about gravity. You reject gravity, but this article supports gravity.
Chris, trust me for a second, man. That's not the direction I think.
No, it is the direction. I'm going very basic. The article's about gravity. Witsit rejects gravity, but this supports gravity. He can't use this article to reject gravity when it supports gravity.
Hold on, Chris. Just let's look at it like this. We're all of us, including myself, Jace, you, Witsit, everybody. We're all exploring what this is and exploring what the truth of this is. We're not debating whether gravity is real or not real. We're just talking about whether or not the gravity and electromagnetism have a relationship, an intrinsic relationship.
Yeah, but if gravity doesn't exist like Witsit says, then this article is moot because
dude, Lel, if I gave you 50 grand right now, you couldn't even articulate an elementary version of my opinion about gravity. So why are you pretending to know what I say about it?
You have rejected gravity in the past. You continue to reject gravity. That's all I need to know.
No, well, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm one of the flat earthers.
Do you accept that gravity exists? Then
look what you guys are doing.
Chris, you got to settle down for a second, Chris. Just settle down.
Gravity exists.
Well, let's let Witsit explain.
And that it can be measured at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, can we get back to like an actual topic on this rather than?
I did. I'm going to the actual topic. Witsit, do you believe that gravity exists and it's measured at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah. So for years now,
answer the question.
For years now, I've said that the 9.8 meter per second squared measured agreed upon average is a real thing. It's a real effect. And I don't believe what you guys think causes it. And you guys think that the effect is the cause, and 5 years into it, you still don't get that it's not, I guess. And I've explained that actually what you're calling gravity is intrinsically electromagnetic. Specifically, when it comes to downward acceleration, it's electrostatic. And that the electromagnetic, by the way, same thing, electrostatic is electromagnetic, by the way, right? That is what holds everything together. Everything's intrinsically electromagnetic when properly defined, and that it's significantly stronger than gravity's even claimed to be. And you guys hijacked the electromagnetic phenomena and claimed that it is in fact gravity, the bending and warping of space-time. I vehemently deny relativity on its face. It's paradoxical and impossible to exist. And that you have a problem because your own paradigm will never make progress until it begins to absorb the fact that what you call gravity is actually intrinsically electromagnetic, so that you can have a unified field theory and thus a grand unified theory in the future. I've said this for years now.
On Earth to the ground.
Does Leo literally think that things drop, therefore gravity?
Well, hold on, Leo. Hold on a second. Hold on, man. Hold on. I had you temporarily muted because you were interrupting Witsit. So if you were speaking there, it took me a minute to get back to it. So if you want to say your point again, go ahead now.
Okay, he asked me a question. Here's what I claim. I claim that I can drop an object from a certain distance. We can measure that distance and measure the time it takes to the ground. And relatively speaking, it will be at 9.8 meters per second squared. We as in the community of scientists, term that gravity. You denying that is denying gravity.
No, we don't deny that things fall down, though.
Yeah, exactly. We also don't agree.
We call it gravity, though. They call it gravity.
Yeah,
scientists call it gravity.
Ignorant, Chris. Right. The reason that you guys call it gravity is because you're still operating in this 7th grade. Let's dumb it down for the kids in the textbooks. Let's just drop something and call it gravity. But in your paradigm, that's the effect. That's the effect, little g, the effect. The
what we call gravity, yes.
Downward acceleration, it's the effect. But gravity claims to be the cause of that effect. When I drop my pin, that is the pin falling is not gravity. That is supposedly the effect of gravity. We do not deny that things fall. We do not deny that you can quantify how fast they fall. We do not deny that they have a rough average that's called 9.8 meters per second squared. We deny your claimed cause of the effect of the object falling. Well,
this is a huge derail.
Gravity, the rate of fall, we call gravity. Our scientists call gravity, I should say.
I'm amazed that your argument is this basic.
Can we get back to it, please, though? Wherever we were before this.
You're just wasting everyone's time.
My bad, Crypto.
No, I'm just saying he's wasting everyone's time.
You say Crypto?
Can you hear me, Jeremy?
Yeah, my bad, bro.
He's being a douchebag because he can't help it.
Right, okay. Maybe we can just not have our time wasted and go back to the more interesting subject.
You mean like this paper supports the idea that gravity exists and that we can be measured?
This paper specifically specifically goes against relativity and Newtonian claims of gravity and says that they don't work and must be done away with, and that gravity is actually intrinsically electromagnetic.
Where does it say that?
All throughout it.
Crystal, keep in mind that this guy's French. The guy who wrote this paper.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Lil, this guy's an idiot. Because Xanax said he's a wackadoodle.
Well, he might not even exist for all we know.
He might not even exist, actually, yeah. Yeah. Lil, I know you like to say our scientists, like we're in a church and you have a priesthood or something, but yeah, there is no our scientists. There's a bunch of different people that study different fields.
No, I said scientists.
You said our scientists, quote unquote.
No, I did not.
Yes,
I said scientists say.
You said our scientists, it's okay. So
no, I did not.
See, and what am I going to do? Like, play this little baby petty game and go back and play the stream? We all heard it, whatever. So, again, just so you know, Lel, this guy is a professor at the National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology and a director of research at the CEA, which is the French Atomic Energy Commission. He's also appointed as the international expert for the CEA, and he studied physics at the University of Paris, where he got his master's degree in atomic physics. No, he got his master's, or his bachelor's, I guess, in atomic and nuclear physics. Then he got his master's degree in atomic physics, quantum optics, and lasers at Orsay University. He then has a PhD in atomic physics obtained from Orsay University as well.
The real question is, does this guy even exist?
He doesn't even exist. No. These were all faked just so that we could promote electromagnetism on Discord.
Well, I feel like we were talking about me, you, and Jace a minute ago. I mean, that was I'm it was at least spurring my curiosity because that's something I haven't considered before, and now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of I'm not sure how that's done, but yeah, about the because what you were saying was it also about the repulsive nature of antiparticles versus particles. Jay says there's papers on it, so I'd be interested in seeing the evidence of that. But and to my understanding, like which is very limited, extremely limited actually. I'm not clear on how you would even how they would have confirmed that at this point. And whether or not they were repulsive or gravitationally repulsive or not. But like I said, I have a very limited understanding in that regard. So,
well,
perhaps a more interesting subject, instead of talking about the repulsive nature of antiparticles, would be to talk about the repulsive nature of anti-flat earthers.
It's very clever.
Thanks. I had to get out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mind if I ask you guys a mind if I ask you guys a question? So,
absolutely mind it.
So you know,
as long as it's on topic, Data on topic.
Well, it's about the title of a book that you guys know that I've been waiting to finish here. I just wanted to ask all of your opinion, considering you put a lot of time and effort into debating the cosmology of the world.
It's not on topic.
The original title was Flat Earth Data, as in a culmination of all of your conversations.
Disgusting.
Compressed.
Data.
Right. So, just out of curiosity, when you guys are done, your idea on what a book title is would be a good thing.
I'll tell you mine, but I want to hear JC. I heard you. I think you were trying to respond to what I was saying about the.
I mean, just a quick comment on that. This is not meant to be rude at all, but I think when someone writes a book, it's kind of up to them to make the title, right? It's their book, so you got.
Yeah, we can write the whole thing for you if you want to. Dude.
You got to come up with it on your own, dude.
Definitely have titles.
Yeah,
but you guys are all here for 5 years or more, discussing the same thing, some ad nauseum. So I would just think to ask in your mind's eye, what would that be called?
We heard the request.
So it's like fighting against Santa Claus, but at the same time, there is a sense of authority there that does tell the truth.
A world view by the insane.
That's the title. Use that as the title. Fighting against Santa Claus.
So there's two titles. See now how.
But hold on. Jace was, because he's actually, I don't know if not talking about the other things than Santa Claus.
Yeah, let's go back to the topic.
Yeah, Kosho, I believe it's at CERN they've done it. The way they do it, they make they get hydrogen and they make anti-hydrogen, and one at a time. They put them. It's like a vertical chamber, like this big vertical chamber that they can put them in. They just see which way they accelerate, basically.
Right. So, because I've heard this. I don't remember who said this, but they talked about how electrons were like the mass was measured. And I know there's multiple ways in which people claim this has been done, but one way in which I heard was like they will affect it. They will get a single electron and then affect it. They will drop it basically, and then also like maybe bombard it with some kind of negative charge, such that it like the reaction is accounted for, and then what's ever left over from that reaction would be its relationship with the gravity, basically, like it falling. But I'm not sure. Like I've heard something like that.
You can use
how is that true when there's no
penning?
How is there no gravity effect at subatomic particles? Right? There's no gravitational effects at subatomic.
You don't know that. Level. You don't know that. That's what we're talking about. So hold on.
That's what the claim is, dude. Right now, in modern science, there is no gravitational force at the subatomic level.
He's claiming to talk about how it's measured. Just give him a second, dude.
Dude, they just came out and said no.
I was just going to say that the electron mass can be measured with a penning trap too, which is a kind of the same thing you were saying, Kosha, but instead of dropping it vertically, they have it go around in a ring.
So why are they claiming they cannot test gravity at a subatomic level then? Why is there no gravitational influence at the subatomic level?
The actual claim is that gravity is non-renormalizable, so you can't develop quantum theories of gravity the standard way. You have to do it the path integral Lagrangian type of way, like people like Sean Carroll have done.
So why would they just come out within this week claim that gravitational effects are not measured at the subatomic level? There's no way to measure. Why would they come out with that this week? And then you're telling me that that's the opposite.
He just gave you 2 examples.
They're probably.
I hear that. That's what I hear. But why would they come up with the opposite of what he's stating? Why would modern science come out?
Because you said measure, right? And it's hard to measure these effects.
There's no effect at the subatomic
small.
level. Yeah, there's no effect of gravitational effects subatomically.
Well, that's not.
You can't talk through people's.
That's what they said this week, dude. So why is he telling me? Why is he telling me?
When did they say this?
Modern science this week. This week they come out with this acknowledgement. Yeah, that's the same thing that Jace talks about. The same thing that Jace says is true is coming from the same mouth that says it's not true. Because I get the same source.
Unfortunately.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's all the same
mouth,
does. Same body, same mouth.
Provide the source.
So I didn't create it. It's nothing new. You can just quickly Google search it.
No, you claim that you do it. We don't do your
just
work.
Quickly listen. Since you live off of Google, the 3 top searches will come up. The 3 top searches will come up. I'm sure you'll find what they now
have. You provided. You claimed it. I don't have to do something you claimed.
So I'm not claiming it. They claim it. The people that
you're claiming they claimed it. I want you to provide the evidence that they claimed it.
Yeah, so you want me to he's working on it. Chris, he's working on it, okay?
I've told you what the claims of modern science are.
Yeah, you claimed that modern science claims such and such. Provide that claim.
David, just let him know you'll get to it.
Yeah, why doesn't he just do his own work for him and stop believing his own model?
Just stop doing that. Just stop saying that. Just let him know you'll get
his own model. His own model that he believes is the same people that create his own model that he believes. They're the same people saying the same thing. If he wants a source, he should type in gravitational effects at the subatomic level, and then go see if Jace is contradictory to what they're saying.
Well, you can look up Sean Carroll's
arrow of time
of quantum field theory in a curved space-time or general relativistic quantum field theory.
Yeah, the arrow of time guy, sure.
It's a whole book he has of how he did it.
I don't get why I have to provide the evidence that you claim that science.
Because it's not my claim. It's not my
Yes,
claim.
it is. You're claiming that
It's
science
not
made it
my
such a
claim.
Data.
You are
Data
claiming
and Chris.
Their claim.
Guys,
No,
yeah,
you
both
claim
of
that
you guys are
science
right.
says such and such.
Chris, you're right. You're right, Chris. I'm going to convince him in my own time to provide to you that document. Okay, Chris?
No, I want my time.
I know,
to
Chris.
support his claim that
I'm
science
working
is
for you.
claiming such and such.
Well,
I'm
he
working for you,
can't
Chris,
support
but
the claim because it's in Sean Carroll's book, Space, Time, and Geometry, is literally a general relativistic formulation of quantum field theory. So that disproves the idea that you can't formulate gravitational quantum theories, right? Now, the issue with measuring, that's a different issue because these effects are extremely tiny. We don't have instruments and facilities and experiments developed yet that measure these extremely small effects. But that's a different, separate issue.
So Jace agrees with what he's saying. So you must now agree also.
As I stated, they cannot measure the gravitational effects at the subatomic level. That is what's claimed.
He
Jace
didn't
just
say you
confirmed
couldn't
that.
propose a theory. He said you can't detect it.
yeah, but also that there's got to be a
first he
distinction made.
did.
All right. Anyway, so Lel, I'm glad you agree with that. I'm glad we got that resolved.
I don't agree with that.
So you disagree with Jace?
I didn't say that.
Well, he just now said, well, we don't have sensitive enough equipment to actually directly measure it. We do have theories put forward as to how it would work, though.
Well, it's just that the things that we do measure, like we can't make unique measurements of a general relativistic quantum field theory. The things that we can measure are unique to just a regular. They're not unique. They're in just a regular flat space time quantum field theory as well. They're just limitations of that. So you can't say for certain that it does exist or it doesn't exist because you can't measure unique results yet. So that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and you can claim that it doesn't exist. It means you can't claim either way.
Jace, is this true or not? Is this true? Is this true or not? Gravity is incredibly weak compared to the other known forces in nature. Thus, calculating the behavior of a particle in a subatomic process, we can ignore the corrections due to gravity. If we probe the matter of a distance scale of 10 to the negative 35 meters, we'd have to include gravitational effects, but currently our experiments don't.
Okay,
Thanks.
And after you answer this, Jace, I'm going to get to my question, but go ahead.
Yeah, all of that's what they said there is perfectly fine. Other effects like the strong interaction and the electromagnetic interaction are going to dominate in those situations. So trying to measure gravity in that kind of experiment, you're not going to be able to do it.
And Jace,
as
just real quick,
it's not measured at a subatomic level.
Yeah, no, you said it. You did say it though, and most of us have ears. Jeremy's, and I'm not going to make fun of him. Okay, listen, Jace. Right. So again, though, there's a distinction that has to be made, though, right? Because when you're talking about the penny trap and the ability to measure the mass of an electron, basically by, well, I guess a penny trap's not a good example of that, but in the example that I gave, where you drop it vertically and you detect the difference, and whatever's the difference would be like a relationship that is its mass, but that'd be in regards to gravity, though, right? Or is that more of a inertial measurement? I was thinking that it had to do with the mass, like with its falling rate, so that it would have to do with the gravitational test. But I was going to say the distinction should be made between that and the Cavendish done at that scale.
All right. Before we get all the way up in the weeds, you're going to just take your guys' stupid little relativity away real fast. So obviously, unless pure integers attract or repel each other, Newton's and Coulomb's law are phenomenological mathematical expressions describing how gravitation and electrostatic forces act, but without explaining physically why. In addition, it is worth to note that G in the equation 21 is inversely proportionate, which may be understood to the square of the density of the vacuum states, generalizing the expression we may write blah, 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 where blah, blah, blah. Okay. Through this lens, big G depends directly on the local density of the vacuum states and consequently may not be a universal constant. This could explain the gravitational anomalies observed on hundreds of galactic systems in contradiction with Newtonian dynamics and general relativity. On the other hand, recent studies over 193 high-quality disk galaxies have finally ruled out, with a high degree of statistical accuracy, all modified Newtonian dynamics models. So for those that don't know, you have the modified Newtonian dynamic models, which is one of the more popular, quote unquote, most promising replacements for relativity in your paradigm, because everyone knows it has to be replaced. But this guy's actually pointing out that apparently if you look at the galaxies, that it actually rules it out. And so we have to have another one. And under these conditions, we may advance the hypothesis here that gravitation might originate from the radiation pressure of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum field, or the electromagnetic push gravity, induced by the local variation of the vacuum density of states, which is felt by the bodies in their own frame, and depending on the collective frequencies of their own charge densities. Wow, so what, gravity is relative to the frequencies of the charge densities? What?
No, it's
No
not a
way.
constant. Yep. It changes
And
on the
it's not a
matter.
constant? Yeah, I mean, like,
That was a postulation, though.
yeah, but yeah.
So
what's
hold
wrong?
on. If I gave you a pendulum formula, and I could
Yes, we
film it with
know.
a camera,
We know. You say the same things every time.
Yeah, but because it's in my book, I give you a detailed explanation to show you that gravity is not a constant with one calculation driven by the concept of a spherical model. So with your own spherical model, I can show you that gravity is not a constant, or your spherical formula.
Pendulum,
no, it's
1
4
meter,
pi. Right?
It's
4 pi.
And one.
No, it's But anyway, the point is that you can show you with varying weights, you vary the pendulum swing. You can calculate with a camera, and you can calculate with the formula, showing you do not get a constant. The rate of change based on the density of the matter passing through the medium. You can do this with a simple experiment, showing you this overall conclusion that this rate of fall is true. No, it's maybe at short local distances you can average it out, but the matter changes. The matter when it changes the attraction.
So it actually says here, in fact, a plasma is characterized by the plasma frequency corresponding to a collective oscillation frequency of the electron density, whose well-known expression is this formula right here on the screen. So if someone wants to say that it's just a theory, okay, well, he's saying recent studies over 193 high-quality disk galaxies have finally ruled out a high degree of statistical accuracy, all modified Newtonian dynamics models. So, of course, to say no, Newtonian dynamic models, new modified dynamic models do work, then you'd have to rebut the 193 high-quality disk galaxy claim that it actually ruled it out. And then he goes on to say that under these conditions, based on it being ruled out, which everyone knows relativity has to be replaced. Again, that's why modified Newtonian dynamics is one of the more popular ideas. Then we may advance the hypothesis here that gravitation might originate from the radiation pressure of the electromagnetic quantum field, induced by the local variation of the vacuum density of states.
You're missing something really important, though.
Wait up, dude. Which is felt by their bodies in their own frame and depending on the collective frequencies of their own charge densities, which you just read. And then you said it's just a theory, but he builds it upon. In fact, a plasma is characterized by the plasma frequency corresponding to a collective oscillation frequency of the electron density. So,
yeah, but what's it? You can't say that my new idea is true because of some existing idea that isn't my new idea, right? Like I can't say I got this new idea and red is 572 nanometers, so my new idea is true. You have to have something that is evidence of the new idea, man.
Yeah, that's what the plasma characterization of plasma frequency is, dude. And similarly, whatever the temperature, all the bodies are composed of charge densities whose collective oscillations yield characteristic global frequencies, analog to the plasma frequency. For instance,
plasmas
iron. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you got it, man. You guys are going to go down swinging. We know, but you guys are going to look dumb as hell in like 3 years. The fact you guys are acting like relativity still works, you're just going to look dumb. You're going to look dumb.
You're overstating this.
Then why couldn't you respond to the abstract? Why couldn't you respond to the actually the specific evidence? right? The specific evidence of what they observe inside of the actual vacuum. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it's composed of real states. Which, of course, you believe in these particles, which aren't actual material particles. They're just oscillations of the background field. I mean, you've told me this myself, that everything is comprised of these quantum fields, and what we call particles are actually just excitations within these fields. So, okay, what about kenons?
Yeah, have you ever heard that term before? There's no evidence of kenons with it. It's an idea this guy has postulated, and he's taking other ideas and trying to say these are evidence for my new idea, and that's just not how things work.
Okay, so are you going to address specifically the fact that we have the vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability, and then we actually observe the electromagnetic quantum vacuum having specific properties that correlate with the actual quote-unquote kenon phenomena, right? And how fast they propagate based specifically, indirectly, and proportionally to the dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability of the vacuum?
Yeah, you know what else they correlate exactly to with all those same properties? The electromagnetic vector potential do.
How does that support you?
Because you're not giving any unique new evidence that supports this theory, right? Everything you just said there corresponds exactly to the regular electromagnetic or the quantum photon field. And that field explains even more about the properties of these objects we're talking about. So there's nothing new and unique to suggest that this kenon field is the real reality of what's going on rather than what's already known.
Oh, so then you do acknowledge the gravitational relationship of these alleged antiparticles and antimatter, and you can explain them.
Me and Kosha were just talking about that.
You weren't explaining it.
Ways of measuring it.
How do you explain it?
It's an idea, it's on him to explain it. Until it can be measured and verified that his idea is correct about it, then we'd have to explain it.
No, not his idea. Chris, you don't know anything about this. Stop.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, this is why.
Be right back.
Lel, please enlighten me. What's the vacuum electric?
I want to ask Jason a question.
No, Lel, you're jumping, interrupting. Please, you know all about it.
I want to know.
What's the permittivity and permeability of the vacuum? What is that? What does that mean?
Jace.
Yeah.
Is there such thing as a zero energy cosmic field that permeates all of space?
You got to give me a minute, Lel. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and he's actually, by the way, Lel, he's actually admitted that there is, in fact, this phenomena, and that if I want to call it ether,
great. So
he believes in background fields that comprise everything, and that these quantum particles are actually excitations within the background field. And we've come to the agreement over 10 times that I'll call it ether, and you can call it random little fields that don't actually define the field and can't explain how it's sustained. We've come to this where we disagree, but agree thing over a dozen times.
Yeah, it's very ingenuous on Jace's part.
It's not.
You mean
it really is?
It's like, dude, what hey, Lel, since you know more about this paper you haven't read yet.
I didn't say I know more about it. I asked a specific question about the paper, and you're accusing me of not knowing. I'm trying to understand the paper by reading it off explainpaper.com, and they mentioned that there's a zero energy cosmic field that permeates all of space. I want to ask Jace about that.
He left, but do you know why it's saying that? Did you read why it says that? It says it corresponds. Let's just read it. It says, we show that the electromagnetic quantum vacuum.
I don't want to read the entire paper. Okay?
No, we're not. I'm just going to read the first couple sentences. You seem to not have read that part. So it says, we show that the electromagnetic quantum vacuum derives directly from Maxwell's theory and plays a primary role in quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it is composed of real states. So it's talking about specifically the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency. And inside of a vacuum, you actually observe that there is a vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability that has an intrinsic property of electromagnetism inside the quantum vacuum. This is a real observed phenomena. This isn't just he made up the idea that something permeates space. He's trying to tell you the understanding of what is actually observed. So would you like to address the actual empirical observation?
Why?
He's not going to.
Why? So you're asking if something does or doesn't exist, but you're not even addressing what it's built upon?
I think it's way over his head.
It's really simple. In a vacuum, we have
It's real
electromagnetic
simple, but
effects.
yeah, you didn't write the paper, and you didn't
No, I
do the
didn't write the
empirical
paper.
studies on it. So it's so simple.
I'm saying to put it very crudely and simply, in a vacuum, we have electromagnetic effects. There's energy in the vacuum. It must be coming from somewhere. It must be something. It can't be the air.
Well, that's the problem. Is they only deem things to be as by its quantification, and if there's a lack of quantification, then A, it either simply doesn't exist, or B, they can only mathematically assert it. Therefore, it does exist. They just haven't quantified it yet into existence, such as graviton particles and other fairy tales.
Well, this is where they're even getting into the realm of quantifying it, you know? I don't even agree with the paper. That's what's so funny. I don't even agree with the conclusions of the paper.
Why read it then if you don't agree with it?
Because I know, intellectuals actually look at the evidence invoked in the paper and then try to come to their own conclusion.
Yeah, that's pretty telling, right? For someone to say, if you don't, why would you read the paper? Well, you would have to read something or listen to somebody to agree or disagree.
Wait a minute. You actually try to come to a conclusion and use the thing between your ears? You don't just like accept and regurgitate on free will?
Yeah, that's
Wow,
not
that's
allowed,
amazing.
actually. You must only invoke what you believe, everything they've ever said, and then you must put money in the plate as it's passed around.
By the way, this paper that you posted is the first time Keons has ever been discussed in the relationship to the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. This paper is the very first time that word has ever been published.
Yeah, if you could read what it says, it makes that very clear. Makes it very clear that that's what he's calling the effect. We don't care about his theory. I want you to address the actual evidence. The same exact evidence that I've been saying for 3 years, and even flat earthers have been attacking me for, and every glober unanimously has ridiculed me for. Can we talk about the evidence that he's building his theory upon? I don't care about his theory. I care about the empirical, verifiable evidence.
If this paper is not true to what you believe, why do you care?
Oh, because I've consistently tried to tell you guys that actually what you're calling gravity is intrinsically electromagnetic, and that your paradigm will make no progress until it acknowledges this fact. You can have no prospect of a unified field theory or any type of true progression of understanding, unifying your cosmology and quantum scale until you acknowledge that gravity is electromagnetic. And the way that we know that, and the way that we know that there's an ether, is because in a vacuum chamber, we have electromagnetic fluctuations. Specifically, we see effects relative to the permittivity and permeability of that vacuum. That we have dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Just a week ago, Zenik said I made those terms up. So you guys have ridiculed me for invoking this evidence over and over, and I'm pointing out that your own paradigm knows that the evidence is real.
But if this is the first scientific paper that has used the term kaon, why is this the first and it hasn't been in any other scientific paper before this?
You say, I don't care about the term that he's using. I am talking about the electric permittivity and magnetic permeability of the vacuum. that is observed. It's observed independent of what anyone comes up with to explain it. Any words people come up with to call it, that doesn't matter.
So the words he uses in this paper don't matter.
Irrelevant to the point at hand. Address the point at
No,
hand.
no. He said that it doesn't matter, basically. The words he uses in this paper don't matter. So what he's using to describe, the word he's using to describe something doesn't matter.
Yeah, no. The word he's using to describe something doesn't fucking matter.
It does, or why would he be using it?
Because if I was to describe spilling water and I called it slurpily-gurts, it wouldn't fucking matter. Because the phenomenon would be the same.
Correct.
So the word or the term doesn't matter. I mean, if you come on, bro, you got to pull yourself up to this level of discourse at least.
I'd love to know why you guys believe him, because what have you done any of his tests?
This is back.
You would ask of us every time we say something.
Yeah, wait, are you denying that there's electromagnetic quantum state of vacuums?
Don't know enough about it.
Oh.
My question is, how do you believe it when you deny everything else that other people do and test and experiment with?
All you guys
it doesn't happen.
All you guys have is like fallacious ad homs and all or nothing fallacies, genetic fallacies, red herring, straw mans, gaslighting, just attempts at hand wave dismissal.
All tools that you use.
No, I don't.
I have never once attacked your person. I've never called you stupid for saying that.
Well,
I just said,
dude, you don't have to call someone stupid to use an ad hom.
To mean what he wants things to mean, but you're telling me that those words don't matter. Why would he use them if they don't matter?
No, he is proposing a theory.
The same argument that electro-quantum vacuum, though that phrase doesn't matter because he used that phrase in his thing, but it doesn't matter because
Eli just explained that to you. If I spill a cup of water, it doesn't matter if you say, "Look, I spilled a cup of water," or "Look, I spilled a cup of gobbledygook." It doesn't matter what you call it. The water came out of the cup. The phenomena is real.
Yep. Giggity.
How do you not get that?
Satisfaction we call gravity. You call electromagnetic. I mean, I think that's where I get the most confused. Is you're just trying to, and maybe you're right, but you're renaming gravity. But all the effects of gravity are there.
No, you
that's
what you
whether
don't
it be magnetic or.
No, that's what you don't get. It wouldn't work for your model. See, it actually wouldn't work. That's why you had to come up with gravity. Because if you just had electrostatics or electromagnetism, you couldn't explain these giant planets revolving around each other at immense distances in a vacuum based on your claimed composition.
You can't explain that with electromagnetism, so it's gravity instead.
Well, yeah, I get that you have a religion, okay? But what the actual...
You have a religion, but...
The quantum state, look, that's the whole point, is that when we actually look in the real world in the lab, we see that there is something there.
You got a planet in the lab?
Oh my God.
I mean, you can test these things. Like as far as
he's using a flat Earth argument all of a sudden.
And you can fly up above the surface of the Earth, and you can test how much gravity has changed up there, and you'll find that it has changed, but not as much as you would expect for Coulomb's law.
Maybe
hey, Witsit, you got a planet in there?
Because he's looking for the very same thing you are, Moyak. He wants a demonstration too.
Moyak said the air is gravity. He said when you go up there, you can test gravity, and then it gets less and more, and you can test it and differentiate. So what's up there?
Huh.
Where does gravity start up there at? How many feet above the ground?
It starts up there. It starts down here.
Then how are you testing it up there?
Because it radiates out.
You don't make no sense. Okay, Narnia.
It don't make no sense. Yeah.
Dude, he's explaining that gravity.
Let me just say this. Demok, don't talk to me. I don't like you.
Moyak, did you just get here?
Hey, was it?
Okay. Because it says through this. It says right here. Go. Like here's the paper. Go down. Read at paragraph 27. Okay, and he's explaining specifically, right, that obviously unless pure integers attract or repel each other, Newton's and Coulomb's laws are phenomenological mathematical expressions describing how gravitation and electrostatic forces act, but without explaining physically why. He goes on to say, through this lens, he's saying that we actually use a specific equation. It is worth to note that G in equation 21 is inversely proportionate, which may be understood as the square of the density in the vacuum states. So he generalizes the expression, and then he explains that through this lens, big G depends directly on the local density of the vacuum states and consequently may not be a universal constant. This could explain the gravitational anomalies observed on hundreds of galactic systems in contradiction with Newtonian dynamics and general relativity. Now, obviously, I don't believe in your planets. I don't believe in your outer space. I know that Newtonian and mechanics and general relativity is not real. That's not the point. That's not the point at all. The point is that they know in your own paradigm there are significant problems with the current understanding of gravity. Certainly on the
galactic. And therefore, we should throw everything out.
No, if you even have any prospect of pretending that that is reality, yeah, you have to throw the current understanding out and replace it. That's correct.
If there's one small measurement error of 10 to the negative 17, then we have to throw everything else out.
Well, good thing that's not the case, and actually there's a huge error.
No, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if there's one small measurement error where we can't measure 10 to the negative 17, should we throw everything else about cosmology out?
No, that's a complete non sequitur. Like some precision of instruments and some small scale has nothing to do with this. We're talking about a situation where in like the 30s, you discovered that your mass prediction was off by 99%, where based on the vacuum energy experienced on the quantum scale, that your accelerative expansion rate would be off by 10 to the 120th power. I know this is where the Globers want to jump in and claim that isn't true and that's argued and that's debated. I get it, whatever, okay? We know that there's a huge discrepancy in the accelerative expansion rate of your own model. It doesn't work. We know that the galaxies don't work. The galaxy rotational speeds don't match the predicted model. It's not 10 to the negative 17 torr discrepancy of a measurement. It's 96% of the universe isn't accounted for in your current paradigm. And then we have right here 193 high-quality disk galaxies that finally rolled out a high degree of statistical accuracy, all modified Newtonian dynamics, which is one of the attempts to replace it. So yes, you have a problem. They know in your own paradigm you have very serious problems in modern cosmology.
And what's it very quickly? Well, Chris, 1 second, Chris. Chris, I know, Chris, I know. Chris, you're gonna go into answering your question. Don't worry. I just need to say something very quickly to Whitson. Hey, Whitson, will you briefly check the DM I sent you? But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Okay, so how accurate do we need to measure electromagnetic force before you throw that out, Whitson?
I say again.
How accurate have we measured it, and do we need to measure it more before you throw that out? The idea that electromagnetism controls everything.
Try defining it first, man.
Well, first of all, this is the main problem, right? Like if we actually look at this scientifically speaking, we can only verify what can be verified. And what can be verified is that everything is intrinsically electromagnetic when properly defined. Everything that exists, and that's why I always say electrostatic, to avoid arguing with you guys about how you don't understand the proper definition of electromagnetism. It doesn't matter. But the point is, everything that exists is that, okay? Everything. So why would I not acknowledge that? You're asking me what discrepancies would have to happen? Well, it depends on what phenomena you're trying to explain, right? Because I don't see any discrepancies.
But with the logic you use against gravity and everything else, if I use the same standard and said, we cannot measure the electromagnetic force up to negative 300, therefore it doesn't exist. That is your argument.
No, it's not.
We can't measure something up to a certain standard, therefore we can throw it all out.
No, that's completely electromagnetic analogous. No, this doesn't. No, my criticism of your model has nothing to do with something being so small you can't measure it. You could say that for the gravity on the quantum scale, I guess. Yeah, I get that. But no, that's not my argument is that you have a model called gravity, relativity, right? And you have a heliocentric model. And when you take this idea of gravity and you apply it to that model of the universe, it's incredibly off. It has nothing to do with, well, it's just so small that our really precise measurements can't get it, and it's tiny, and nothing to do with that at all. Nothing. We're talking about huge, allegedly huge galaxies in your allegedly huge universe, and they are completely disregarding your theory and not working at all with it.
When you're talking about quantum fields and all that, that's smaller measurements than the measurement of gravity that we use standardly. So it does deal with measurements. So just like I said, if we can't measure the electromagnetic force at 10 to the negative 300, therefore I can throw it out. It's the same argument. You just don't like it because you know it's the same.
It's literally not the same.
It is literally the same. Tell me how it's any different.
Because, again, it isn't just something being so tiny that we don't have instruments precise enough to measure it yet, so we can throw everything out. It's that your model is off by an immense magnitude, like insane amounts. You can't explain 96% of what's out there. 83% of the matter is something that you can't currently define. Your accelerative expansion rate's over 10 times too fast. In 33, we looked at the galaxy distribution of mass, and it was off by 99%. You have galaxy cluster issues, galaxy rotational issues. The edges of the galaxies are rotating way too fast for your model to be true. These aren't just minor little, we can't quite measure it yet problems. These are, on the grand scale, my theory is entirely wrong.
All right, so if we threw everything out and just said it was electromagnetism,
yeah,
how far off would it be then? And would we need to throw electromagnetism out?
Well, okay. First of all, you can't throw electromagnetism out because it can be directly verified as a real tangible effect. Gravity is inferred via quote-unquote indirect observations or measurements. So they're entirely different. You can't throw electromagnetism out. It's a very real, tangible, verifiable phenomenon. If you apply it to your universe, you would have to make drastic updates and revisions, that's for sure, because you cannot have these planets revolving around each other. They're at too great of a distance. They wouldn't work in a vacuum with simply using electromagnetism unless you make the medium different, you change the charge and composition of all these alleged planets and these stars. You would have to more than likely make them significantly closer, right? And smaller. And there's no one challenged this. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying, it's like you're making up your own dark matter now.
No, I don't have to make up anything. See, I'm perfectly content understanding we cannot fully understand the sky, but you guys are not, right? You guys think you know all about the sky. You think you know that the edge of the perceivable universe is 46 billion light years away, and that a teaspoon of whatever weighs a quadrillion pounds, and all this crazy like you guys think you know that Polaris is 300 light years away, and that the sun is 93 million miles away and this big, and
you have an azimuthal grid that makes like a mirror and shoots things around 180 degrees from where they should be.
Well, we objectively do perceive in a 360-degree field of view, and that's verifiable.
Yeah.
So the difference is that what I talk about,
it doesn't make things go around behind you.
Well, okay, you can say that, but it's not about making things go around behind you anyway. That's not even, you don't even understand it. And this is a diversion. So I get that you don't get that, but that's not what we're talking about. So what we're talking about is that gravity is clearly, the effect that you're calling gravity is clearly and objectively intrinsically electromagnetic. And yes, I said objectively, and yes, I know you disagree, but it is objective because every phenomena that we call gravity or attribute to gravity is intrinsically electromagnetic. You can't even name one exception. So how could you possibly say it has nothing to do with electromagnetism? What? Cavendish? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Okay, what in Cavendish is not electromagnetic?
The gravitational effect. Seems independent
Can you
of
name any object in Cavendish that's not electromagnetic?
Can you make show me any thing in Cavendish that's not made of matter? So it's matter that it makes it attract.
Well, first of all, can you show me any matter that's not electromagnetic?
Can you show me any matter that's not electromagnetic?
Yeah, specifically intrinsically electrostatic. Yeah, thank you. So this is one thing that people
doesn't mean that it has any effect on anything.
Okay, well, we know it does. So this is one of the things that
that's a bold claim, which is a lie.
Okay, this is one of the things that often gets misunderstood, right? A lot of people seem to think, for whatever reason, that you can attain zero when it comes to electrostatics, right? You guys think that you can attain zero, and oftentimes there's a conflation of charge and net charge. But it doesn't. Those are two different things. Something can have quote unquote zero net charge. It still has a charge, right? And in fact, it's held together by charges. But there's no such thing as zero net charge. That doesn't exist. So if we ground something, what's happening is all the surface charge that's constantly in flux on the surface of that matter is dissipating into the ground, right? It's discharging and dissipating, but it's constantly doing it because it's constantly in flux. So it's never actually zero. You're just getting as close to quote unquote zero in theory as you can by constantly
That sounds like
dissipating.
you should get random motion from that, not a coherent motion. We get coherent motion out.
Why would we get random motion?
So if it's
First of
changing
all,
charges and constantly in flux, you would get random motion.
Cavendish we actually do get random motion. Just in case.
No, we get a very perceivable load on that torsion bar in the direction of the mass.
Okay, first of all, we do get random motion. And secondly, there would be an interaction between those two masses via the medium that they're in. And even if you did it in a vacuum, again, you would have the electric permittivity and magnetic permeability, the impedance of free space. You would have electromagnetism in its environment, whether it's air, water, plasma, a vacuum, you name it. So if you have two pieces of matter and then you have a medium that transfers electromagnetism, well, then obviously it's going to go from matter to medium to matter. So there's going to be a directional bias between those two positions of matter. The only time you would have something quote unquote repel in Cavendish is if you didn't control the charge at all, because then you would get contrasting charges that were great enough to repel it. The reason we get them moving towards each other is because you have electrostatic transference or induction going from object to medium to object. So it makes sense that they would interact going towards each other. You can also experience.
Now, again, wouldn't that yield randomness? Because I would say with different mediums and stuff, that charge could move faster, slower. Why is it always this uniform? And yes, when you set it up correctly, you get pretty damn uniform answers.
See now,
right? Not to the 10 to the minus 17th range, but you get a little bit higher than that. You're round that off to a couple less zeros, and that thing is fucking doing exactly what's expected.
No, see, you guys say that, but that's not true. First of all, you were like always, but then you turn into kind of. And no, it's not always.
Well,
but
because I know that you guys are hyper pedantic and like to go down the route of, it's not perfect.
It's not even close to perfect. So if it just say that it is, let's just pretend it is. It's not. It's provably not. Okay, let's pretend that it is. Even if it is, then what do you have to do to try to get it to be perfect, right? Like you would have to ground the objects, for example, and you would want to control the environment. So you wouldn't want to just do it outside. You would do it at least in a shed, like Cavendish did in a shed, then ran away and used his telescope and didn't even count for electrostatics, by the way. He didn't even count for it. So anyway, it's like if you ground it, then yeah, you're controlling that variable the best you can. So it's going to be significantly more reliable. If you're putting it into like a container or inside of a shed, right, it would be even more reliable. Like say you did in a vacuum chamber, that would be the best way. A vacuum chamber that's grounded. So like a Faraday cage vacuum chamber. That would be the best way to do it.
I agree. But then when you take like a Big Blue's test, Big Blue got similar answers to Cavendish, who did not account for the electromagnetic stuff. So they were getting about the same answers. So apparently the controlling of the electrostatics was not super critical in his setup.
Well, Blue admitted to me specifically that the first few times he tried it, he got erratic results that didn't match at all, specifically because of electrostatics. He actually even said that on his live stream.
I know. I've heard him say that. And the question is, first off, how erratic? Because he was going to measure G, or big G, or little G. I don't know. He was going to measure
it would be big G, the gravitational constant.
G. And so he's going for hyper accuracy for demonstration of gravity purposes. Did he say that it would not work as a demonstration of gravity? In other words, it didn't generate torsion?
No, he has a belief system and a bias, but he automatically invokes any torsion as if it is gravity, when he himself admits the first few times he did it didn't work because of electrostatics. And I was almost to the conclusion that you guys don't seem to get is to say you vacuum chamber it, say that you ground it and put it in a Faraday cage. It's still there, okay? But it makes sense that it would be a more consistent effect, right? Because you're trying to control that variable. If I'm like constantly dissipating the electrostatics into the ground, it makes sense that the movement will be consistent or closer to consistent because you're really precisely controlling the variables the best you can. So that makes
Can I
sense.
change the charge density on these things? I mean, and basically, let's say I like to use a volt, but it's probably not the best measurement. But can't I take them from a neutral state of, same voltage, raise one up a volt, one down a volt, and see when it starts to affect it more than the gravitational effect, when it starts to reverse the gravitational effect and stuff. And then we can say that, well, it definitely doesn't have that much charge density, therefore that's not the cause.
Okay. This would be interesting to do, to take a whole bunch of different materials with different charge densities to ground it and not ground it, and then precisely and intricately measure the differences in the observations between that, and to put in a vacuum and not have it in a vacuum. Now, that's not actually been done. I've actually looked for that. That's never even been done. So
I've seen it done with turkey. I've seen it done with bowling balls. I've seen it done with. I've even seen it done with magnets.
No, but I was whenever Aldo was brainstorming that whole thing, that was the thing I suggested to him, because I knew he was going to do it with different material, but I was suggesting he do it with different material that that have different electrostatic or electromagnetic properties, and see how those relate to the because he was talking about he was first trying to talk about how he could cancel it out. And I said, well, instead of canceling out, you could just vary the material and then see how that if the variance changes with what you would predict based on the electrostatic charges.
Yeah, and this is
I never watched his videos though.
This is the reality, though, right? Like, you guys have kind of stacked the deck. So say that you change the objects and they have different electromagnetic properties and you get different results. Then you guys will say, well, yeah, but electromagnetism is stronger, so that doesn't mean gravity's not there, right? Like, there's no way, according to what you believe, there's no way to even test it. Like, we cannot falsify it.
No, that would be how though. So you would I personally I would predict there would be differences based on different materials. But based on the different materials and the known, charges and the magnitude and whatever, like the attract or repel,
the rules of
you can
electrostatics.
add that. You can account for that, and see if after accounting for it, you end up with still the leftover attraction that would be caused by gravity.
Okay, but are you grounding them?
Well, you can do that too.
You would have to ground them because if you don't ground them, the effect that comes from that is so much stronger than the claimed effect of gravity that you would never be able to differentiate. And since it's in constant flux, the amount that it's going to attract is going to change. Like electrostatics, we have an equation for it, but it's not like, oh, we get a number and it matches it every time. Electrostatics fluctuates greatly. And we have a construct of positive and negative. We don't have like little negative and positive charge glasses we can put on and see which is which, right? You can go watch like Walter Lewin at MIT, right? When he does his demonstrations, he'll explain this explicitly. Like, it's still, we're kind of like shooting in the dark. So
no, but you can say if they are opposing or like if they're like charges or opposite charges. So I mean, I guess it wouldn't really matter which one was positive or negative as long as you were determining which one was like or opposite.
The only way that we do that is if we see them quote unquote repel or not, right? Like I said, you can't like throw your glasses on and be like, oh, there's the positive charge. There aren't like little plus signs bouncing around. Like, it's like, that's what I'm saying. If you go watch Walter Lewin, I can drop his stuff. Like he explains, like when he's trying to show the demonstration, he's like, look, we're going to make this repel, right? Because they're going to be the same. And it accidentally attracts. He's like, oh man, he explains like openly that like it's like impossible to ever really know because it fluctuates so much. You can only know once you see the phenomena, once you see the effect, either repel or quote unquote attract, which is actually dielectric acceleration. But I digress. So, like, my point is, dude, this is what I'm saying though. Like, we know that variable's there, right? Like, we know it's there, and it's way stronger than gravity is claiming to be. And if I do that test, which I do eventually want to, but like if I do that test and I show that the manipulation of electrostatics greatly varies the effect, then we've proven, and you guys won't even deny, that electrostatics can cause this attractive effect. So then, like,
I actually agree with you 100%. It can, but at charge densities much higher than what I expect in the environment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna, would you agree you have to ground them?
Grounding them is probably the best way to deal with it.
Yeah, because if you don't ground them, then you're gonna have like such a stronger effect with such a wider fluctuation that you're never gonna be able to find gravity within that.
And they did the one video that I like a lot is, and I'm sure I've showed it to you. It's like a 1950s or 60s video, black and white, and it's just an old guy. He pulls over a bag of sand next to his Cavendish. He takes a plastic water bottle, and he also takes a Lexon rod that he charges heavily, and he uses that and shows how fast the water bottle moves when he puts that near it. You remember this video?
No, if you could maybe drop it.
See if I can find it.
So, because like I'm about to do a bunch of different little demonstrations with the Van de Graaff generator, flipping the polarity of the two plates and stuff for the level documentary. So after, I would be interested in doing a Cavendish in the future, but I feel like there should be some type of like effort to work together, right? Like, I can't just buy tons of different experiments constantly and do them all just so you guys can dismiss them, right? Like the move would be that we work together where like, say if I did it, then I document every step of it. I will say I don't really trust anti-flat earthers, to be thoroughly honest. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, say that like with Blue, when Blue tells the story and when everyone tells the story of Blue, his Cavendish, they all leave out that it didn't work at all the first few times, and he even admitted it must be electrostatic. But that part gets left out of the story. But like with me, I will document all of it. I'll document every bit of it.
I'd have to talk to Blue again on that, because as I recall in my conversations with him, that it was not that it did not work at all. It was not accurate enough for him. In other words, it was not able to determine G with it.
Yeah, when
in any meaningful way, but the fact that it was actually producing the effect expected, which is the attracted, that always showed up, as far as I understand.
But just out of curiosity, did he provide you with a torsion calculation? Because I asked him for that information. Did he go through the calculation for you to show where he got the torsion constant?
I believe he did it in his videos. I don't recall the answer.
He did it in his videos. Oh, I just never. Okay, maybe I've never watched his stuff, so I've asked him for it. So I guess if it's in his videos, but you haven't seen it.
No, I have seen it. It's just I chose to disregard that information. It wasn't pertinent to what I needed.
The torsion constant is very important to the.
Yeah, only when you're trying to determine G. I like Biodual's test where he did it with a piece of turkey, and fuck giving a shit what gravity was. He just showed the attraction. He was doing a demonstration, not per se a Cavendish. He was not trying to prove what Cavendish did. He was just showing the attractive effect.
That's ignorant, though, man. Because like we know the turkey's electrostatic, dude. Like, what the?
Yeah, like, you say that if you want. Now you got to show me that amount of electrostatic can make it move at a uniform rate, or relatively uniform rate.
You just said he didn't even measure it, and now you're saying it's a uniform rate. Like, do you guys have any type of like rebuttal or critique of me pointing out that if you have a medium that's electrostatic, right, or electromagnetic, and then you have two objects that are electromagnetic, and say that you're trying to control the variables the most you can, you're grounding it, like that electrostatic induction is going to happen from the matter to the other matter. Because that's going to be the most concentrated electromagnetism or electrostatics that exists, because those objects are just held together by electrostatics. So say you have an environment where the only thing in it is the torsion balance and the objects, the little balls, right? Like that's where all the electrostatics is. It's in there, and then there's some in the medium. And so, like, if you have the highest concentrations of electrostatics on the two balls, and then you have a medium that has electromagnetic properties, and then the energy is transferring through that medium, it's going to go between the two objects.
Please demonstrate this.
I was curious about that.
I've got a 16-pound steel ball on the outside, and I've got a 3-pound ball on the inside. How much current is flowing between them?
Well, it depends on if you're grounding it and what the properties are.
Okay, it's grounded. How much? Because it was grounded. How much current is going through them?
And what type of matter is it?
They were both steel and lead, I think. With bio it was turkey and steel.
Okay.
I have magnetic mediums as well. I was just curious. Yeah, because that's just confusing to me too. What you said.
I'm saying.
You're saying that this
like
minuscule,
the air is
tremendously
electromagnetic.
insignificant number is causing.
All of it would be electromagnetic. Like, if you did it in water, it'd be electromagnetic. If you did it in plasma, it'd be electromagnetic. If you did it in just the air, electromagnetic. If you did it in a vacuum chamber, electromagnetic. The best way to do it would be, for sure, a vacuum chamber that's grounded, like a Faraday cage vacuum chamber.
That's how they do the professional.
Biodual did that though, I thought.
He did a vacuum chamber, but
he went through all those steps, but didn't measure it. I'm supposed to believe.
Like I said, I didn't watch his videos. I just remember him setting it up and everything. And I remember he taught, because we discussed different ways to ground the apparatus, and it was of course a vacuum, because that was the whole point. He was trying to do it in a vacuum. Also, I have a paper. I've shared it several times, but it's like the smallest measurement of Cavendish with gold, and they talk in depth about their accounting for the electrostatic charge, because they couldn't eliminate it completely, but they do account for it.
Well, grounding itself will actually create a dielectric reflector. It's not very hard to do. You could do it for like less than $100, but technically you would have to have something where you can actually measure the dielectric field that you're putting out to see any variable or any change in it.
Oh, dielectric deflectors sell for about.
It's called electroculture, is what it's called.
They sell for about $500 on the street. So if you can make them for less than $100, you can make a lot of money with that. What's up, Dysel?
Yeah. What journals is it that is going to be accepted here from this guy, by the way? Because now they're claiming that this dude paid $1,200 and invented credentials. Like I'm like, what papers is it that is preferable? Does anyone have like some names of publication?
Well, Nature's a good one, but I mean, honestly, the publication to me is not important. And like I said, even if it came from Nature, the fact that it's published doesn't say much on its own. But the fact, like by looking at the what's come of it and who cited it and stuff like that, that's where I look into like the validity of, because basically you get to see like what other people's responses or them trying to repeat it or whatever. That's what I look at. That's true with almost anything, on any topic. There's stuff in nature that's not true.
If you're the maker of something, how can somebody peer review you on it? Like if you're the one that makes up this calculation or equation out of nowhere, say you just wake up in the morning, you're like, oh man, I got everything in this number, letter, order, right? How can someone peer review on your imagination? How does that work exactly?
Either they could go over your method and everything that you wrote about, how you did it and stuff like that, and look to see if there's any flaws in that. Or they could simply repeat it and look to see if the predictions that were made by what you come up with, if they can, show that to be available in observation. There's plenty of ways to either verify or debunk somebody's claim in their paper.
So wait. So is like Harvard's publication legitimate? Like if it's on like like Harvard's little ad sabs or whatever, is that not legitimate either? I
think they're all legitimate.
World Scientific not legitimate. Well, that's not what the other good people are saying. So like, look at all the publications. Look, he has papers published in all these places: Journal of Physics, Physical Science and Biophysics Journal.
Are they being cited?
Journal of Physics, Journal of Modern Physics. What did you say?
Are they being cited?
Yeah, these are all yes.
That's what I would look at is just look at the people who cite it and what they're claiming
what they're doing with
it. Okay.
Yeah, but for like Einstein type people and stuff like that, wouldn't you say, hey man, does this even make any sense? Like if Coach you woke up and say, I postulate this, and it doesn't make any sense. Like you're like, birds are turkeys that are gorillas that turn into giraffes, right? Just for being stupid. And I know it doesn't make any sense. So why would people like even go with it?
Wait, is the American
because
Institute
there
of
were
Physics
predictions made in it that you could follow through with. There were
There's
formulas.
no
that
way
could
you guys
test.
are denying the American Institute of Physics, right?
Like I said, nature's
I
the
won't
top
deny
one I go
anything.
to.
Depends on who cited it.
Nature's the only one. Okay,
Physics,
so
science,
Gobers are
it's not.
never allowed
No.
to indicate anything again.
No, nature's not the only one. I'm saying I don't have a discretion. I don't have a if I'm basing it only on the fact that it was published, then maybe I might go off of like where it was published. But if it was published, generally you can just look at the people who cited it and see you can gain the validity through that.
Were you here,
One of
with
the
it when they were
publications this
denying?
group has. What's up?
When they were you here when they were denying Dr. James Torr's work on a few things he's put out there?
One person was denying that.
No, it wasn't one. It was Chucky. It was Jace. It was several others.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I told you I'd seen his videos before, and I actually didn't even say anything about it. But Jace was the one who was, he said
yeah,
this
this guy's highly declarated and glorified within his academic field. Yet Jace seems to think he's certified enough to be able to hand wave this guy's fucking arguments. I don't know. It's just
Cornell University. It's like I don't understand. Like, why? First of all, it doesn't matter if it's written on a napkin. In reality, it doesn't matter if it's written on a napkin, dude. Okay.
100%.
If there's evidence cited that can be verified, it's about the experimental evidence, and then you determine if you consider conclusions drawn valid based on the observations and the empirical evidence. The fact that you guys even think something has to be peer-reviewed to be true or valid is ridiculous.
No.
I have a peer-reviewed paper.
No one thinks that.
I have a peer-reviewed paper that explains that 70% of peer review is garbage.
That's fine, but that's not
religious zealots hiding behind an echo chamber.
Hold on, Dice.
That's a
We
load
heard
of
what you said
horseshit,
already.
that whole thing that you say there.
Yeah, we didn't. That's not at all what I'm saying. Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
It's inherently a what do you call it? A subjective field when you're talking about medicine. And so, yes, when you're talking about medicine and peer review of medicine, there's a lot of subjectivity in it. A lot of places where variables can go wrong. And so, yes, you will get a lot of bullshit happen in science, the science of medicine.
But dude, it's not, no, just because it's from the medical journal of science doesn't mean it's what the article's about. It's specifically about all different fields within science and physics and medical fields. So whatever, dude.
The point that I was making is different than Mr. Marks, and even though I do agree, I know that study, and it's a lot about medical and psychology and sociology and that kind of studies. Whereas physics, the only reason I say, I'm not saying peer review in general, but I'm saying if it's in a paper, unless I'm going to actually test it myself, the one thing that is simple to look at is who else has read this, who cited it, and what they've done as far as repeating it or going over the details that are in it and all that kind of stuff.
Of course, the problem is though.
It's not that it has. It's not that peer review. Not peer review in itself. That I'm looking for.
You're not really coming through.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, with peer review.
Get your hot mic in there.
Nothing wrong with.
He's talking.
No, I'm fucking not, bro.
Oh, are you? You sound like you're hot mic.
I thought you were hot mic too. Go ahead, Eli.
You're just kind of low.
So the bottom line is this: that if maybe it's because maybe this is better. The point is that with peer review, there's no experimental data that everyone can verify then the peer review is bunk. And there's a lot of papers on how most peer review today doesn't have any experimental data in it. So we just have to be specific on what we're talking about. We can't just keep talking about vague things like topics. We got to go into the details, like what I think Witsit is trying to get you guys to want to do. It's insane.
Yeah, it's very telling though, right, Eli? Because they ridiculed me. See, their whole talking point was like just the mere notion of what I say about gravity is so laughably dumb and easily disproven that I should be ashamed, basically. So now that I've brought up like an actual credential, and there's tons of them, by the way. Like now they're like, oh my God, we cannot admit that this ridicule of him was unfounded. Not that I'm right or wrong. Right? It's that it's not just a incredibly stupid, impossible idea that everyone knows isn't true. This whole like bullshit narrative they like to spew out. So now they're trying to desperately find a way to discredit the guy, discredit the paper, discredit the journal. Now I'm dropping Cornell University and Harvard citing this dude, and it's like they're just.
I think the problem, though, is intrinsically in what you're saying. Like, even these people who are doing it at Harvard and they're coming up with these alternative gravity models, they're still saying that there is a force that pulls down, that would grab oxygen in the air, pull it down to the ground, make a gradient, and would keep it from fucking off into space. That's what they're saying with their projection.
You know how
No, they're not.
You can say that and attach that to your paradigm, but it's not necessary. There would have to be some kind of
but
evidence.
Demark was a strong refutation of your statement.
There would have to be some kind of evidence that would allow you to make that second link. The evidence being actual curvature. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, but it was just such an irrelevant point you're making anyway.
And I disagree.
Like, dude, I'm bringing it up for specific points. You guys don't seem to know how intellectual exchange works, right? Like, there's something called the all or nothing fallacy, right? Where like, oh, if it's either this way or it's nothing. So it's all or nothing, meaning I have to agree with everything that the author thinks about everything, or I can't invoke him. I can't even imagine thinking that that's something that should ever be said out loud. Like that, I can't believe.
Yeah, but if you're gonna use the shit that he's saying, you've got to use it within the realms that he's using it. And just to say that everything's electrostatic, therefore that's the force.
No,
the kind of thing you get from your thinking.
There's something called the fallacy of stolen concept. Okay, there's something called the fallacy of stolen concept. If I go take this guy's concept and I present it as if to make conclusions that actually contradict the other concepts and the other arguments that one is intrinsically tied to or built upon genetically, then that's a fallacy. If I take what someone says out of a paper, this would be like actually cherry picking. You take their idea, but that idea that they proposed, they rely on these other ideas to say that idea. That's different. That's called the fallacy of stolen concept. It's basically straw manning the person that wrote the paper. I'm not doing that, though. I'm pointing out that what you guys falsely call gravity is actually intrinsically electromagnetic, and there's tons of evidence for it. There's tons of evidence for there being an ether, effectively, if you would call it whatever you want to call it, that there's something else beyond the vacuum that your paradigm doesn't acknowledge and can't explain, and it doesn't work within your model, right? And when I say this stuff, you guys say it's not true. Now, I'm invoking a hostile witness from your own paradigm to show it definitely is true, and I can use the same evidence he's building upon to come to those conclusions. I don't care about his conclusion. So in actual intellectual forum, if you invoke a source for a very specific reason, then that's what the actual argument is. It isn't whatever else they think, however else they apply it, right? It's like...
Yeah, but like
and they invoke pressure as that force. Hold up. The amount of work that they're trying to do with the pressure and force of gravity, right? When you say it's bringing all the stuff down, I know you don't like listening to physics and reality. I know it hurts you.
No, I don't like listening to you. You're a blustering idiot.
Physics and reality. Repeat that. So when Moyak thinks everything's being pulled down, he's wrong.
Stick around,
he's wrong. Nothing's being pulled down.
Did you make Mr. Moyak leave, dude?
No, he's not my slave. I didn't make him do anything. He has free will.
Okay, I didn't know that changed. Okay, regardless, fuck, I was saying something.
He doesn't like reality, Coach Show. Just repeat that. Whenever he leaves, he just doesn't like to mock in reality. Because all I'm going to do is point out reality. There is no pressure. There's no built-up air just falling on my head, weighing me down, making me feel like I'm going to explode because it's just pressing on me so hard. That's the opposite
right. You're
of
in the
what we
chemo.
see.
You're in
Everything
chemo's
goes
camp.
from the center out. Listen. I'm in Democ's camp of reality. There is no camp but physics. Whatever you can demonstrate, I'm in the demonstration camp. That's it.
Demonstration camp. That's a new one.
That's
going to be the
principle.
that's going to be the Holocaust, the new Holocaust demonstration camp.
Hey, Moyak was asking for demonstrations and shit. So you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. You guys should get together, DMOC.
Yeah, Democ's big on that. That's cool. That's cool.
I'm
but
trying.
At the same time,
they won't meet me in the lab.
I mean, that pretty much.
Meet me in the lab. It's going down.
Catch me in the lab. Catch me in the lab.
Catch me out.
That does pretty much trump everything, right? Like if you can't demonstrate your shit, then what?
And then you got to look for a way to demonstrate it.
That's what I mean.
You can't. It trumps debunking it, or trumps it being debunked. But at the same time, you can't really debunk it just because it hasn't been demonstrated either. So it's like
you can also never
you don't have to
debunks itself.
If it hasn't been demonstrated, there's nothing to debunk.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is it's not necessarily untrue just because it hasn't been demonstrated.
It's totally untrue.
There's nothing to debunk if hasn't been demonstrated.
Well, that's not entirely true either. You can debunk something before it's been demonstrated, or by trying to demonstrate it, find out that it's false. I mean, that's debunking it.
Sure, but if you don't have anything to demonstrate, what am I going to debunk? The thing you didn't demonstrate happening?
No, that's the whole. That's the whole.
We can't debunk a leprechaun, Coach Show, that doesn't exist.
That's why experimental physicists get the big bucks, because it pays to be clever enough to come up with a way to test whether something's true or not, rather than just brainstorm.
Leprechauns do exist. So you have to merge them with a unicorn and I forgot what the other thing, Easter bunny or something.
Oh, gravity. I got to add in the variable of 9.8 meters per second for the pot of gold in the rainbow. I'm sorry. I messed up.
That will rebunkify it.
Well, that's verifiable, though, the 9.8 meters per second squared. And also the pressure that you denied, Democ, that's also very easily. That actually was a debate that Galileo. Well, Galileo, actually, you're in the same camp as Galileo, because Torricelli was trying to tell Galileo that there was a pressure, a weight of the air, and he didn't believe him, and he had to prove it. That's where
I don't care what Bob told Tom. What can they demonstrate? Can you demonstrate the work? Can you demonstrate the work that you're claiming with the weight and the amount of force and the amount of action or reaction we should see when you say the whole atmosphere, right, is holding down on you, right? But when you put it in the container, you get a react. Hold on a second. In the container, do you not get a reaction from that weight pressing against it, of the air that you press or force into it and try to compress? Now, are you compressing the air outside? What you're telling me right now is gravity is compressing the air outside, and I do not see that at all.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is that the collection of the air, just like Democ, hold on a second. Just like the lake or a pool, the gases in the atmosphere are a fluid, and because of that, you understand the principle that a pool or a lake will have with the pressure as you get deeper, and it's obviously caused by the weight of the water above it. And this is all that Torricelli claimed, and he claimed that a mercury barometer would easily demonstrate this. It does.
Listen, I don't care what goofy, insane people claim. I could care less what you tell me stories about. Mary, Paul, Astros, UFO, doesn't matter. What can we sit down and demonstrate? The shape of an air bubble, right?
No, the amount of mercury that the atmosphere pushes up a tube.
The air bubble needs to be presented by gravity compressing it and making that shape, not water, young man. If you say something is forcing on all directions into something, towards something, to give you a total resistance, which gravity is supposedly supposed to be, to make the shape of a sphere the perfect shape of resistance, which would be electrical continuity trapped by the liquid, right? The liquid would be your idea of gravity, which it's not. We don't see that. You can't do any work. You can't smash things down with the atmosphere. Show me.
I can do whatever I want. Are you on a play date right now?
Water with the atmosphere. Throw water in the air and make it present the same circle
Hold on,
as the water
D-Mock.
does.
Hold on, D-Mock. Well, I want to hear about his play date with his significant other. Let's go ahead, Coach.
No, I was asking if the mock was on a play date. It sounds like he's at his buddy's house or something.
Oh, okay.
Yo, the reading on the
I'm
barometer.
just teaching the children. I'm just teaching the kids. Don't be mad.
Oh, fair enough.
We are the leaders of the new school. Shout out to Chemo. The amount of the reading you get on the barometer, that is not with the weight of the air. It's not the weight of the column of the air above it. It's not.
Is that
really.
right?
Yes, because I could seal a house off. You could put the barometer inside a house. It reads 14.7. You seal the house off. The weight of the column of air above you stops at the roof.
Okay.
Or is the air above the roof pressing down through the roof?
Oh, that's a good point, man. That's a great refutation. But the pressure in the room, what's that caused by?
I don't know, but I can tell you right now that the barometer reading is not going to be the column of air going up to infinite space above you because you're in a sealed room now. That air stops at the ceiling.
So let's be clear then, for the people who, okay, I'm not going to make fun of you, but let's be clear that the atmosphere, the claim that the weight is caused by the atmosphere, a column of air, the weight is representative of a column of air all the way up to the top of the atmosphere. It's obviously not exclusively measuring just that column. That's just a representation for what it's actually measuring, right?
It's not measuring the weight.
If you isolate the centimeter or an inch or whatever opening of a tube, then that's a representation for what a actual inch diameter column all the way up to the sky would weigh. But obviously, it's not weighing that specific column of air. So
yes, so a barometer is not measuring the column of air up to infinite space because you can get 14.7 in a room that's sealed and doesn't go all the way up to space. And then you could take it outside. It's also 14.7.
That's only because that pressure is caused by the same thing in both cases.
You can make that claim, but I just showed that that's not what a barometer is measuring.
Okay, so what you could show is go inside a vacuum and don't introduce the vacuum to the atmosphere of Earth, but introduce it to some atmosphere. Who knows which one? Maybe just one inside your. About? Because he's using the atmosphere of the Earth and then saying because he's going inside or something that those pressures aren't represented by the same thing.
Yeah, but you're trying to represent a vacuum in an atmosphere, which makes no sense. That's a conundrum in itself.
Not a conundrum.
How can you have a vacuum in an atmosphere? Show us the vacuum in the park right now outside.
It requires. Well, there's a vacuum in a barometer.
Don't have a vacuum in our atmosphere, right?
No, in a barometer, when you take the barometric pressure. Hold on, you take the barometric pressure of the air using a barometer and a mercury in a flask or whatever. The mercury is held up, but it doesn't go all the way to the top of the tube. There's an area above the mercury that's void of the atmosphere, and there's a vacuum in there. So you can create vacuums without, doing anything.
Look, I just debunked you in the sealed room, Kosho. We're in a room. It's 14.7. We got a barometer outside. It says 14.7. We seal the room off. They both read 14.7, except one doesn't have a column of air reaching to infinite space. Only the one outside does.
Listen, dude, this is just like your, what did you say? You slaughtered me or whatever? This is just like your massacre of me yesterday or the day before with the stupid train.
I'm calling Eminem up and seeing if I can get in his slaughterhouse group.
Well, Kosho thinks the air in the top of a 2-liter, when they seal it off, you know what I mean? He thinks that's a vacuum.
No, I never said that.
So what are you talking about? The air at the top of your container for your barometer?
A barometer. So for instance, if you take a straw, right, and you put your finger over the top and you hold like a little bit of the you keep some drink in the bottom of the straw and you're holding it up and it's like stays in the straw. The part above that liquid is is a vacuum. Yes, it is.
That's not a vacuum. All you did was added a resistance. You put a seal over a part. A seal is not a vacuum. If I put my hand over a straw, my hand is now a vacuum, Kosho? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
You gotta,
Are you
part that's
okay?
above the part above
Are you
the
all
liquid.
right? So
you
my
gotta ask
hand.
your mom about the vacuums, Kosho, because technically
Yeah, I know,
every
the
time
elephant.
she
The
sees
elephant.
me,
Yeah.
her vagina
Well, I
turns
don't
into.
understand. You said take a straw, put your finger
Very
over it.
funny.
Let's be concise. Take a straw. I got my finger over it. Where's the vacuum now?
Elephant tusks.
Yeah, elephant tusk. No, Demok, it's like this. There's going to be a certain amount of water that comes out of the straw, and there's going to be a part that's left over, and the part above the liquid is a vacuum. The same thing if you can do the same thing with a flask of mercury. If you have at least what is it, 76? So if you have almost a meter high of mercury, you have a tube. You put the bottom into a bowl, and you fill it up if you want to, and then turn it upside down. Some of it's going to fall out, but the amount that's going to stay in there is the amount that the atmosphere is pushing up the tube, and the part above that is going to be the vacuum. Try it out.
We've been through this whole thing. You think gas pressure? You think
Mark,
gas?
do not try that.
Please try it. What do you think? Don't try it. Go ahead, man.
We've been through this whole thing with gas pressure outside of a container having weight. Okay, there's no way you can prove it.
Yeah,
the barometer is not giving you the weight. We've been through this. You tried to pour
me and
CO2.
Babs proved it.
I know you guys did goofy stuff and tried to pour gas. Even George, God rest his soul, had to correct you on that.
Me and George were in a feud during this time. We weren't always buddies. Okay, there was a time where we were actually at each other's throats. And that was that time.
What do you mean?
Okay,
rest his soul. Did he die or something, Jeremy?
Yeah, George passed away.
Yeah, George Hanachuk.
Oh, which
you remember?
Which George are we talking
I
about?
gotta say, think about how when we're talking about it more out pulls out left field. The guy that says this is saying that it's gravity that can hold the gas pressure down. Oh man, now we're back to like 2015.
Are you talking about George? Where's the container, George? We talking about that one?
Talking about George Foreman. You're interrupting, dude. You're chronic.
The George that no one could pronounce his last name.
The guy with the hard accent, right?
No,
he's an old guy, soft spoken. When he's nice, and he had the dog, and he did experiments, and he would educate a lot of people on a lot of things. He's a very smart guy.
Okay, all right. He's a Glover then, or something, right?
He was a Glover.
Okay, wrong George. My bad.
Okay, so you can't prove that gas has weight outside of a container, Coach. So we've already established this.
I did.
Yes, you've established that you can't prove that gas has weight outside of a container.
No, I know. I demonstrated. You know I did.
You poured CO2 on a scale, and even George Hanachuk had to correct you on that and tell you, no, that's not the weight.
No, that was Babs. Babs had poured it onto the scale. Babs poured it onto the scale, and that
he got that idea from you, dude.
Yeah, he got the idea from me, but that's not the way that I did mine. The way I did mine was I actually weighed it on the scale. I didn't do the instantaneous measure of dropping something onto a scale, which is obviously going to be higher than its weight. I actually let it accumulate on the scale, and then I let it persist before I counted that as the weight. My video wasn't as long as Babs though, so that's why his got more.
Yes, Babs did a much better video than you. Like, no one's surprised. We know.
Okay, dude. My apparatus was better. His, yeah, he did a better display of it.
There was no static weight. I'm using George's argument. There was no static weight. You did not show the weight of any gas.
Mine was a static weight, actually.
You showed pressure.
I waited for the weight to, like, for the gas to persist. I didn't take the measurement. I didn't just wait until it was dropped. I let it sit for a couple seconds and waited for there to be a positive weight. I'll do it again today, dude, just to shut you up. But you're not going to shut up, so there's no point.
Bro, you can't get the weight.
I will
do
it today.
You can't get the weight of gas. Dude, you're going to drop gas on a container. Let it sit there. Think you have a static number, but you don't know. You know the gas is bouncing all over the place, and there's not X amount of gas particles just staying on the scale. So you're going to do the same thing again. I'm going to use George's argument against you again, and we're going to be right here at the same spot we are right now.
So if I pour it onto the scale and then I let it settle and wait and then use whatever's left over as the measurement, how is that going to be not a static weight? How is that going to be some?
You know what? I remember your thing. You used a container. You had something with a container walls in it. I remember now. Do it again.
Yeah, that was mine. Yeah, no, that's mine. I'll do it with a flat. I'll do it like a flattish surface. It's like I'll do flattish, but it's going to be somewhat concave. That way it can retain some of the.
Because you need container walls. I know.
No, because it'll slide off otherwise. The same thing with water. If I tried to weigh water, it would slide off.
Because you can't do it without container walls. The thing I'm telling you, you have to have container walls.
And don't use your mom's Tupperware again, Coach. I don't want you getting.
I make all my apparatuses myself from scratch.
That's why they look like shit. Oh, my bad. I think I'm hot micing. My bad.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, I do think you guys got to admit, like Coach, I think we were actually discussing this earlier too. It's pretty funny the depths that some people will go to try to dismiss, like, for example, like this, like gravity's electromagnetic paper thing, right? Like, it's just a paper. It's just a paper. It doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's real. It's just a paper. But like to go as far as to be like, this dude doesn't actually exist. This dude paid for the paper and made up credentials. This paper comes just for wackadoos that can't get published. Like he's never been published. Like this is weird. Like, or you must have you're admitting that Earth's a globe and gravity exists with planets then. Like these are such dumb arguments, dude. They're so stupid, bro. Like all I know is I dropped a few. I had to run to the store. I can drop some more, but this dude has been, he's in all kinds of different publications. So I don't care about that. I think that you can win a Nobel Prize and be published by Nature 500 times and be revered as some scientific genius and be completely wrong about everything. Just look at Einstein. So I'm not even appealing to his authority, but I just think you guys should remain intellectually consistent.
Well said, definitely.
Well, I mean, it's true. I mean, I agree that those are sort of in lieu of arguments. I wouldn't even call them bad arguments. It's just like something to say in lieu of an argument. And although I think Zanuck is very creative, and I was impressed by that.
Hey, Coach, do you believe that he really, like, from last night to this afternoon, he really went and talked to his nephew during a work day about this article, and he looked through all of it and talked to them about the specifics of why it was wrong? You really think that?
If he says he did, I'm not gonna. There's no reason for me to deny it. But at the same time, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, sometimes, to some people in this community, like Jeremy, Zanuck, so some people like there's a competitive nature to what the way they engage, and so I can't really speak to.
Well, a lot of us are probably pretty competitive to come here so often. Like my point is that, like, what he first said was all the physicists that I talked to said that this guy is a quack and that this paper's dumb. And I'm like, you haven't talked to any physicists about this paper. Then he turns it into he just talked to his nephew, who is this world-renowned particle physicist. So that right there shows you he's obviously just shifting the pieces everywhere. And I'm not even trying to tag Zanuck. I'm just trying to make a point. Same thing yesterday. As soon as I dropped the paper, he starts talking about how stupid it is before he reads it. Same thing with what Lel was doing, right? Like, oh, man, it says gravitation in the title. Oh, man, this guy made up a term. Like, can't even get through the abstract without trying to find a way to dismiss it. And to me, that's super weird. Like, I'm trying to give you guys good advice. If the Earth is a globe, when you guys act like that, you're making flat earthers. And it isn't intelligent for someone to decide the Earth this flat just based on the behavior, the deplorable, intellectually bankrupt behavior of other people. But that is what happens.
Yo,
I
Michael.
just want you guys to know, if you actually think it's such dangerous misinformation, you're hurting yourself.
Michael Schumer tried doing the same thing when he debated Graham Hancock on the Clovis first thing. He's like, well, all the archaeologists I talked to, you know, but he was just wrong. Like that's not a good way to go about things.
You're on Joe Rogan's show, right?
That. He got and he got smoked on that.
He looks like I remember that's the first time I've seen that guy, and he seems like such an asshole. But he actually, outside of that, he's actually kind of a reasonable. He's basically like a Metabunk Snopes type of guy. He's like a Metabunk
guy was
Snopes
wildly
kind of guy,
unreasonable. Yeah. Michael Schumer, wildly unreasonable.
I think so. Yeah, the bald dude. Yeah,
wildly unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, you bring that shit up so fucking much, dude. The Clovis people. Damn, nobody cares.
Well, it felt appropriate because that guy tried doing the same bullshit that Zanuck did, where all the physicists I talked to. It doesn't matter what the small circle of physicists,
Well, that's what Jace tried doing against James Tour. He's like, oh, all the guys I know, they just frown upon that guy. It's like, yeah, well, obviously it's because he's fucking debunking your whole fucking department, dude.
Well, that's a little bit different than in this regard. But regardless, I'm not gonna talk about that. Just say I am gonna say that I do agree though that like I said, in lieu of an argument, people are just saying like, oh, it has gravitation in it, so you have to agree with gravitation. It's like, honestly, it's more interesting. Like, it's actually an interesting thing to bring up. That's why it's like, might as well just talk about it, because honestly, what obviously what your side would be using something like that for is sort of like chipping away at because obviously the main argument that you guys would be using this for is that gravitation is actually something that's like being, it's masquerading as something different than magnetism, but it's actually really part of electromagnetism, and that's all it's being used for.
Specifically, dude, Kosho, like, I am actually just trying to figure out what's going on, right? So like, that's why on my channel I don't just talk about the horizon. Like, I don't do what FED does, like, oh, you can only make measurements from a flat Earth and then scream about it every day. Like, I talk about light and magnetism and the interpretation of the atom and all this different stuff, because I just see these glaring holes in our current understanding of physics, and I think that it would be ideal that we figure them out and we hone in on our what we don't know, right? So I'm actually just trying to figure out what's going on. So whenever people bring up gravity, I had to take all kinds of bullets for years to correct the flat earthers who keep saying it's just density and buoyancy. And dude, they like fought me tooth and nail, dude. People going down swinging. I'm getting DMs. I'm done.
I dealt with that shit too.
You're worse than a Glober. Yeah,
I dealt with the same shit. I used to go to Flat Earth 24/7 a few times trying to talk about ether and shit and magnetism, and I merely got fucking banned from the server, dude.
After debating,
you're an embarrassment to Flat Earth.
I agree. Embarrassment.
After debating them guys for so long in Gems, I came to the realization on my own that there had to be this other thing other than density and buoyancy.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm so funny.
I wish I could clip that, dude.
I remember talking to you actually though, Jeremy, and you kind of fought me as well. But you were at least like, you were actually talking to me about it. But my point is that, like, I'm not just like running everything through the lens of let me prove the earth is flat. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on to such an extent that, like, I will go toe to toe with flat earthers, right? Where now things have changed significantly. And there are a huge portion of flat earthers that now actually invoke electrostatics. And not saying it's just because of me, it's not. But my point is that, like, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. A lot of us are just trying to figure out what's going on. And the Globers, typically, they're just trying to defend the status quo. Okay, so if it comes from a flat earther, they must disagree. Flat earthers do that with Globers as well, right? So if that's the problem, like it shouldn't be like this like dick measuring contest. If it comes from a flat earther, it must be wrong. If it comes from a glober, it must be wrong. Like, oh, let's just do everything we can to try to dismiss it and not like that's stupid. That's just stupid.
Well,
in both paradigms, there are things we don't understand that we need to figure out.
If it was a dick measuring contest, I'd win. But beside the point,
allegedly.
Science teacher, he's got a giant telescope in his room, right? NASA stickers. He's like, man, I heard you talking on the phone. He's like, you're blowing my mind with this train thing. I was like, yeah, it's intense, isn't it? I was like, I can draw it out on your board for you if you want.
This is so fuck. You're such a fucking bullshitter, dude.
I'm not joking. He said that today.
He's probably some old fucking creeper. He's probably some diddler, and he just like I don't know. He's got a thing for you or something.
Teacher, he teaches some kind of shit. I'm cleaning the science department now, so he's some kind of science teacher.
Yeah. Okay. Well, regardless, damn, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, just give me a second now. You say so much bullshit, Jeremy. Yeah. Well, he's always saying that shit, dude. He's always saying he's goodwill hunting these teachers, and to some extent, it's probably true because he's at a public school. Public school teachers, no offense, that they're like cops.
Quote Kosho 2023. Tell us about the public school teachers.
First of all, they're like cops, man. Which is like there's good cops, there's good teachers, but kind of just like the nature of what they do. All it takes is a teaching degree and to be able to, regurgitate second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade you're teaching curriculum.
I'm in a high school.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter, man. You make me forget all my points, dude. What was it saying before you said all that bullshit?
He was saying the bullshit about all the physicists you talk to, which doesn't mean anything because the Michael Schumer guy got schooled on Joe Rogan using that stupid trick.
He didn't bring up Michael Schumer, dude. That was 20 minutes ago.
Michael Schumer. I brought up what?
It was 20 minutes ago. I said, what was Witcher just saying? That was what the conversation was 10 minutes ago.
About the gravity thing, yeah. I probably did debate you on it because I used to think it was just density and buoyancy.
That was funny when you said that. You're over my time at GEMS 2 years, and I finally, at the end of it, I was able to come to the conclusion that it's more than just density and buoyancy. What the fuck? It took you a long time, dude, to come up with realizing that was retarded. But no, but actually, Witcher made a good point because I mean, now that I think about it, that is true. That definitely there's a different. If you would ask a random flat earther what causes gravity, before they would say just density and buoyancy. But yeah, I think now there's more people that would just bring up electrostatics. So it's that did evolve over time.
I don't know. I've always said it was incoherent dielectric mutual mass acceleration from the beginning, dude.
Yeah, you have, yeah.
Can I ask Witsit something real quick? Are you here? Dyslo, you can probably answer this or check into it. Mercury, is it resistant to the electromagnetism? Because things float in it that are dense, right? Like things that would go to the bottom of a swimming pool. If you fill that swimming pool with mercury, it doesn't. Yeah. So if you can show that that's like resistant to electromagnetism and things are not flowing down in it because of it, you see what I'm saying?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because yeah, definitely things that are less dense or more dense than mercury, or less dense than mercury, yeah, will float in it. But I'm curious about this test. Can you just elaborate a little bit on it? Just
like an anvil. An anvil won't go to the bottom of a mercury bath, right?
Right. Yeah. Anything less dense, and mercury is pretty high up in the element table.
So it has to be if electromagnetism is what affects the flow of things going down, and then you have resistance of things like mercury or water, air, water, mercury, it kind of go in that, those three things will be affected by electromagnetism differently.
Oh, that's a good point. Like you're saying, like kind of like do a test, like kind of what we were talking about the Cavendish earlier, doing different materials with different charges and seeing how those responded. Yeah. But like you're saying, like do like a drop, doing like acceleration test in those three different mediums, maybe even a vacuum as well.
Yes, or just like the Cavendish, put it in water. How does it work?
It's just based on the buoyancy. So yeah, I mean that wouldn't be difficult to calculate in the mercury either. I'm not sure what electrostatics though. I'm not sure what you'd look for. So you probably want one of you guys to come up with that, like what you would look for as far as electrostatics.
There's a funny joke written on the wall. This classroom, I mean, it has all kinds of shit drawing on the wall. I don't know if art came in here and the science nerds and the art people teamed up, but I'll take a picture of this one. It's pretty cool.
But you love your job, dude, because you read all those jokes in the bathroom stalls, and it's like, yeah, it's like you get a kick out of it while you're working. All those fucking dumbass jokes.
Just stop. I'm posting it right now. It's good. You're gonna love it.
All right, I'm back.
You're gonna love it. What's it mean if it says it's queued?
It's cute. That just means
Why
that
is it not going through?
Looks nice.
I may have to send it later. I got weird internet going on here.
That's the reason.
What do you got with it? What do you got for us? Get us back on the track here.
Oh, I don't care. Like, do all the Globers understand that inside of a vacuum you have something called electric permittivity and magnetic permeability?
Specifically vacuum permeability, yeah.
Yeah. Do the Globers know
the permeability of free space, I mean.
Yeah. Tomato.
Potato, tomato, right, yeah.
Do you guys know what permeability is? It's just the ability.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
I'll
be right back though.
You have permittivity, which is stores the electrical energy, and then you have permeability, magnetic permeability, the ability for magnetism to effectively go through it. You want to say it really layman terms? So the vacuum has magnetic permeability and electric permittivity, and it would actually be dielectric permittivity specifically, but doesn't matter. So that's the fundamental thing. All right, like I've been trying, like when you guys ask, like, what's the evidence for the ether? It's like, I always bring this up. Dyslow and I bring this up all the time, that in the vacuum, for example, you have free space impedance, dielectric permittivity, magnetic permeability. And we can actually measure it. So you have like free space impedance of 377 ohms, right? And so I don't remember, the electric permittivity of a vacuum is like, I can't really remember, like 8 times 10 to the somethingth power to negative 10 or something farads per meter. Anyway, the point is that we have like a pretty consistent value for both of them, for permeability, magnetic permeability, and dielectric permittivity of the vacuum. We have electromagnetic fluctuations inside of a vacuum. So there you go. When you combine the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability, right, that's when you're going to get the speed in which the EM waves can travel through the vacuum. Right? The ability to store, the ability to pass through. You use these both to get like how quick the electromagnetic waves can go through the vacuum. Which the speed of light in a vacuum is, of course, already what people say attribute to C, right? So anyway, long story short, like this is one of the fundamental phenomena that this paper is built on. So like that's a real phenomena. Whenever they're talking about like the ground frequency state, like these are real phenomena. And that's what I was really hoping that the Globers would acknowledge or address. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, trust me, it's going to get, like, you guys are going to get tired of hearing me talk about it before it's all said and done. So, I'll lay off some.
Oh, hey, what's it?
Hey.
So we got a hold of Reds Ritter, and he said he would be willing to do it. A debate, per se. What if you had to pick a topic with him? What would you what would you like? He's mainly a rocket guy.
Oh hell yeah, let's do that shit right here. We'll open up. We got Livestream 2 going now. We'll do it right here.
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Yeah, I know. Before you had said it was tentative, but
I'm pretty sure that guy sucks, bro. No. I'm not saying I won't do it because almost everyone on Debate Online ended up sucking. What?
That's the math is reality guy.
Yeah, I know. And he's also like, he set up Jaren, and he's like, has a track record of being consistently deceptive and dishonest. But, yeah, like I have Hibbler's flying in the 5th and 6th to film some stuff for the movie, for the Level movie. So it'll definitely have to be after that. But I'm sure we can work something out at some point. But I can't really give you any commitment right now.
No worries. What? So you're doing shooting for that movie then? Like you got a film crew and everything?
Yeah. Well, he's the film crew, but yeah, he's got like professional camera and all that.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna film a couple of demonstrations with the Vandegraaff generator for the movie. Yeah, fills me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have you seen this paper that has all the ballers like imploding? You may like it.
No.
You gotta see it
check it
anyway.
out.
Let me read part of it. The equivalence between Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law results naturally. In addition, we show that the gravitational constant big G is expressed explicitly through the electromagnetic quantum vacuum constants, putting in evidence the electromagnetic nature of gravity. And recent studies on gravitational anomalies detected on many hundreds of galactic systems revealed big discrepancies with both Newton's laws and general relativity, revealing the necessity of advancing new theoretical concepts. I'm bouncing all over the place. You should read the whole thing, but right here, conversely, matter and antimatter neutral structures must be repelled due to repulsive gravitational forces. This result is in agreement with previous studies that have shown the CPT symmetry and general relativity cannot be compatible unless matter and antimatter are mutually repelled. This could explain the gravitational anomalies. This is a different portion, just so you know. But through this lens, big G depends directly on the local density of the vacuum states and consequently may not be a universal constant. This could explain the gravitational anomalies observed on hundreds of galactic systems in contradiction with Newtonian dynamics and general relativity. Have you ever heard of modified Newtonian dynamics?
No, but I have heard that the gravity couldn't be extremely or perfectly uniform across the galaxy during its formation. Otherwise, it would have been too homogeneous.
This guy's basically saying that currently in its current form, it's not a universal constant.
Interesting.
Yeah, and modified Newtonian dynamics is one of the there are different types of a bunch of different models, but it's one of the more popular types of theories that are being proposed to replace our current understanding of gravity. And a lot of people, let's say within your paradigm, argue that it's like one of the most promising. But he explains here, he's like, on the other hand, recent studies over 193 high-quality disk galaxies have finally ruled out with a high degree of statistical accuracy all modified Newtonian dynamics models. And there is a resource for that as well. I can drop just a second. But basically, it's saying that gravity is intrinsically electromagnetic in nature. And this is supported with the zero energy, the field ground state at zero frequency, electromagnetic field ground state in a vacuum. And he explains it as a zero energy cosmic field permeating all of space. And that sounds a lot like an ether, huh? And that they propagate at the speed imposed by the vacuum, electric permittivity, and magnetic permeability, which are intrinsic properties of electromagnetic quantum vacuum. So I want to show you guys the part that I think you should really. All right, here. Okay. Recent studies on gravitational anomalies detected on many hundreds of galactic systems revealed big discrepancies with both Newton laws and general relativity, revealing the necessity of advancing new theoretical concepts. Finally, quantum field theory fails by a factor of 10 to the 120th power to give a precise estimation to the cosmological constant, the worst discrepancy between theory and observation in the history of science. The above drawbacks call the human intelligence to be humble in front of the immensity and complexity of the still unknown universe. I'm going to read it again. And there's a whole bunch of, he talks about the flatness problem. Actually, how about this? I'll stop talking so much. Let me just read these 3 paragraphs. Okay. So the lambda cold dark matter cosmological model, which is, of course, is considered today as the most plausible theory that has the merit to provide satisfactory answers to a large number of astrophysical observations. It is based on the enhanced Big Bang concept, according to which the universe is homogeneous and whose main components are dark matter and dark energy. The last one is associated to the cosmological constant, which is considered responsible for the observed cosmic acceleration. However, besides the difficulty to conceive that the whole universe emerged from a singular point, some upsetting issues still remain, such as why did the Big Bang occur and what happened before it. Furthermore, in order to explain the horizon problem, as well as the fact that the geometry of the universe is Euclidean, or flat, a cosmic inflation model has been introduced. But what are the physical reasons that inflation occurred in the very first 10 to the negative 30 seconds of the Big Bang, expanding the universe at a tremendous rate, many orders of magnitude faster than the speed of light in a vacuum? What happened to antimatter? Recent studies on gravitational anomalies detected on many hundreds of galactic systems revealed big discrepancies with both Newton laws and general relativity, revealing the necessity of advancing new theoretical concepts. Finally, quantum field theory fails by a factor of 10 to the 120th power to give a precise estimation to the cosmological constant, the worst discrepancy between theory and observation in the history of science. The above drawbacks call the human intelligence to be humble in front of the immensity and complexity of the still unknown universe. All the cosmological theories, including the one presented here, are temporary attempts to explain the observations realized up to now using the present theoretical tools, and they are finally condemned to be completed or replaced in the future according to the new observations to come. And again, this is this guy's opinion, but I just think that it's an important idea for this conversation that people grasp. I think that it's so misrepresented, in reality,
yeah,
it's very unknown.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, you should check this paper out. It's pretty interesting. It's basically saying gravity is electromagnetic, and that this would be the first step to a unified field theory that would actually work. And this could explain the problems with dark matter and dark energy. Now, I would say this actually won't work for your cosmology, but whatever. All right, sorry if that was boring.
No,
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to do some back end stuff right here. Trying to pipe audio through to fucking StreamYard. It's annoying.
Coach, have you ever heard of dark light?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of. I just got back, but yeah, not that I can remember.
Yeah. Says in what follows we make an introduction to the fundamentals of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum, namely dark light corresponding to the electromagnetic field ground state, which results naturally from Maxwell's theory by considering the vector potential quantization at a single photon level. What is dark light? That sounds so retarded.
That shit sounds fire, bro. I need a light bulb that does
I was about
that.
to say that.
Is that like a black light, but it's
Yeah, can I get a
darker?
dark
I
light?
don't know.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense actually. It sounds like it's just the ground state of photon field of a single point.
Bro. It says like it is a real field permeating all of space and has electrical potential dimension. Dude, this is exactly what I've been trying to say. Right? That light like that we perceive is nothing more than the excitation of the background that's already there.
That's the dark light, the background.
That's the ether. He's literally saying
Well, that's what he's calling the dark light.
Well, the dark light is just is not the excitation. But yeah, man, that's the same. That's at least in quantum field theory.
Like you just said.
Oh yeah, the background potential. That would be the photon field itself. But the dark light is just like the I mean, it sounds like from what he read that it was just the ground state of that field. So like when there's not a photon
that's
present.
what we're calling the ether, Kosho.
It's a characteristic of the ether, yeah. Like the fundamentals of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. The quantum vacuum is the quantum vacuum, namely dark light, corresponding to electromagnetic field. But what's so interesting about it is it literally says it's a real field permeating all of space and has electrical potential dimension. Dude, how many times have Dyslow and I said this, bro? Like that the ether is the pure potential state of the background, or the background is a pure potential state. It's in a state of inertia. Like all electric potential is stored there, right? And that
True energy is at a state of rest. It's only by the expression of it, the attribute of it, that we deem it to be energy, and that's the release of it and back to its state of rest. So it's only the loss of energy by which we deem energy to.
Correct, yeah. The process of seeking equilibrium. Energy would actually be in a state of equilibrium, which would be the ether. But yeah, I just think it's so funny. I mean, this is like, of course, a 2022 article or paper. It's pretty cool. It says we analyze its role in QED, which is, of course, quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, and gravitation. We show that photons are oscillation. Bruh. Like, okay, first of all, the photon is not an actual particle. It's nothing more than the intersection of an electric and magnetic oscillating field.
It's the coaxial geometry upon itself, and it's the interplay between the dielectric and the magnetic field, where the photon is what they're calling the photon. It's literally where these two lines overlap. And then that's why they say the photon is never just a particle or a wave, because it doesn't stay consistent. It like appears, disappears, kind of like analogous to a bead, like beads on a necklace. It's never in a continuous state of existence.
They admit they're all connected. It's just when energy starts flowing through it that they transfer. Like they're all one thing, connected.
Dude, I'm going to cover this on my stream tonight. I was going to hold off on it, but I'm just going to go ahead and cover this. This is like, because like I've been trying to say, it seems so obvious, right? That light, what we call light, is actually nothing more than the excited state of the ether and like what we call the speed of light, it's the rate of induction of that excitation back into its like pure potential state or like equilibrium, right? It's like being induced into the background, and people call it the speed of light. And really, we're just quantifying the rate of illumination, or the rate of perception of illumination, the rate of perceived illumination, right? And that light is just that background excited. And you could say oscillation, and I say all the time, I'm like excitation, oscillation, because that's what it is, right? It's an oscillation, it's a displacement, it's an etheric ripple. And it's just crazy to see this guy saying that. He says, we show that photons are oscillations of the electromagnetic vacuum field, while the lepton, antilepton elementary charges derive equally from this field and are related to photons. Of course they come from the same field because it is the ether, and of course it's related to what you call photons because that is nothing more than the electric and magnetic oscillating fields intersecting. It's an event, it's a process, it's not a particle.
Wait, can you read that? I thought you were reading. I thought that was what you were reading, but can you read? Can you go back to the last thing you said before, while you're still reading about the leptons?
Yeah.
We show.
He says, we show that photons are oscillations of the electromagnetic vacuum field, while the lepton, antilepton elementary charges derive equally from this field and are related to photons. Of course, it's like lepton and antilepton, like.
Yeah, electron, anti-electron, or electron and positron. They both exist in the electron field.
Yep. It says the masses of particles and antiparticles derive from elementary charges and their magnetic moments, and have opposite sign in telling repulsive gravitational forces between matter and antimatter. We show that the gravitational constant, big G, is a vacuum property having electromagnetic nature and is the same for matter and antimatter.
Which page is this one from? Because I agreed with everything. I mean, Jace had said most of that too, up until the last thing where it said opposite gravitational.
It's the same. Obviously, the same paper.
Oh, is that paper? Okay, yeah. Because I mean, almost everything you said though before that part, I think is like agreed upon. I'm not sure if what part was supposed to be, but I mean the part about gravity and opposite gravitation, obviously that's not settled or anything. So
Dyslow and I would both say this, right? Like Dyslow, what define gravity?
I mean, gravity is nothing more like than I've always said, incoherent dielectric mutual mass acceleration. It's just magnetism incoherently versus coherently, analogous to a laser beam versus like a normal light bulb where one's focused and the other's widespread. So yeah,
right.
There you go.
So, there you go. It's like incoherent magnetism. So like we all of this electromagnetic, as we call it, phenomena has the same geometry, right? You have like the hyperboloid and the toroid. So it makes sense that, of course, there is like a conjugate relationship where you would have like this quote unquote attraction and repulsion. It would be centrifugal and centripetal. It would be convergence and divergence, right? It would be a collapse and expansion, a contraction and expansion. Of course, and like it's taken all the way up to 2022 for people to start to be like, well, it looks like actually, that's what's going on with gravity.
So far, that person's saying that. I mean, that's the first I've heard of a repulsive type of gravity, but I'm interested to see more from this person or the evidence about that, because that was an interesting idea about the antiparticles having an opposite.
Look up electromagnetic push gravity.
Okay, let me see.
Well, don't they say dark energy is a type of repulsive gravity?
They say it's a negative pressure,
which causes a repulsion.
It causes an expansion of space, which gives that impression. But I mean, same thing as gravitational attraction. It's not really attraction, right? So it's like, I guess it's tomato, potato. Look up, you said electromagnetic repulsion, gravitation, or something? Or or magnetic push gravitation, something like that?
I mean, these are all just crude words to like try and describe, but doesn't actually happen.
Okay, well, fair enough. I always said to you guys, the Ether guys and Lemon and Geo, I've said this for a long time, and I say it consistently, that because what was just described in there just sounded to me like quantum field theory, but to you guys sound like the Ether. And
yeah,
the way
but
you
did
guys
you hear the
described
thing
ether,
Witsit just read about how QFT doesn't fit and it's 5 to the 120th power off or some shit?
no, I didn't hear that. Although I do know the assumption is where that comes from, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thing he was just reading. Well, I mean, I know that it's Michio Kaku's. It's about based on the assumption about what the vacuum energy would derive from, and the fact that you have to add up all the quantum fields to determine that. But those, like I said, those are assumptions. So the fact that that's not true doesn't just means that Michio Kaku is wrong about that. But whoever else assumes that.
Yeah, so like the end of that, where what he says is fluctuations of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum generate transient states of photons that are plausible to compose the dark energy and transient pairs of charges that might compose the dark matter. Finally, we advance the speculations of the electromagnetic push gravity and the spontaneous generation of energy and matter as residues of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum fluctuations. Dyslow, doesn't it sound like they're just kind of shoving their paradigm's terminology on what you and I have been saying this whole time?
Yeah, I mean, that's typically what they always do, but it's always premised off a materialistic perception of reality, overlaying what has already been discovered. So it's a hijacking or quote unquote rediscovery of what's already been presented or postulated, and they're just kind of giving their overcomplicated assumptions on it, but they're not actually wrong in the observation or quantification. They're only wrong in the explanation because it doesn't have any merit in reality holding weight with logic. That's why ether's a far better, more simplified version to understand reality in the cosmos and all this stuff.
But that's basically what he's saying, right? Like he's basically saying ether. Like he's literally saying that there is where's it at? It says it corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero energy cosmic field permeating all of space.
Right.
Just say it.
Yeah.
Say it. And like if we were to properly translate now, that's why I'm saying it's only going to get worse because we are actually correct about this. And so as the Globers are forced to acknowledge it, we're going to be sitting here like, no, they're still getting that wrong, and they're going to get really mad.
It's because they're avoiding understanding field dynamics in lieu of particle interaction, because if once they ditch particle interaction for field dynamics, then the gig's up, right? And now they can kind of connect everything, like everything's reconciled after that. And if they do that, then they're out of a job. Like it's
so
just
quantum field theory, the field theory of quantum field theory is the prevailing model for basically the entire universe. All the particles that make it up. So then that's not being ignored for in the place of particles. That's kind of what the prevailing theory is. And I'm just curious about this because what this guy's describing, I know you guys think that he's alluding to or talking about the ether, but I mean, couldn't he just as likely, or maybe even more likely, just be talking about the quantum field, the photon field?
No,
you're missing my point.
Yeah, how many times have we told you that you guys don't actually even define field, and you're just trying to quantify materialism down ether's throat without acknowledging there's a substantive background, because you can't do that within the relativistic confinement, and that they're gonna have to throw it away and blah blah blah. But I just real fast, I just want to like properly denote this last paragraph. Fluctuations of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum, excitations from within the ether, generate transient states of photon that are plausible to compose the dark energy. Oh, you mean just the pure potential state of the ether? And of course, the photon is nothing more than like a byproduct of that excitation, and we've explained it's actually the coaxial intersection of the oscillating dielectric field and magnetic field that light is.
So it all boils down to quantitative versus qualitative, and this is why I always say, Kosho, like if you really want to understand where the crossroads lie, like you're gonna have to dive into physical, that word physical that you hold dearly, and trying to understand what that is to you, and how to articulate that in a logical way, because I feel like you often confuse principle for attribute, and that's a fallacy. And if you're going to base your paradigm off of that, then you're wrong from the jump. So like we really have to dive into that, like, because this is the argument, right? They want to quantify things to be existent based on materialism versus fields
Yeah,
being
but like
to the physical.
I just addressed that though. Like quantum field theory is a theory about quantum fields, so they're not. That's the whole point. Is, I mean, it's already in quantum field theory, what you call material, or the things that make up the material world, are exactly that. They're perturbations in these separate fields, according to that theory. So the thing that you're saying needs to be done is the thing that's already encompassed in that theory. Like they're already accounting. They're already thinking about it in that same way. They're not thinking about it as like this, like I said, this material existence. They're thinking about it in terms of that material existence derives of or comes from these quantum particles, which are really just excitations in these quantum fields.
Yeah, but this is the main problem, right? Like they don't come right out and say that, and they just keep throwing around the word particle so that everyone else doesn't realize, right, that there has to be this major transition away from this like material particle ideal, because if it got out right now before they can come up with the fix, everyone's going to realize, oh my gosh, like this has drastic implications on our understanding of physics and gravity and the universe. And they've kind of keep that under wraps with like little catchphrase, like, occasional acknowledgments and whatever popular science, right? And there is some fundamental differences, whereas the idea that there's just a bunch of fields everywhere that are outside the material world, but there's just millions of different fields, doesn't really make sense. And it also doesn't really address that there's like a substantive quality to the vacuum. Like what these fields, are these fields substantive? No, right? Like there's barely, I've never really seen, there's a few people that have, proposed the idea that there's like a substantive medium that permeates all of space. But typically that's not that's not what QFT really states. So just saying that there are background fields and that these particles are actually just excitations in that field doesn't even fix the problem, because like the problem is that there's impedance of free space. Like there's something with substantive qualities or characteristics in that vacuum outside the material world. And dude, the reason that people can't address that is because if there's something that has impedance and substantive qualities that is outside the material spatial extension of the natural world, then that has drastic implications going all the way back to Michelson Morley. Because if there's a substantive quality to this background that creates impedance, well, then you should have got a fringe shift based on the orbit. And, that's kind of the thing. That's like this huge hiccup where we have to keep them separate because, yeah, like I that's why I'm saying like something has to give. Like if I was a glober, I would for sure be a geocentrist electric universe proponent. because I would see this from a mile away, right? Where that
Yeah.
could be obvious.
Here's my stakes. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get in, but no, just yeah, right. So the what you said about the material, like existing outside the material world, something's got to come in from that. I mean, like I said, as I understand, the quantum fields are what comprise the material world. So if you think of something as simple as the electron, which is this quantum particle, I say particle with quotation because it's a quantum particle. It's really just an excitation in the electron field, causing and then the way that interacts with the quark field and in atoms it comes about, and then obviously the electron and electrons interact, and they're mediated by the photon field, and so it's really like the material world is just a makeup of these. There's like 100 fields, but there's really only like 10 or 15 important fields, and it's really just a makeup of those interactions, the way those fields interact with each other, and it's like emerges the material world. But I think, like I said, like based on what you guys are saying, I don't think that's like hidden, or it's even that different than what you guys are suggesting yourselves, because it seems like it's the same kind of idea that there's this the material world emerges from this thing that seems like it's coming from somewhere else, but it's really just the fact that the material world is really just energies interacting with each other. Like I said, that's based on the way I understand it. But I know Jeremy wants to talk about stakes in the ground.
No, I was just wondering how to French shift, or I mean, did you want to respond to that? What's it?
Well,
you wonder how to French kiss your physics teacher?
What about the stakes in the ground?
No, just wondering how the fringe shift thing with Michael Somorley, I guess, fits into the stakes on the train thing, because I heard you bring that up one time throughout all that.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, didn't you bring that up one time, the fringe shift and the Michael Somorley thing, when we were talking about this whole train thing?
No, I mean, I never actually spoke up about the length contraction. I never even heard a Glober make a coherent enough connection that even merited a response. Like to bring up length contraction in regards to the stakes, I don't really see. Yeah, I don't even see what I mean. I guess they can try to, but yeah, like I mean, that's when that would come into play, right? Length contraction. We'll end up going back to Michael Somorley, but I am positive that they are at a standstill in their paradigm until they acknowledge that there's a substantive background, because all the evidence has already shown that unequivocally thousands and thousands of times. And this is what I predict will happen. They're waiting for some person, or they're working on it in some way. They may even use AI, honestly, to try to basically be the 21st century version of Einstein, where someone comes out with a theory and people act like it's ingenious and profound and it explains the seemingly inexplicable, right? But no one can understand it. And people take the fact that they can't understand it and falsely attribute profundity as if it's profound and intellectual. People did that with Einstein, right? Truth is, no one alive understands relativity because it isn't understandable. It's a paradox. And it's
Henri
what the
Poincaré
definition
probably
of
had the
life.
best shot.
Go ahead.
Henri Poincaré probably had the best shot of understanding it. And yeah, I mean, it is paradoxical. A lot of his theories were.
Well, yeah, I mean, Henri Poincaré came straight out and basically refuted it himself.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. What do you mean by alive understands it? I think there's a lot of people. I mean, is there like a specific aspect of it that you're saying, or you're saying?
Yeah, all kinds of it. Yeah, no one alive understands it. For example, like, what's the mechanism for length contraction? What is the actual mechanism?
I mean, it's just the fact that it's It's the space-time coordinate that's invariable. So time and space and space itself are both variable.
That's not a mechanism.
Yeah.
What's the physical mechanism?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, when you're balancing out what the actual thing that's happening, and if the space-time coordinate is invariable, then it's just the space or time has to be different.
So I'd like to ask a question.
No.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So it seems like that gravity well that a piece of mass will a piece of mass will like have around it, right? The gravity well, like the bending and warping of space time, the gravity well stays like circumcentered around the center of mass. It kind of travels with it, right? And so when the planet is traveling through outer space, it's taking its gravity well with it, meaning the space that was once warped a second ago, once Earth leaves that space, it becomes unwarped. And so there's sort of like an elasticity to space time. You know what I mean? When I say elasticity, it kind of like evens out. It isn't warped anymore by the mass because the mass left it, and it snaps back to being like even instead of warped. Come on, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
What's the question though?
Just like even Tesla said, yeah.
So the question is if there's some sort of ability for space to the only word I have to describe it is elasticity, and we all know that like if something elastic that wants to return back to normal, like pressure mediation and all, if it wants to return back to even, if something's warping it, there has to be some sort of force being applied to warp it. And for any force to be applied, there's got to be some sort of like fuel source. Maybe there's a better term for that, but that's kind of doing work on space. You know what I mean? Something needs to be metabolized.
Well, it's the opposite from the ether perspective. Like the work is being expended, as it moves. That's the work is pure potential at rest, right? So everything seeks homeostasis or equilibrium. So space isn't physical, and neither is time. There's no fourth dimension to create a gravity well. I know you know that, but I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
Oh yeah, it's understood.
Talking about the fundamental problem that based like elasticity, meaning like there would be an equal and opposite reaction, there would be a reverberation or reciprocation. So basically, the effects would cancel out. Yeah. That what you're saying?
Yeah, but it wouldn't cancel. It wouldn't cancel straight out. Like if you're going to describe it that way, like it would have like a equal and opposite effect. So like as it snapped back, so to say, it wouldn't just go straight to even. It would actually go past that point until it like leveled out.
Yeah, but just the ultimate effect would be that it straightens out, which means that you don't have your curvature needed for the guidance of motion. Like Tesla saw this immediately, right? Like Tesla immediately was like this. It occurs to my simple mind that there being an equal and opposite reaction with all forces, that the bending and warping of space-time would immediately straighten out. The curvature would be dispensed. Like Tesla immediately refuted it. And of course, he said it's, relativity is a joke simply for the fact that space cannot have physical properties alone.
Well, this is again where we get back to how do we define physical, and this really needs to be addressed, like with Kosho at least, being that has a different understanding of physical, and like I've said, I think he misconstrued.
Different than who?
Principle versus attribute. Your understanding of physical seems skewed compared to what we would call physical.
What would you call physical?
Even compared to your
own normal words, like the regular words other people use.
Well, I think colloquially, we would say physical is the materially tangible, where you would say
that's tangible.
Anything perceivable. So
no, I would not say anything perceivable. I certainly would not say anything perceivable. What I would say is physical. Something that's physical has an interaction with the physical world, with the natural world. So something physical has an interaction with the natural world. If you say that physical is anything material,
Give us an
material or
example.
tangible, if you say physical is anything material or tangible, those are different words. Material and tangible and physical are 3 different words.
See, I actually agree with him, by the way. Coach, I think you've heard me say that so many times. I'm not saying that you took that from me or something, but yeah, like an interaction within the quote unquote physical world. Like Dysel,
Well,
I
wait till he
agree
gives
with
you an
that.
example. Wait
Yeah,
till he
sure.
gives you an example, like from extreme opposing ends, right? Like, can you do that, Kosho? Like, genuinely?
Light is physical. Energy is physical. These are the extremes you're talking about. Oh, you want to go to the most extreme?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like from one extreme to the next, like.
Obviously, I think space and time are physical. I know, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But obviously you guys don't agree with that.
No, nobody agrees with that. Even the people on your own side don't agree with that.
So
Yes, they
why
do.
why is it that you think that? And Witsit, do you still agree with it?
You know,
Of course he doesn't.
I honestly don't agree that space and time are physical for the fact that they're conceptual, and it's not even, you know, they don't exist. Like, it's not the universe that puts
light
space
or
and time on
energy?
us. It's we impose space and time on the universe. But like the basic, there's a difference between tangible and material and then physical. Like something doesn't have to be materially tangible to be quote unquote physical. Using the Socratic method, you would just define terms based on the parameters of the conversation. Like there are things that are not material that we can still refer to as physical because we can of course interact with them and we can observe them in the physical world. So in that sense, then they would be quote unquote physical, just not tangible.
Right. But we got to draw the line somewhere. Otherwise, he's going to take it to the furthest extreme with time and space. So
we're gonna draw the line where it's not merely conceptual; it's actually physically verifiable, right? Like that's where the line gets drawn.
Yeah, I know you guys don't believe in space time like that. I mean, that's just it goes without saying.
Yeah, Henry Poincaré said it the best. He said it's like not the universe that imposes space and time on us, but rather us who impose space and time on it.
So why do you think that, Kosho, that space and time are physical? I understand you have to say that because your paradigm requires it, but like, why would you argue for that? Like, where's your base?
Don't have to say it for any reason at all, other than the fact that I agree with special and general relativity. So that's it. I think that those are valid ideas, and they're the best interpretations that we currently have. And regardless if they're flawed or not, then that's another story. But at this moment, there's no better explanation. So,
well, wait, Kosho, do you think it's like this is what I don't understand, right, about that mentality? Like, do you think that it's actually beneficial to just like know something's wrong, but since you don't currently have a replacement, just to hold to it anyway?
No, but that's the thing, though, is it's not known that it's wrong. It's known that there's a disagreement between that and other known things, and that disagreement could be, well, no, like that in like dark matter, for example. But so one solution to dark matter is that gravity, or that model of gravity, is wrong. But another solution is that it's not wrong, and there's a different answer for what that exact particle is. Or another example would be in quantum mechanics and gravity. Now, there's disagreements between these ideas, but the disagreement, I mean, the thing that's flawed could be in either model. So it's like it's a fair assumption to say that it's probably going to be progressed into something that is more true than this. But for all intents and purposes, this is as true as we have right now. And so there's no reason to suggest that it's not untrue, or that it's untrue. It's a possibility that it's untrue, and that it's just not the complete answer.
So do you have anything to substantiate your position on physicality behind space and time other than just the mere convention, a conceptual one at that?
No, like I said earlier about the space-time being invariant, and so if space-time's invariant, then between different frames, you can vary space or time. So that in itself would show that there's something physical. I mean, it has a physical connection with the material world. But yeah, so you'd have to look at tests that verified, time dilation.
Time dilation is what persuades you to lean this way.
No, it's time dilation, and evidence thereof is evidence to me that that theory is held up. I mean, that would be one thing that could be debunked to throw away that theory, which has a lot of outrageous, extraordinary claims. But since all those claims seem to hold up to most investigation, I have no choice but to have confidence in it. You know what I mean? Only when you can hold it to scrutiny and then find that it doesn't hold up, you are going to lose confidence. But it's only the opposite has happened.
Right.
And nobody's done that.
No, not that nobody's done it. A lot of people have tried to. Nobody's been real successful. There's places like I said, dark matter. There's places that it disagrees with certain things, but like I said, the cause of that disagreement isn't settled on the fact that gravity is wrong. It's just a possible.
Well, wouldn't it have to be a
solution to it.
universal constant?
What would you G? Big G?
I mean, yeah, you're exactly your whole paradigm.
Yeah, and in general relativity, it's a constant. That value is a constant. Yeah, but like I said, that a solution. A solution could be that it's not a constant, and it's a variable thing. So that's what I'm saying. You can, if you show these things to be not true, then it's not true. But that's not
again,
happened.
Is that falsifiable?
Sure. I mean, it just takes a clever person to come up with a way to falsify it, and then successfully do
rocket
that.
travel to another planet? Like, I mean,
No.
can we?
Why would that be?
What's practical?
No, that's it. A clever person would come up with a test that it's actually achievable, not like a extreme example. But what do you mean? Was what provable? Like that G is not that G is variable? Like I think somebody was saying earlier. Somebody was saying that dark matter, or it could be the case that G actually is variable, and that's why you get these observations when you look out in distant galaxies and stuff like that. That's possible. It's possible that that's a solution, but it would have to take somebody constructing a model around that and come up with the hypothesis that you can then, like I said, test before people probably like me or others would give that any confidence and throw away what currently has the most confidence.
I mean, it just seems like you're grasping at straws to hold on to something rather than like taking your pride and going back to the drawing board and making sense of what was already once postulated as a potentiality.
You can go to the drawing board. There's no problem with going to the drawing board. Nobody's like that's where people are, is at the drawing board. But I'm just they're not going to throw away. They're not going to throw away the things that that currently work just because they're at the drawing board. They throw those away when they test those and show that those are not true, or if they come up with a not just a replacement, but something that will encompass everything that explained, and then also explain it in a way that clears up holes in other places. So it's like there's reason to throw something away, but it's not just because you're at the drawing board. Like you should be at the drawing board anyways, and
the problem
at the drawing
is
board with you should keep what's true.
Yeah, the problem is when the amount of patches for the holes exceeds the hull of the ship to begin with, you're no longer in a ship, you're just riding on a giant patch. And that's kind of analogous to what the situation is with your current paradigm. Like, it's just one big pasty patch over another to the point where it's no longer a working model, rather just a way to, combat
You're talking about general relativity?
Yeah, the whole enchilada, bro. Because they're all propositioned off one another. It's a big house of cards.
Yeah, but what you're saying is it sounds, I don't know, poetic in a way that makes sense to you maybe, but if you're not being specific, it doesn't really mean anything. So you're saying the whole enchilada. Yeah, the whole model, so general relativity, but you mean like the whole model, like everything I believe in, me personally.
QR, dude.
That's a lot of things.
Yeah. QR, quantum relativity. Let's just encompass the entire thing as it is.
Well, quantum field theory and quantum theory is already like it includes relativity in it, but not GR. But yeah, those two things aren't necessarily compatible on as the way they currently are presented. Jay says that what's his name? Not Lewis Carroll. Sean Carroll has described a way in which general relativity and quantum field theory can coexist together, but it's described using like Lagrangians or something like that. I have never seen it before, but regardless, yeah. So it already encompasses special relativity, though. So, but yeah, like by the way, the general relativity and quantum field theory are the two strongest scientific models that have that explain anything the universe. So, like one of them has the most precise predictions, and the other one has like the most scrutiny and experimentation.
Well, yeah, but there's only ever been two postulations as to what the cosmos is predicated on. That being ether and the other being quantum relativity. So just, to try and say it's this or that, when it's literally quantum's holding relativity's hand together, singing the same song and dance. It's only ether that's been swept under the rug.
The ether, like I said, the thing that you guys have leadership to with the ether is the more you really look into it, is encompassed in this very tested and true theory about the quantum fields. Encompasses the things that you say, and if still you want to hold allegiance to the ether and present it as being more true than, as you said, like this more complicated quantum field theory, then it shouldn't be that difficult to show that or present that. But I mean, it's strange that in like the lack of doing that, like to hold that in higher regard, it just seems like it's like wishful thinking or something. Where it seems like much easier if you just keep the ether, but just take on with it like the things that have found to be true about quantum field theory, and just call it ether. I don't see a problem with that. It's basically it's very similar. Like there's things that are starkly different, like the preferred reference frame versus the one that has no universal reference frame. But other than that, like you should be able to take on all the properties that are shown to be true about the quantum field theory. I mean, there's people who do that. There's people who consider the quantum fields to be ether.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're saying anything different. I think that it's overcomplicated and unnecessary to try and separate things the way it has.
You can't sell too many T-shirts with just one idea.
You guys make unnecessary criticisms because the thing is, the world is a complicated place, and there's a lot of things that need to be explained. So just saying the words ether doesn't explain how material comes. It emerges from that. But yet, the quantum field theory can actually explain the complexity of how the material world emerges from these fields. So it's like, I mean, it's one thing to knock it for being more complicated, but it's just ironic because you think that would be appreciated almost. It's like it answers the question. So it's like if you just took the
Still a
quantum field
philosophy
to your side.
show.
Yeah, but it answers the questions. It answers the questions that still need answering from.
Just a philosophy,
that's the problem. Is it doesn't actually answer. It doesn't explain anything. It only describes. It's all based on mathematics, and it's useful at what it is, but it doesn't bring you to the essence or to the explanation. That's the problem.
It does. It brings you to the essence of the explanation. So that's like if you say like, how is this drum set? How did this come about? This emerged from the ether. Well, you can't just explain it just using those words, but in quantum field theory, if you think of that as the ether, it actually has all the mechanisms for how all the components of the drum set emerged from the vacuum or from whatever the ether. right? So it's like it actually explains the different components that in the relationship that make up the chemistry that hold the whole thing together. And so, I mean, like I said, it's a robust explanation that does satisfy those kind of questions.
I mean, it has no connection or bearing to reality. There's like nowhere in nature you can point to and say there's quantum. It's like it's unrelatable.
Everywhere. I don't understand what you're saying. I just gave you an example of a drum set, but you can and everywhere. Like it'll like you
What
take
does the
the
word
components
quantum
of
mean?
it just means it's like the amount, like a value, a discrete chunk of this part. So when they say this quantum, they're saying like the smallest component that collectively make up this this thing. So like a light, a photon,
a particle.
Well, as I said, the word particle. I think I wish there was a different word we can use because it's like a quantum particle is not really a particle, in the way that in the material way that I know you're thinking about it. Because quantum particles, like the model for each of those quantum particles, they're very specific and they don't describe a volume, which you would expect or a size, which you would expect a particle or material thing to be described by, but it does have all the other attributes, like or all the other quantum attributes. So I just think
Okay,
a
so
quantum
let me ask
particle
you
is
this.
just a different thing.
So let me ask you this. So is there what's the smallest amount of material that we can subdivide?
It depends on what you mean. Like all those quantum particles, like all those quantum particles are the small subdivision of each of those specific things. You're asking which one of those is the smallest?
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that it
Properties. It's just an excitation.
To what things are versus what things do, and you seem to like get those things mixed up a lot. Principle
No,
versus
I'm
attribute.
literally describing both what that is and what it does. So an electron, for example,
But you're saying it's a
I can
field
describe.
state.
No, it's a field.
You're saying
It's an excitation in a field. That's what it is, made up of the properties of an electron. That's what it is. What it does is
an excitation of a field. That's not what something is. That's what something's doing.
No, that's what something that can be what something is. Even if a field is something that is, a wave is something that is. It can also be something that's doing, but a wave is a
wave is
noun.
not something. A wave is
Yes,
not a noun.
a wave is a noun and a verb, depending on how you're using it.
No, Kosho. There's no logic
Absolutely.
behind that. A
There is
wave
logic
can
about
never.
it.
A wave can never be a thing, Kosho. It's only what something does. A
You
wave is
just
not a
said
thing.
you just said a
It's what
wave.
something does.
You just said a wave, right?
Yes, a wave is what something
You
is
can't use a
doing, not what
verb, and
something
you can't use
is.
a verb. You can't use a verb like that. When you say a something, a thing, person, place, or thing is a noun. Like you can't say that about a verb. There are a lot of verbs that could both. Go ahead.
Waves are not what things are. They're what things do.
They're both like there's like you can duck from when someone throws a ball at you. But if someone says a duck, they're not talking about something somebody's doing. They're talking about a duck.
Give me an
Which is
example.
something
Give me an
is.
example of a wave being a.
You can describe a wave in the ocean, a wave in a
water
stadium.
moving.
No, it's not. That's not.
That's
It's not
hands
just water
moving.
moving. You just the wave is an actual thing. It's not just the water moving.
No. It's hands moving or water moving.
Yeah, that thing is called a wave. So it's like
it's not a thing. Again, like you have no bearing in logic, principle versus attribute.
You're saying these things, but you're just saying them. Like this is the way language works. This is
No,
like something can be a verb, like waving. That's an actual thing that you can do. But the actual thing that's being seen, the thing you can point at, the thing that can be described, that's a thing. That's why I'm using the word thing. That's why you use the word a this or the this. You can only use those words when you're representing a thing.
Kosho. It's just, I mean, maybe I'm misspeaking when I say a wave. Like I could be wrong about that, but as far as a wave being a noun or a thing, it's not. There's no example you can give me of a wave of itself. It's a wave is what something does.
Yeah, a wave it has to be a thing, and then it's doing the wave thing.
Okay. A height is a thing. A height is a thing, but a height is not going to exist by itself.
Things
It's a property. It's a property. Yes, exactly. But that doesn't make it not a thing.
Can you put your mom on here, bro? I want to talk with her.
Hold on.
You guys are being silly. Properties are things. So a property is a thing. It's a property, and a property can be height, color, size. So someone says, "What's the size of that?" And someone says, "What's the noun in that word?" Well, the nouns would be what's the size of that? Size and that. Two nouns. One's a pronoun and one's a color is a noun. If you were to right now to type in color definition, it's going to say noun.
Property was a thing, bro.
Yes.
Can you hand me?
You guys are acting like this can't be shown. Like you can prove me wrong right now by typing in color and typing in definition and seeing if it comes up as a noun.
Yeah, that's appeal to authority, man. You're making all sorts of fallacies.
It's not. It's appeal to the human language.
Here's the thing, though, Kosho. Just because it's categorized as a noun, just because it's categorized as a noun, and typically the thing you learn in grade school about what nouns are. A noun is a person, place, or a thing. So therefore, green is a thing. No.
I didn't say green.
Not
yeah.
a thing.
I didn't say green was a noun.
All right, let me ask you this.
Try
let me
again.
ask you this, Kosho.
You said colors are nouns.
I said color is a noun.
What is a thing in the context?
Color is a noun.
No, I'm asking you what
green is an
thing
adjective.
is in the context of a noun.
Say what?
What is a thing in the context of a noun?
I told you it's a. What do you mean? What does that question mean? Thing is a thing.
Because we're trying to enter.
What does that mean?
From nouns, and when you say a wave,
person,
is a thing,
place, or thing. That's
what do you mean by a thing as in the context of a noun? Can you expound on that?
I have no idea what that question means, but anything that is a thing, anything that is a thing is a noun. So anything that's a thing is a noun. I don't know what kind of. Honestly, this is crazy to have to explain to somebody, but
you got circular reasoning, bro.
Words are things. Things are things. Colors are things.
Things cannot be things.
Not colors, but colors.
How do you define the thing that is the thing? What is the thing defined as a thing?
By its thingness, of course.
If you can use it in a sentence where you have an article in front of it, or when it can be a subject or the object of a sentence, then it's a thing.
Or you go to thingiverse.com.
So you can say like the wave. You could say the wave hit me.
Yep.
Right. But what's hitting you?
Oh, so did that mean somebody slapped you or the water hit you, Coach?
No, it depends. It depends on what the wave is made
of. Depends what that thing is, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Ding,
that's
ding,
right.
ding.
Ding,
Are you guys getting it now? I mean, I don't understand because
getting it, Kosho.
When you say the wave is hitting something, the wave is the noun in that sentence. The fact that it's not comprised that the wave is describing something else that's waving doesn't make it not a noun. Like an event, right? An event can be described as something happening, and that's a thing, right?
Do you understand that a wave needs to be comprised of something other than just what you would call a wave? It has to be comprised of some material matter.
Well, it has to be something. There has to be something else. Something that's. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. So I can answer the question, okay? But a wave has to be. It has to be something that's doing something. So, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be material because light can be described as a wave. Like radiation, it could be a wave, right? But there has to be. It's describing an event that's occurring in some kind of there is something else that's doing that. Yeah, because a wave is both a noun and a verb. So when something is waving or something is
there we go. When something is waving.
Yeah.
How is that
the event is called a wave.
What is the structure of wave within that sentence? When something is waving.
That's a verb. It's a verb in that sentence.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is waving?
Is this? I don't understand. Is this confusing, or is this like because the word wave is both a verb in some sentences and a noun in other sentences. Like I said, this is something that you can verify by looking it up and see what it says when you try to define it. It'll show up as a verb and a noun.
Yep.
There's a lot of words that do that.
But you can't just describe something as a wave without having something that is waving.
Okay. Yeah, the field. So in quantum field theory, there's waves in specific fields.
Oh, show.
And those
what comprise
the excitations in those fields are what the particles
talking about reality, Kosho.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic. That's
smiling
fantastic.
smiling outside the lips of his mouth.
It's getting difficult. It's getting difficult to communicate with the group of you.
Excitations and perturbations of the quantum field. So what is the quantum field that's waving? What is that comprised of?
Different depends on the field. Let's say like the photon field, for example. It'll be all the different points in space and all the energies, which will be the different values for different points in space, and all the wavelengths and all the other attributes for any given.
Don't let them go on.
But the field. Hold on, dude.
Like points are things. So a wave is comprised of points, which points are just.
No. It's not comprised. The wave is not comprised of points. The wave is not comprised of points. The energy moves through that field as a wave. So like that's how it'll propagate through the field. That's what the wave is describing.
So the wave is energy.
No, the thing that is like the energy, the thing that is the wave is the energy. So when you're describing, like the wave that you're describing is a description of where the energy is.
Are you sure?
It propagates through time, right? It propagates through the field as a wave.
Like a time wave, right?
Yes, exactly. A time wave.
Yeah, wave of time, Coach Show. That should be a thing, right? Like your time blanket, like your gravity, space-time blanket.
No, I don't understand.
And if it's a longitudinal time wave, then you have compressions and rarefactions, so you have time dilation.
And you'd also have tidal activity at the time.
I don't think anything's messing with time. I think time is just the imaginary idea of something, of a duration to something. So like within whatever time is, right? All you can do is do what you want, like in a pool. You can swim back and forth all you want. Doesn't mean you're moving the pool, doesn't mean you're affecting it in any way. You're just like, you're in it, especially for time. Time, would be like a fluid, but not. I want to ask Kosho a question. Kosho, can you give me an example of a wave of itself? If a wave is a thing, we should have examples of waves.
I know, but you're asking a question that has already been cleared up. Like there's other people who had the same confusion you had, and I literally cleared it up.
No, I'm clearly not confused. It's clearly you.
You are confused if you think that anybody here is saying that.
Conventions.
No, but nobody here is saying that, dude. Nobody here is saying what you're suggesting is being said. And that's
you're saying a wave is a thing. You're saying a wave is a thing. I'm asking for an example of a wave being a thing, because so far you've talked about water moving and hands moving, and then you've tried to deviate to quantum fields, which you can never verify.
No, I didn't deviate to quantum fields, dude. We were talking about quantum fields when this got brought up.
So again, I ask you, in reality,
I've already cleared that up when somebody else had the same confusion you had. That I had thought when I had thought that waves are an entity in themselves and can be described without describing something else that is actually doing that. But no, waves don't exist in that way. Like an event.
They don't exist.
Events are also things. They don't exist in themselves. Like the event is describing as a description of something else that's
taking place.
That's occurring. Yeah, so
Right.
it's not. It's not a
like
thing.
a wave.
It's not. Yes.
A wave is not a thing. It's something that's being done. It's
No,
an
it is
action
a
done.
thing. It is a thing. Just like an event is a thing.
So
Like
what do you mean by a
Super
thing? Like
Bowl, you
what
could
do you
do
mean
the
by a
wave.
thing in the context of a noun? Like what is that? What is that implying?
A wave
What do you
is
mean?
something a thing has to do.
When we say a noun is a person, place, or thing, what do you think they mean by a thing? What is a thing in the context of a noun? Is that a hard question?
No, like a fight. Like people can fight each other, and if people fight each other, which is a verb, if people can fight and people are fighting, then the event that occurred is a fight. That's a noun. The fight. A fight isn't a thing that exists on its own, but it's the event that occurred between these people who were doing the fight, who were fighting. They were fighting.
Right.
So like
I
that's
can
another
agree
word
with
that can show up as a verb and a noun, depending on
You
how
don't
you
have
use
fight
it.
in you. You don't have a little fight in you.
We're not talking about
There's
fight.
another verb.
We're talking about reality and trying to understand reality. We're not talking about concepts. So we're trying to understand when you say a wave is a thing, what you mean
Your
by a
criticisms
thing.
are like incredibly like nonsensical. Like we're talking about what the word means. We're talking about what the word means and whether it's a noun or a verb. We got past that. You're asking it again, but I mean I'm clearing up exactly what you were just saying. I guess you thought was being said.
I mean, you're
That
just beating
it's a
around
thing.
the
It's a
bush
thing
little
by
bit.
itself. It's not a thing by itself. It has to be described. As.
This is just wave dismissing.
Right. Total wave dismissal.
You can't say, like, if you have fight in you, it doesn't mean that you have internal turmoil. It means that you're ready to give it all she's got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean
Sure,
that it's actually a verb in you. It means that you possess.
No, of course.
The noun of what, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a noun in that sense. Like you have some sort of drive. Like a drive in that sense is also a noun, even though it's usually a verb. Fighting is usually a verb, but if you have drive or if you have fight, those are nouns.
Yeah, I'm not getting hung up on the category, whether it's a noun or a verb, as much as I am the physicality behind it, i.e., like particle wave duality. So when you're going to imply a wave is a thing, right, a thing of itself, i.e., the light photon isn't necessarily a particle. Sometimes it's a wave. Like a wave can be a physical thing, not just a conceptual thing. Then you have to be honest with what it is that we're getting at when you start invoking being a fucking thing, because it's never a thing of itself, just the result of something happening.
Well, no, a wave in many different descriptions, whether it's like the atmosphere, sound, seismology, or light. These are things. I mean, these have properties. Like waves have properties, like wavelength, frequency. Deconstruction, construction. So it's like what am I saying? Oh, right. So yeah, you can describe the thing and its properties, and I just don't understand why. It's true that waves are also a verb, like you can wave, but when someone says this is a wave and this is what this wave is doing, and this constructive interference is caused by these two waves, like they're describing things when they're saying that, and those things can be events.
Let's be specific. Let's talk about light. Let's not just be vague here to like try to mesh in what it is you're postulating. Because
I tried talking about light
that way.
And then you criticize that. Now you want to talk about it again.
Particle wave duality.
Okay,
let's talk about that. What do they mean by the wave and the particle wave duality? Is the photon present when the wave is present?
No, so what they mean is that the quantum fields that these things are described as existing in, these are the excitations in those fields are what give us these what they call quantum particles. But like I said, if you just look at what the description of any of those things are, you don't have to be confused on whether it's a particle or wave duality. It's those things that they call quantum particles are just those excitations in the field, and they propagate those fields as a wave. And if it's not if it's a what do you call that? Like a wave function collapses because it's what do you call it, decoherent, or is it decoherent, or whatever, whichever one it is. When that collapses, then it's not going to exist. It's not going to propagate as that wave anymore. It's going to communicate with the rest of the material world as, like a physical material object, which is why they say wave particle duality, because depending on whether the wave function has collapsed, it depends like which thing you're going to be familiar with. Like you're familiar with waves, you're familiar with particles, but this thing that's neither of those things, it's gonna present itself as something that is familiar to you as one of those things during investigation. So I mean, wave particle duality is really like it's like a misnomer almost. Like it's neither a wave or a particle. It's just that's the way that it presents itself.
You a wavical believer? I don't think you
explained
explained
the
it.
language.
I think you just ran around it and you didn't really actually explain it. But particle wave duality, yeah, it's a conundrum.
But it's not.
As the
Well, no, it's
Mark would
not.
say, a conundrum.
It's not really what's happening though. Like it's not that people are saying, oh, it's a wave or it's a particle or this. It's that it's this other thing, this quantum particle, which is neither a wave or a particle, but it will behave itself. It'll behave itself as one or the other, depending on if the wave function is collapsed or not.
But not at the same time. Just not simultaneously.
Yeah, of course not. I just said it, depending on the wave function is collapsed.
Right. So again, further implying that a wave isn't a thing rather than what something's doing.
Yeah,
It's either in its wave-like state or it's in its particle state. But
a photon is neither a wave or a particle. It isn't either though. It's not. None of those quantum particles are waves or particles. Like I said, those are the words we use because that's what they most resemble in either case, and whether it's collapsed or not collapsed. But it's a quantum particle. So it's just
the difference between a particle and a quantum particle.
Well, quantum particles, like each of those quantum particles, they have a very distinct definition of what the properties are, and that's all that they are. They're exactly that. They're exactly what, like electron, for example, is exactly something with that energy, with that charge, that spin. It behaves with the other fields in the way that it's described to behave with them. So I mean, that's just exactly what it is, and it will, if it's not decoherent, then it will propagate space like a wave. Like it'll move through space as a wave, just as described by the Schrodinger wave function. So it's like, it's true that you can use waves to describe it when its wave function has collapsed, but it doesn't make it a wave.
Well, I hear a lot of descriptions in lieu of explanation, and nothing with any logical premise, just crude assertions.
Well, they're not assertions. These are just what we've come to find to be true based on testing and investigation. But you don't have to believe it or accept it.
If I have a wave in a pond, I have a pond. If I have a wave in space, what am I waving? How am I sending a wave through space?
I mean, it's just you could say the same thing. If you have a wave in space, then what are you talking about? Like what kind of wave? It's, oh well, there's electron.
You have to have some material, right?
There's an electron. There's an electron. Okay, so what you have is an electron.
But where's electron material? Happening? There's no
electron material.
Hold on. What did you say next?
And an elastic, whatever. If you have got sparse atmosphere, like what are you waving to? It's like trying to make a wave in a fog bank or something like that. It's not going to happen.
I don't understand.
Don't you need a particular density to carry a physical wave? I'm just saying, space. Does space should have waves too? Then, right? Like physical waves that are traveling, right? With like.
There's gravitational waves, which are ripples through space-time. There's the electron, which propagates the electron field as a wave.
But all this induction and propagation and stuff, like if there's no material, like why is it effective? Like what maintains its like ability to transmit?
In both the ideas of the electron field and space-time, it's the field itself that's like in the electron example, it's the energy in that field that's propagating in the gravitational waves or whatever. It's the space time and its coordinate structure that's what the wave is propagating through. But it's like that's in those both examples. Those are the things that are waving. It's not necessarily a material thing.
Wireless power induction in a vacuum. You're gonna say it's supported by the electron field, and what's the proximity of that field? Go show.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. It said it exists in every location in the universe. I don't know what you mean, like proximity.
Oh,
it doesn't end.
The electron field is infinite. Okay.
Yeah, all the quantum fields exist in all places, but the values different.
That's pretty convenient.
That's convenient. That allows the universe to exist. So
wow, man,
this is convenient. But
I thought Starbucks on every corner was asking for too much, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as the ether existing in all places. It's the background field that is what creates space. I mean, it's what creates existence.
But we only claim one field, Kosho. We don't claim all these extra fields to patch away your unfalsifiability.
It's not to patch away anything. It's to actually explain it. The thing that you're always asking for, explanations. The thing that you are saying, you have a one field. Well, that one field doesn't explain how everything exists. Like I told you earlier, the quantum fields together can explain how everything exists.
Yes, it does. The ether's already reconciled light and matter, time and space, magnetism, all things that you guys have never explained accurately, only just vaguely described with concepts.
But you can describe how a drum set exists using just the ether.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you got the fundamental particle, which everything's premised off of, and from there, that would be protium.
So a proton. So I mean a hydrogen atom.
Well, a hydrogen proton.
A hydrogen nuclei. Hydrogen nucleon is just a proton. I think you just mean a hydrogen atom. With
all material. The entire periodic table is literally just a harmonic compound of hydrogen.
So basically, what you're doing is instead of explaining it using ether, you're explaining it using chemistry. Because if you're starting from the hydrogen atom and saying that everything exists from that, you're just basically describing chemical and nuclear reactions.
No,
but in order to explain even what a hydrogen atom is and what comprises it, the quantum field can do that because there's a description for the things that make up a proton. Ether. Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah,
you gotta go a little deeper than just protium.
Yeah, it's just a polaric dynamo.
Okay, what is that? What polaric dynamo?
So it's essentially hard light. What we humorously call hard light. It's the fundamental particle. What's that?
How does light harden?
Well, I have to get.
Is it like an erection? A light erection?
Probably something to do with space-time bending.
Okay.
The thing is, like I said, the quantum field theory is already a robust theory that explains the same things you're saying the ether does. Sounds like you're about to go soon. I'm about to go soon too, so.
Yeah, drum set, radio planar propagation of the ether in cylindrical confined.
So essentially, all light rebounds in its coaxial circuit, manifesting and demanifesting. Holy shit! Someone's roboting. Someone's roboting. Who's that? Is it me?
I don't know who it is, but it sounds like an asshole.
I think it was. No, it might have been Jeremy.
Listen, die slow. Listen to me.
Oh, I think Jeremy was making a wisecrack at you talking about erections. Go on.
Well, it's just he is, dude. He's like a fucking child. But regardless, I mean, I'm the one who made the joke, so I don't know. But anyways, regardless,
I think you're like a child.
Yeah, die slow. Because I've reached out to Lemon, I've reached out to even Witsit, and I've reached out to Geo in the past, and I've even reached out to you in the past about this. But you know, we combat about these things or whatever. But I mean, I don't mind learning about this stuff with you guys, and also, I just implore you to consider accepting or looking into quantum field theory, looking to accept it, you know, or maybe even allow it to, you know, allow it to be a part of your idea of what the ether is, because there's a lot of truth to it, and there's also a lot that already is parallel with what you believe in the ether.
I already said your guys' mathematics correct. I also said your observations are correct. I said your explanations are. So.
And we can each choose to do our own thing. We don't have to listen to other people or whatever. But to me, I would just wonder why it's like almost like an arbitrarily.
You're breaking up.
Okay, that was me.
No, it's me. But yeah, I sometimes don't push the push to talk button. I've been on here a lot today. I'm gonna do something. I got a lot of stuff I gotta take care of. So, I'll be listening. I mean, by the way, I mean, you're such a bullshitter, dude. Both you, anybody else who was fucking getting on about the fucking verbs and nouns thing. It's like sometimes I think, why are we arguing this, dude? This is not just making this shit up, but I feel like just because I'm using the thing that is accepted or true, like how we use words, I'm like a crazy person for doing that. But anyway, I'm just venting. But I'm gonna take care of some stuff.
Yeah, I know it gets annoying sometimes, but
yeah, your actions.
We have to kind of.
Your actions get annoying sometimes.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying the arguments about the pedantic word games and shit. But we gotta be confounded on the words we use and shit, and hold to the understanding thereof, so that we're like on the same page when getting down to the finite details of what reality is comprised of or how it works. So it's important to like be concise in what it is we're saying in our explanation, so that we're not being misasserting or vague.
Let me pick on you also for a second. Earlier, I couldn't get to my mic close fast enough, but you said that you.
We're not hearing you, dude.
Oh shit, my bad, dude. No, earlier you said that the advantageousness, like if you did this, you'd have the advantageousness, blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, the word is advantage, dude. You don't have to say advantageousness. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, my choice of words sometimes is weird, but whatever.
Ironic, because you criticize the complexity of quantum field theory, but the words you choose complex words for the sake of it.
Kojo just wanted to get one last swing in there.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm just venting. That's what it is. You're right, though. That's what I'm not trying to pick on you. It's just I'm letting it all out. So I apologize.
Oh, it's all good, man. I pick on you all the time.
So no shit. Yeah. So I don't know why I'm apologizing, but yeah.
No worries, man.
I'll say it like this too. A lot of people don't know this, and they get the wrong impression. But I only pick on people I consider friends. So. And that's not entirely true.
Touche.
It's not entirely true, but it's mostly true. I don't typically pick on people to be nasty. Like I don't really engage in that. So yeah, typically if I pick on somebody, it's somebody who would consider a friend.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Like I said, don't hold that as an absolute truth. Because I think there's quite a few people I pick on. Who was that guy we were talking about this morning? Flat and Destruction, or Dave, that guy David that Witch had debated a few times recently on Modern Day Debates. I do pick on that guy, and I do not consider him a friend at all.
Oh boy. All right, what do we want to get into?
No, I wish I had bought more XRP a few days ago. I'll tell you that.
Honestly,
Trying
hear
to
about
word
the
you up,
train
bro.
issue, man. What's the train issue?
Somebody should have told me about this XRP thing. I would have got more.
I came in here. I told you, like, literally 2 days before that shit exploded. I said, dude, buy more XRP right away, immediately. Yeah, dude,
What's
I
the
was.
big news?
It's gonna skyrocket, dude.
Elbow the train thing. We bodied special relativity with the train thing, bro.
XRP is the only rocket that's gonna ever go to the moon, Kosho.
Yeah, so I hear.
It's using the Ripple engine.
The Ripley rocket. You know about that?
What's the difference between a ripple and a wave?
Uh-oh. Don't get Kosho started. I could tell you, but Kosho can't. Fuck, I thought that would trigger him.
So do you think this ripple is going to turn into a tsunami?
Good chance of.
I mean, it's not like we're in uncharted territory at this point. It's just above 50, right?
Huh?
Ripple, XRP. It's at 50, right? 50 cents.
Yeah, it's breaking out. At least that's what the charts are predicting. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to break out. Like, it needs to 10x from where it's at now.
Well, look at back in, what was it, 2017, when it hit its all-time high. You know, everything's like, the chart's aligned in such a way to where it's going to have another one of those monumental breakout moments. Like, even aside from all the news that's taking place. So, just like everything's stacked up, dude.
About Bitcoin?
Do you think that this is the run that everybody's been waiting years and years for?
Yes.
Or do you think
Yes.
this is just a little blip?
This is the much anticipated fucking nonstop throttle, dude, that we've all been talking about. Like, everybody said.
What's up, Ron? Talk about
Hey.
XRP. What's up, bro? Yeah.
Oh, XRP. Okay.
Well, can I ask you, Dyslow? Like, you don't have to be specific, I guess, but how have you prepared for this this prediction you're making? Like, I know you're already invested, but I mean, did you
years in
amp
the
up
making,
your
right,
investment?
Years
Yeah,
in
no, I
the
know, but I
making.
mean, of course, but certainly, like right before something's about to skyrocket, that's when.
So yeah,
make a
like
move.
basically with the current news, of how the SEC is perceiving crypto, Gary Gensler's exact words is, in my opinion, everything but Bitcoin is a security. So everything's on the chopping block at this point, and Ripple's the only one that's already gone through the trenches with the lawsuit. And as they're coming to a court summary judgment, they're going to be gaining the regulatory clarity that's required in order for the commercial institutes to adopt them and use them. So with that being said, everything else is going to be heavily scrutinized within, tied up within court litigations and whatnot, which is very costly. And so, yeah, I've been anticipating this for several years, and everything's coming to.
Didn't they delist XRP from Coinbase? I thought I heard somewhere that they
did.
Delisted. Now again?
No. Coinbase was the first exchange to delist XRP. Coinbase, as you know, is probably like one of the most prominent exchanges in the States. And with that being said, Coinbase is now getting dragged into court, and they're being told that they've facilitated in the sales of securities. And so basically what's going to happen is everything that they have on their exchange is being, scrutinized to the point where they're going to have to delist everything. And subsequently enough, XRP is the only one that's going to be able to be relisted. So, like, the tides have turned a complete 180, and while everyone was laughing at XRP.
Delisted? Like, they delisted XRP like a couple of years ago, then they brought it back, and now they took it off again. I'm pretty sure they had it back, like, just like after that last pump when it hit like $2. The Coinbase had it never got relisted after they first time delisted it.
No, not that I'm aware of. I think Uphold is really like one of the only exchanges that's listing XRP.
Here's the problem with this scenario is they can drag you through the courts for years and years, like they did with Library, and they could just bankrupt you that way. Like, okay, you might win this, but they'll appeal it, and they'll come at it from a different angle, and they won't stop.
Well, look what XRP did for Library, though. James Deaton came in on behalf of Library and got the SEC and the judge to both agree that the secondary exchange market isn't considered securities, and so that like basically was the saving grace for Library.
Yeah, but I think they've already depleted all their funding. Like, the problem with them is just keeping things in operation because they don't have like a source of revenue.
Yeah, but what everybody doesn't realize is that depending on the outcome of the Ripple court case is going to really have a huge impact on how the rest of the crypto's perceived. So, everybody should be rooting for XRP, but
for
they're really
sure.
not. They're
No,
not.
I don't know anyone rooting against them. Like, everyone hates the fucking government.
Nah, in the beginning, there's everybody was against Ripple, dude. Like only
the maxis hate everything.
Right.
They think everything's a shit coin except Bitcoin. So like those guys are retards. I don't even listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, but I mean, you even had Cardano's coming out talking shit,
Because he's pumping his own bags. You know what I mean? You mean Hodgkinson's Charles Hodgkinson? He's another guy that's like got a god complex. He thinks he's like a Steve Jobs type. And so do his followers. They think he's like you know what I mean? Like, you know how people, the Apple heads, they just love Steve Jobs? That's how they are with Charles Hodgkinson. He's like a cult of personality to them.
Yeah. But he basically turned his back on Ripple. And then got shit on by the Twitter army. Fucking further went against Ripple, and I don't know, dude, where he's at now, but I just know there was a lot of that going on.
It doesn't help him. What does he think he's gonna like? They're only gonna stop after they eat them? No, they're coming after everybody.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what we've been saying this whole fucking time. So it's just funny, like how everyone turned their back on XRP, and in the end, like XRP is gonna be the saving grace for the entire space, dude. And the only one with the green light.
The legal bills, you know what I mean? They're letting them absorb all the legal costs. Right now, they're the heat shield. It's like, okay, go focus on them. Let them. 100 million already? Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's what I mean, dude. They could literally. These crypto companies don't have a lot of reserves. That's a lot of fucking money to just get sucked out of. When USDC, when that $3 billion was it was lost in Silicon Valley Bank. Well, they thought it was lost. The fucking thing went down 18%. That stable coin, and that was $3 billion.
Everyone jumped over to Tether.
Right, and I was tempted to sell. I'm like, ooh, but I remember what happened to the Luna stable coin. I'm like, no way, man. I don't want to risk it. Even though like Tether is considered the worst piece of shit ever. Everybody, they're
so scary.
That's what I mean. I have Tether. I'm holding it because I trade futures with it, and I buy certain cryptos that they only have trading pairs with Tether and that particular crypto. Like I can't even trade with USDC. The pairs are not matched up that way. So it's like I have to own this shit coin.
Why can't you go through like a third party, like Simple Swap?
I can, but then I'd have to get like Binance USD or BUSD or some other stable coin to pair it up with. I don't like doing swaps because I can't put limit orders in. I only like to use limit orders. So say for instance the price dips down like it did when Bitcoin hit 20K. When the stable coin was going bad, when USDC was like taking a shit over the weekend, Bitcoin got down to like 19,000. That's the kind of shit I like limit orders. I don't like to have a market order. I like to, okay, I'm gonna 19K. I'll put my order in. Boom. I'll get it when it's low. When you go on Simple Swap or something, you just have to take whatever the current market price is. You can't put limit orders. Same thing when you want to sell it.
Yeah, I'm not that sophisticated. I'm just happy enough to be able to fucking acquire some of this shit, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not all that computer savvy, bro. I'm kind of a boomer when it comes to that shit.
It's not even that savvy. You just put in a price, that you want to buy it and how much of it, and it fills automatically. You don't have to watch it. See, like right now I have limit orders in that are underneath the actual price.
I know how it all works. I just don't know how to do it. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I haven't fucked with it.
Oh, you got to leave your money on an exchange. That's the risky part. You got to be logged into the exchange and just leave it there and let the order fill. That's the risk I'm taking, but that's the only way you can get the price, because the price may only flash crash. It might do a flash crash, like boom, comes down really quick, and then it bounces back within a minute, and you've missed your opportunity. You can't just log in because the price has already bounced back. I learned that lesson. I mean, I watched one crash when Bitcoin crashed really big. I wasn't even set up for it. I was just like using a swap site. Like what you said, I had a wallet and I was using Simple Swap. But by the time I even went on there, the prices, they fucking changed within like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, let me log into my wallet and let me go on Simple Swap. And I went to see how much I could exchange. Like for 100 Tether, how much of this could I get? And the price had already moved up like 50%. I'm like, how the fuck did it bounce so fast? It just ricocheted off the bottom. Just bing. It was like a yo-yo.
Yeah,
if you're just
when it moves,
modeling the shit, what's that?
I said when the market fucking moves, dude, that shit's fucking moving, dude. Like all kinds of shit gets frozen, dude. Like even on the wallet I'm using, like I notice all the time when we had the last bull run, dude. Like I was trying to execute transactions and everything was just fucking froze, dude. So you're just watching the market. Yeah, you're watching the market do all this crazy shit.
You watch yourself miss the boat and it fucking feels sickening. That's why I leave it on the exchange. I know everyone says don't leave it on the exchange, but I have to. I'm trying to catch. I think we're due for another sell off because it's been really shaky. And I don't know what's going to cause it, but there's all these bank failures that have been happening, and it's kind of like Bitcoin's almost at 29,000. Was it 27.3? So I think it's been moving up in the last 6-8 hours. It's been pumping up. I think it might get around 29,000 again, and then everybody's going to bail out who didn't bail out the first time. I think they're going to like say fuck it. Like if it gets up there again, a lot of people who are underwater, they're going to want to cut their losses.
I would say that would be a thing. Like once we see the overall market cap get to what it once was in the last bull run, then you know there's like new uneducated money invested into the market. You know what I'm saying?
It'll take a while. I think it's going to take a while to get back up that high again.
Yeah. Well, with everything the way it's going, I don't see it taking too long.
I think this is a mid bounce what we're having here. I think this is like remember when 2017 we had another bounce, like I don't know, after the peak it went down, we had a second bounce and then a long drawn out fucking slide. It might be one of those deals. Like okay, we might get up to around 29,000-30,000 and then just kind of gradually bleed out. Like it either be a really fast dump. I have a feeling it's going to start out fast. Like a lot of people are going to start panic selling if it starts getting down because anyone who bought at 20 grand is going to want to lock in that profit. Like if you just bought on that last dip.
I think what's showing itself with these bank collapses is only the beginning, and what's coming is going to make 1929 look like Christmas Day, which is going to cause crypto to just fucking skyrocket because everyone's going to be so fearful of traditional markets and banks and shit to where they're going to have no choice but to put their money in something like fucking crypto, dude. So you're just going to see it fucking bubble, dude.
It might, but you know the problem is they're taking out all the places to get on and off the internet, like Coinbase or Binance US or whatever. They're the banks like Silicon Valley Bank and the other bank in New York, they were both major banks that dealt with crypto businesses like Circle and Coinbase. They were banking with those companies, and they're particularly going after these banks. The Fed. The Fed is trying to fucking ruin them so that there will be no banks to loan to these crypto companies. They're just cannibalizing the whole thing. They don't want us to have any inroads and outroads, the on-ramp, off-ramp. That's what they're going after. They're going after the company. Who was the company that did USDC? It was Circle, but there was another one. There was another one, Binance, that actually built the coin. They built the coin for Circle. I forget the name of the company, but the SEC went after them. So then that Binance delisted it or said something. They're going after all those players, and they're really going after stable coins a lot because they don't. Here's what they don't like: if you had Tether, you could stake your Tether and earn interest much higher than the bond rates were paying. So if you just said, "Fuck it, I'll have $1,000 of Tether and I'll get 15%," just loaning it out. You loan it out to other people, and they pay you like a high interest rate because people need loans to trade. So they're basically borrowing your Tether on margin and paying you a really high interest rate so they can gamble with it.
Yeah, it's all sketchy.
It's sketchy, but it's usually the exchange acts as the middleman. They hold the collateral. So in other words, let's say they borrow 50%.
Yeah, but
right?
after looking at FTX, do you really trust fucking these exchanges? And
I don't do
especially
that.
Tether,
No.
bro?
No, I don't do it. I don't do that shit. I don't trust Tether at all, dude. I don't sleep well, but I'm just saying I don't have many options. My goal is
Yeah, I
to
would
buy
get the fuck out
the
of Tether,
crypto.
dude.
I think that there's going to be a major calamity, and I'm going to try and buy as much as I can and get the fuck out of the exchange as quick as I can. I'm going to scoop it up and scoot. Okay, I'm out. Just get my coins and get the fuck out. That's my plan.
Well, you never want to exit completely, dude. You know, you kind of
No.
want to.
I want to move my coins off the exchange. What I'm saying is I want to buy the dip, move the coins that I just bought into safety, put them in a wallet, a hot wallet. I got a hot wallet ready. You know what I mean? My hot wallet's and then I got a cold storage wallet too. I got a couple of those, but first I got to grab the coins, the stuff in there.
Somebody mentioned earlier about the degradation of the hot storage, you know, components and shit. What do you think about that?
You know what's bad with a hot wallet? Sometimes they delist coins, and let's say they delisted XRP, right? Then where do you store it? Like, where do you store your coins if these wallets don't support your coins anymore? And there's certain coins you got to look far and wide to find a wallet just to keep it. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck, if they do that with XRP, I don't know if XRP has their own wallet that they have, a proprietary one. Let's say Trust Wallet and Atomic and Exodus. Let's say they delisted XRP. They didn't carry that coin anymore. They just stopped. They stopped holding it in their system. They do delist them sometimes if they're not popular, like a coin that doesn't trade a lot of volume. They just, to make room for other coins, they get rid of it.
Right. I don't know, man. That's a good question. You know, it's all sketchy shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the government should have stepped in a long time ago, dude, and created some sort of, like, you know, formality on how these things are to be approached. And
what? You think the government is your friend?
No, I don't think they're my friend. I just think that if they would have done their fucking job, right, and actually protect the private investor, then we wouldn't be having all these fucking bank or you know, exchange heists and all these.
This is done on purpose, man. The government is purposely there to create a disaster. These are being done on purpose. It was no
I
accident.
understand that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If they were looking out for our best interest, yeah, but we don't have a functional government that looks out for us. They are purposely sabotaging all this. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Like, if they were to actually have done their fucking job, like, we wouldn't have to been worried about all this shit. Like, the groundwork would have been laid out. We would have had the winners and the losers already picked and fucking.
We wouldn't need a cryptocurrency if they were doing their job. If we had a currency that would hold its value and they weren't inflating it, like if we had gold-backed currency where they couldn't just print it into existence, we wouldn't have
but it's still analog.
Right.
Analog.
Well, whatever, something of value that backed the currency. If they can't just print it, anything, it could be copper, it could be anything tangible that has value.
Well, it's about moving money as fast as you can, as far as you can, and the quickest way to do that is digitally. So it was inevitable.
Well, let's say it was backed by something like gold or silver, and then you could go to a vending machine like those Bitcoin vending machines and just exchange it. Say, you know what, I'd like to take my Bitcoins or whatever they were called and convert it over to a gold or silver. If there was a way to exchange it like that, and then let's say you send it to your friend overseas, and then he could exchange it for silver or gold or whatever, that would be ideal. A digital way to transfer, and then to transfer something physical. Right? Like if you had a trusted machine that would vend it out, say that it was at a bank or whatever, someplace.
Yeah, but you're talking Nostra Vostra, and we've already got that, and there's over $280 trillion of liquidity tied up around the world in those accounts, and that's part of the issue with the liquidity crisis that we're having. Like, there's got to be a cross-border exchange of equal value, and a tokenized version of that, and that's where ODL fits in, dude. XRP.
The problem is there's nothing backing these. Like, there is nothing but faith backing all the cryptos. Nothing like Bitcoin.
It's a ledger.
It is a ledger. It's a ledger of air, right? So it's only backed by air. If that company was to dissolve, then it's just air. It just goes away. You have a ledger that has no value. That's what I mean. There's nothing tangible backing it, but faith.
Well, that's the only thing backing any exchange of currency in all reality.
That's why I'm saying a tangible item. A tangible item is something that has intrinsic value, like gold, silver, copper has intrinsic value.
But that's not practical. Yeah, that's not practical.
But I'm saying you can have a digital transfer of something like that, like a physical.
Right. But again, that digital transfer, somebody's got to be on the hook for that exchange, right? There's got to be a middleman that's got to front something for that transaction to take place digitally, and that's where this tokenization.
That's how the Rothschilds got into it. They would transfer paper notes, and the paper notes would be redeemed at one of their banks for actual gold and silver. So in case, let's say the note was lost, right, and someone got it, that note was like a check. Like, oh no, you're not the person who this note was issued to, so we're not going to give you the gold. It's only to be given to this particular person or whatever. And like say you wanted to go from London to Israel, and you get to Israel, okay, and you get there and you hand them the note, and they give you the gold. That way, in case you lose it on the way, okay, fuck it, I'll just get another paper note. My deposit's still safe in their vault in London.
Yeah, but at some point there has to be that physical exchange at some point.
Yes.
Whether it's later or not.
You need someplace, a middleman, a bank, someone that you could trust. But I mean, who do we trust? Who do you trust to hold your values? I mean, you trust the network of Bitcoin to hold the value. And so far it's worked. So far everything's worked very well, but I don't know. There could be glitches in the system that concern me, that these fuckers can do something to sabotage it. I don't know. Like, here was one of my things that I worried about. You know how Mandela effect has changed like the spellings of words and shit, and it's like,
well, they built an internal what do you call it, auditing system within the algorithm for that. I mean, not necessarily for Mandela, but just for any sort of like discrepancy or problem that could arise, and hopefully self-correct itself.
Well, look, let's say your private key, like your private key that you use to get your Bitcoin. Let's say one of those words was changed by one letter, and you spell it like, no, it was spelled this way, and I have it written down, and you go type it in, and it doesn't work because now the word is spelled differently. I don't know if you try to spell it differently, if the key would work. Like things like that.
Somebody mentioned that before.
Yeah, because it's like it's got to be done exact, and if you get it out like by one letter, the key doesn't work, and that concerns me because I've actually had a Mandela effect happen to something I wrote. It inserted like a random letter in there. I'm like, wait, that was never there. And dude, you know what's weird? it happened in something I didn't even publish. I just wrote it. I write songs, and I wrote one on my tablet. I save it, just I get thoughts and I pop them in here real quick. And it inserted a word in there that wasn't in there before. I'm like, what? How did this get here? Like, what?
Yeah.
It's creepy. It's just fucking freaks with my head, dude. And I worry about if crypto is even safe because of that flaw. That flaw that nothing is safe from this fucking thing.
Well, they say the pen is mightier than the keyboard.
I hope so. You know what? I'm gonna check my words, dude. I have some old shit. I have some old homework assignments that I wrote. I'm gonna see if any of those words that I wrote down, like the word, like the teacher checked them, if they've changed in the pen, in my hand. Like I don't see how that's possible. Something I wrote could be changed. But I don't see how any of it's possible. I don't see how any of it's possible. It's like, how the fuck did this change? How it was never like this. How did it fucking change? I hate that fucking thing. I just want to be in the old reality, man. I don't want to deal with this other fake shit. I'm tired of new fake shit ruining my fucking reality.
It's a holographic paradigm, man.
Fucking hate it. And see, we wouldn't even need crypto if we had sound money. If we had sound money, there'd be no need for Bitcoin or XRP or any of these. There'd be no need for them. These are in place because people didn't trust the system. They're like, fuck you, I'd rather change my paper for Bitcoin. I'll take my chances with this rather than your fiat that you print trillions of dollars of it all. Every time I turn around, they're printing more trillions. And everything costs me more. I mean, in reality, the Bitcoin people have been in the right, man. They, like, if you invested early on, it's way, way, way outran inflation. Even where it is now, 27K, you're still way ahead if you bought this shit even in 2017.
Fuck, I knew about it when it was 12 cents. I wasn't able to acquire it. I didn't know how to get it.
Me too. I knew about it when it was $3. It was at $3. I'm like, what is this shit? Bitcoin? I'm like, some nerd invented his own money. I'm like, what's to stop some other nerd from inventing his own nerd money? It's like, there's only 21 million. Dude. Yeah, make another 20, like a Shiba.
I was ready to buy it, dude, and I had nobody to help, dude.
I would have definitely bought it if I knew how. I didn't know how back then. I'm just like, well, whatever. I don't know where to fucking buy this stuff. Where do they even sell this? I have no idea. I wasn't into that kind of shit back then. I was like, I could care less about it. It just, to me, it seemed like a scam. Like, okay, this guy's making his own nerd money. They trade it for whatever, and then what's to stop the next one? And nothing did. There popped up all these other cryptos started popping up after that.
Yeah, I had a friend tell me about it and how he explained it, dude. I was fucking convinced, dude. Foolishly or not, I was in, dude. All in. And then I forgot about it. I bought it at 1900.
When it was $3, I was gonna buy. I'm like, dude, I'll buy 1,000 of these fuckers. And I, you know what? Knowing me, I would have sold it all at $10. I would have felt like I won the lottery. I would have sold every one of them.
Right.
And I would hate myself the rest of my life. I'd be like, oh my God. Okay, I made $7,000, but it's like the worst thing I ever did, like selling that many Bitcoin.
That's why you never sell your whole bag, dude.
Oh fuck no, especially early on. If you're early into a project, like even Shiba Inu, if you got into that thing early, holy shit, it did bigger than Bitcoin in a quicker amount of time. Like within 1 year, it did like a bigger return than Bitcoin, much bigger. To where $100 would have made you millions.
Oh, okay, I wasn't that early, but I made some money on Shiba.
Oh yeah, if you got in like really early, because the multiplier effect of getting so many coins, there's such a huge advantage to getting in early. You have such a huge multiplier. Like, to give you an idea, I was buying the Luna, the Terra Luna, the old LUNA, and it turned into LUNC. That coin, I was buying 1 million of them at the bottom for $1. I was getting 1 million coins. And I didn't even know that was the bottom because it kept inflating. The coin kept inflating, and there was like 11 trillion of them. I checked coin market cap. I'm like, oh my God, it went from, I don't know, 30 million to 11 trillion. And I thought they were going to keep inflating it away because how rapidly it was falling. The first purchase I bought of it was at 1/3 of a cent, and then it got cut in half. I'm like, dude, I just lost half my money. but I only bought like, I think I bought like $40. I'm like, well, I lost half my money. I'll buy another $20 worth, and I'll double my bag, and that'll give me then I could pop my recovery. It doesn't have to recover as high for my break even. And it did that like 4 or 5 more times to me. I'm like, well, it got cut in half again. So okay, I'll buy another $10, or I'll buy $20. I'll double my bag again. I was just trying to average down. I was dollar cost averaging down. Anyway, it got to a point they started adding more decimal points. There was like 9 digits. There was a decimal point and then 9 digits to the right. I'm like, I don't even know how to calculate how many I would buy. Like the price was changing so fast. So I started doing some market orders, and I'm like, let me just send $1. And I got 1,000,000 coins for $1. I'm like, fuck, I'll buy like $20 of it. And I was just buying like $5, $3, $2. Anyway, an hour later, I put about $120 in. It was worth over $500. I'm like, oh fuck, I only put about 120 in. It's worth $500. Everybody else lost their shirt because it did like a bounce from that point where I was getting 1,000,000 for $1. It bounced. I'm like, maybe I should get out. So I initially sold half, and I was so tired. It was about 3 or 4 in the morning. I was exhausted. Like, well, do I really want to lose this $250? What if they print another 11 trillion coins and this $250 goes to like $1, right? And that's what I was kind of worried about. I'm like, you know what? I'll sell this. My game plan was to rebuy it when it got down to that price, like 1,000,000 coins for $1. I was gonna scoop back in with the whole $500, but I fell asleep. Like I was too exhausted. I woke up at noon, and had I kept my bag, it would have made 400 times my money.
I think you told me this story before. Yeah.
I did. For anyone who didn't hear it, there's like other people.
Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Don't sell your bag, like you said. Don't sell your whole bag because you might be buying the bottom. And I fucked up. But
yeah, long term hands, usually rules.
Yeah,
but
if I didn't sell it, I mean, I think actually like where I sold it is better than where it is today. Like even at that low price, people who are still holding it are worse off than I was. Like I think it took another huge dump. Because eventually, I mean, it's a bankrupt project. There's people buying that FTT token, from FTX. They're bidding that thing up, and that thing is it's a dead entity. It's like people willing to gamble on anything.
Hey, I bought some Terra Luna after that whole thing went down. I got like half.
I did too. Tokens. I made a shit ton on that thing. Well, not a shit ton, but that's where the one I just told you about. But I bought it at the bottom. I somehow caught the absolute bottom and didn't even know it. I'm like, God. I keep kicking myself. I should have bought more if I would have held it. Oh well. Well, I think we'll have that chance, but with good coins. I'd rather pour it into a good. I'd rather pour it into a good project than one that I see inflating away to oblivion. You got to understand.
Yeah, we're at the early stages of this whole thing.
I watched it go from $110 to a third of a cent, and then down to an infinitesimal amount that I couldn't even calculate. Right? Like I just watched it go from 110. So why should I have confidence that it would hold any value? That was my thought process. I looked at how many coins Shiba Inu had, and they had even a whole lot more than 11 trillion. I think it was hundreds of trillions.
I spent $700 on SHIB. I got like somewhere around 70 million tokens. And then they bubbled up, dude, and I made a few thousand off it.
Yeah, had you gotten in the first couple weeks of it or a couple months, for how much did you spend? 700? You could have been like $500 million from $700, or something something close to hundreds of millions. Because there was a dude, he put like $5,000 and he was like he made billions. Because $5,000 bought you trillions of coins, trillions. So if you took it from there to wherever the high was, it was a shit ton of money. And it's a meme, dude. It's a meme coin, right? So it's like, I don't get it. But a lot of that money, a lot of people with that gambling money have been wiped out. There's not going to be a new. All the people are squeezed, hurting for money. There's not going to be a huge flow of capital for a long time flowing into these. It's just people don't have it. A lot of people don't have cash. They got wiped out on all these FTX. They got wiped out on other shit. They just don't have it. I'm actually looking for some shorts. You can short this. Yeah, but hopefully XRP bucks the trend, man. Yeah, I'd like to see it win.
I did. I miss what you're saying. Makes sense. Trying to tickle.
How much is XRP?
I think it's at 48 cents.
48?
Last I looked.
So
it's a good time to get in, man.
XRP is, yeah, 52 cents. Wow. It's even higher. Dude, this thing's pumping pretty good. It was 35 cents. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days ago it was 35 cents. It's already 52. This looks pretty good, actually. Wait a minute. That was 2 weeks ago. I was looking at a 3-day chart. 3-day candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 days ago it was like 35 cents. 48%. This actually looks like it might have potential, man. Let me see. Lowest it ever got was like 12 cents. 10 or 12 cents. That was in March 2020. That was that crash. 12 cents. And it got as high as $2. Not a lot of downside. It's actually not that bad. I should give $50 worth. Just for shits and giggles, I'll get $50. What were you saying that people are estimating the price of this?
Yeah, mic checking, you guys.
Yeah, I heard you. What were you saying that the price your price estimate was for XRP?
As far as what?
Like its potential cap. Like you said, it could go if they're one of the only coins that are not a security besides Bitcoin.
Oh, if it gets used to its fullest potential, for its use case, I would say it couldn't be any less than triple digits for it to be effective. So
I don't know, man. That's a long way. It's a long way from 50 cents. If it could even get to $5, that would be pretty good. But you got to look at the total market cap. At $5 would I don't know how many, I think they have 50 billion coins.
It'll do $5 in the first week after getting summary judgment.
Think so? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
50 billion coins.
Did you see how XRP is up like 37% in a week?
I think it was like 48%.
Even better. Look at that.
Yeah, it did pretty fucking big.
What do you think
Wish
it's
I
going to
knew
go
about this.
to once it gets regulated? Because apparently
But
it'll be
you
the
know
first.
what?
It'll be the first crypto ever regulated, right?
Yes.
To be
exactly.
To be fair, everything is up big in the last 2 weeks. To be fair.
And hold on, just out of curiosity, what are the odds that it's Ripple is a U.S. company that will have the first ever regulated cryptocurrency? What are the odds U.S. is the first one to ever do it?
Well, I think it's great looking at what's going on with the BRICS gaining power. Like, I think it's coming right at time to be a saving grace to keep America going into the future.
Well, I think what appears to be happening is it's going back to kind of like nationalism, where each country will have its own CBDC, its own cryptocurrency, just like it is now, I guess. But they're not going to be reliant on the American dollar exchange because they can do it digitally now on this ODL.
The CBDC will be the end of humanity. This will be like
that's XRP's platform. That's XLM's platform, right?
You guys want to watch a video on XRP?
Not really, because most of it's hype and price and shit, and it's all just kind of like just gobbledygook, really.
You know,
it's all the stuff I watch is all fact based, like up to date current information.
Bitcoin is also up the same amount in 2 weeks, so it's not just it wasn't reacting just to the news. It went up because Bitcoin went up. They both went up about the same amount.
True.
In the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, the CBDCs won't be good, but that's essentially the platform that XLM and XRP are really pitching to banks and financial institutions, right? Is the platform for CBDCs.
They're going to have their own coin though. They'll make their own network. It's like they have their own network now. They're not going to need someone's existing network.
Exactly.
Like, why would the Fed need a middleman? If you're the most powerful entity in the world, you don't need a middleman. You are the fucking, you know what I mean? They're not gonna bow down to a middleman. You got to be rational, dude. They're not gonna do it.
Well, I think maybe the only way they do it is that the Federal Reserve goes and buys a whole boatload of XRP. Right? They buy like 50 billion worth or something stupid.
They don't need to buy it. They just print their own FedNow coin. They don't even need